I ascend to the throne of God with arcane magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Prelude. Before the appearance, Lisi came out of Stellan Ward's dream and looked around carefully. The dream world was as peaceful and calm as before. Countless mysterious and dreamy stars floated in front of his eyes, and the lavender airflow slowly flowed in front of his eyes. The sense of space and time blurred the boundaries here. This time, the terrifying dream of the legendary strongman did not appear again. Lisi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly floated towards the place where he returned to reality. That's right, legendary strongmen basically don't need to replenish their energy through sleep. The previous one should be a low probability event. Lisi pondered in his heart and traveled through countless dream spaces. Maybe because he didn't meet the legendary strongman, he felt a little relieved. Lisi's eyes swept through the dream on the side and found that the huge fireworks in the Gaza warehouse last night were reproduced in this dream space. The golden light column that went straight to the sky, the huge vibration that spread throughout the Bingfeng city. This Lisi suddenly remembered something and carefully checked the dream space around him. Sure enough, about 1/10 of the dream space had the same or similar fireworks seen as last night. Is this the phenomenon of reality mapping dream space recorded in the Sphinx dream building technique? Lisi murmured. He had not mastered the dream building technique for long, and this dream world was still quite unfamiliar to him, and this was still under the condition of legendary inheritance. The dream world does not exist independently. It is closely related to the real world. It is constructed by the dreams and soul power of all living beings in reality. Dreams are the embodiment of the instinctive subconsciousness of each living being, so they can best represent a person's thought fluctuations and psychological state. A sad person's dream will be dark and deep, depressing and uncomfortable. A happy person's dream will be full of sunshine and lively. Similarly, if an event in reality leaves a very deep impression on him, it is possible to reflect it in his dream. This is the situation of reality mapping dreams described in the dream building technique, which is also the embodiment of Lisi's previous life, thinking during the day, dreaming at night. But this is not the most critical thing. There is a more important description afterwards. That is, dreams affect reality. And the most representative phenomenon of this theory is the existence of dream-eating tapirs. The dream world is different from the main world in the elemental world. It is not formed by the origin of the world, but is completely composed of the dreams of living beings. Therefore, the dream world should be different from other worlds, and there are no native creatures. But nightmares are an extremely special existence. Their number is extremely rare. They wander in the dream world, feed on nightmares, and leave people with beautiful dreams. After studying a dream-eating tapir, the legendary Arcanist Sphinx believed that the dream-eating tapir did not originally appear in the dream world. People's beautiful expectations for beautiful dreams were reflected in the dream world, and then the dream-eating tapir, a special creature, was produced. Under special circumstances, the dream-eating tapir can appear in the real world and exert magical powers. In addition to the dream-eating tapir, there are also the dream realm and the dream sea, which are all manifestations of the power of the dream world affecting the real world. Sphinx's research on dreams is very in-depth, and he even created many techniques to use the power of dreams in the real world, but those are relatively advanced for Lisi now, and he can't use them yet. But now Lisi noticed these dreams affected by the explosion of Gaza warehouse, and suddenly had an idea. That is an operation recorded in the dream building technique. Dream refraction. If the dreams in an area of the dream world converge and show a concentrated scene, then the dream power in this area will also have similar performances. For example, after experiencing an earthquake, most survivors' dreams will be immersed in the pain brought by the earthquake, so the dream power at this time will also carry the materialized power characteristics of earthquake. Generally speaking, unless the materialized characteristics of dream power are extremely strong and occupy all the dreams in this area, it will basically not affect the real world. Sphinx noticed this phenomenon and created the skill, dream refraction. For this purpose, It is to use this special materialization phenomenon of the dream world to break through the barrier between the dream world and the real world, so that the power of the dream world can descend on the real world. Because the dream world accumulates the soul and spiritual power of all the creatures in this area, over time, even a small part of the power is terrifying enough, which is a power that touches gold. Because it mainly relies on the power of the dream world, the requirements for the user are not too high, at least compared with other top skills. I wonder how many people will dream of the fireworks of Bingfeng City after tomorrow? Li Si's mouth corners slightly curled up. This feeling of exploring the fantasy world made him unable to stop. At the same time, this also gave Li Si a new plan for the final battle. Sphinx dream building technique is really practical, Li Si said with some emotion, while floating in the dream world. Perhaps, this is the most precious inheritance I have received besides the ascension technique. I'm really curious, I don't know what the most precious creation of the teacher, Judgment Flame is. Li Si knew in his heart that Judgment Flame was not inferior to the legendary Arcane Master Sphinx who created the ascension technique. The next morning, Li Si changed his clothes and walked on the streets of Bingfeng City. In the morning, Li Si asked the servant to go to the Ice Castle Palace and told Hans that he had something to do and would not go to work today. Anyway, the financial assistant of Philip had been taken down yesterday, and the task assigned to him had been completed. As for the political game surrounding Philip, it was a matter between King Luca and Duke Ward, and had little to do with Li Si. As the capital of the Kingdom of Dylan, Bingfeng City was not as bitter and cold in winter as other territories due to its special geographical location, and there was hardly any snow in the city. If the urban architecture of Kangwang City was a bit exquisite in the atmosphere, then Bingfeng City was completely rough and heroic. Under the Great Dome was a sharp-edged building wall. There were no exquisite windows and reliefs, but more of the mountain and wasteland patterns made of large blocks of stone bricks, showing a special style. Today's weather was good, and the rare warm sunshine in winter sprinkled on the blue-gray road. Li Si held a large skewer of roast beef in his hand, sprinkled with large grains of coarse salt and ice vanilla unique to the Kingdom of Dylan. Although no expensive spices were used to enhance the fragrance, the taste was quite good. Li Si ate very happily and wandered around Bingfeng City at will. Now he did not use the appearance of Ken Simon, but put on a human skin mask of an ordinary Dylan. There are a lot of these things in Old Downs' place. Although they are not fine enough, they are enough for daily use. Li Si spent a whole day in Bingfeng City and returned home with satisfaction until night fell. Today is not just a holiday for himself to taste the food of Dylan Kingdom, but more importantly, to scout the place and prepare the venue for the second wave of fireworks show. After all, Li Si has planned that when the second wave of fireworks is in full bloom, it will be when Moriarty of the Death Conclave will come to the stage, and the scene will naturally not be bad. For this fireworks show, Li Si plans to select 10 places in Bingfeng City to set off fireworks. Of course, this time he can't use the intermediate high energy bomb from last time. The explosion scene is similar and can be explained, but if it is exactly the same, it is directly jumping in front of Duke Ward. Although Duke Ward, a veteran in the political arena, may still swallow his anger and cooperate with him, why bother? It's great for everyone to get by on face. After all, after the cooperation is reached, Li Si has more surprises to give to Duke Ward, so he doesn't have to worry about him being too relaxed now. However, there are many alternative means. The legendary Arcanist's magic workshop has too many good things. Maybe there are no extremely precious treasures, but there will definitely be a lot of these strange little things. These are all the little things left over from the usual experiment of Flame of Judgment. But for people below the legendary level, it is already very precious. This time, Li Si has prepared what to use in each place. For the 3 gates of Bingfeng City, Li Si plans to use intermediate magic flame bomb. For the main road of Bingfeng City, the Ice and Snow Avenue, the Noble District, and the City Guard Stronghold, Li Si prepared a magic scroll enchanted with the 6-ring spell, Exploding Meteor. The last 3 places are located in the core of the civilian area, Cedar Street, Bavy Road and Depon Road. Li Si prepared a special one-time magic array radiance. The power of these 3 magic props may not be as strong as the intermediate high energy bomb, but the same is true. The scene after using these 3 props is quite spectacular, in the literal sense. Of course, these 9 locations are actually appetizers prepared by Lisi, just a small fight. The more important thing is in the Ice Castle Palace. The great criminal master Moriarty is ready to attack the Ice Castle Palace directly. Just thinking about it is very exciting. If Lisi is less lucky, he may even face the legendary Berserker. But only such exaggeration can leave the most profound impression on everyone in Bingfeng City, have enough impact on the dream world, and lay the groundwork for Lisi's subsequent plans. However, although it is a direct attack on the palace, Lisi is also confident of self-protection. Although Lisi is only a silver level wizard now, his means are much more than those of ordinary gold level wizards. Now that the location is determined, the next step is to arrange those lovely players. Damn, it actually takes 9 people to take on a common task. The Virgin Mary looked at the system panel in front of her, and the black-robed man opposite her with some surprise, a little surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a task with such special requirements, but it didn't matter. He knew a lot of game friends anyway, and with such a generous task reward, he could quickly gather the number of people. The reason why the Virgin Mary was so active was because Lisi had just paid off the previous task reward of destroy the Gaza warehouse to them. This was the first time that the 4 people in their dormitory had so many gold coins. Antenna short-circuited baby, who was not there last time and did not receive the task, had his eyes turned into the shape of gold coins. He was wrong. Is a girlfriend as fun as a game? This task has more awards than the last warehouse bombing task, and he can't miss it this time. Soon, the Virgin Mary and the others gathered 9 people and took over this special task from the black-robed Lisi. Silver level special task, prelude before the appearance. Task requirements, before the important person appears, how can there be no grand appearance performance? And you are part of this appearance prelude. Task reward. 30W experience points, 1000 gold coins, 1 random intermediate element gem. Tip 1. Dedicated participants will not miss the performance. Please complete the task requirements on time, otherwise the task will fail. Tip 2. Performances always have to retain a sense of mystery, right? If the news is leaked, the task will fail. As the black-robed man left, the 9 players were a little excited and stared at the tasks they received in front of them. Although everyone's tasks were different, the difficulty of these tasks was quite simple, much easier than the task of blowing up the Gaza warehouse. Thank you, Holy Mother, calf, I owe you a favor. A tall warrior player patted the 2 on the shoulders and said with a smile. Perhaps because they were worried about leaking the task, several people did not exchange the task information they received. You're welcome, that's it, see you tomorrow. Several people smiled at each other and left the scene carefully. Hey, Holy Mother. Short Circuit bumped the Holy Mother with his shoulder and whispered, who do you think will be the one who appears in this mission? The man in black robe who gave us the mission? I don't even know his name. Who should I ask? If you ask me, we'll know when the time comes. The Holy Mother rolled her eyes and yawned. Let's go to bed. I still have classes tomorrow and it's another sleepless night tonight. By the way, do you want a midnight snack? I'm hungry. Go buy it, and I'll eat it. Call me daddy. Dad, you're worthy of it. Duke Wood's mansion. My dear Stellan, this is the first time I think you have such a good temper. Marquis Bellamilne was wearing a purple evening dress. The well-cut design outlined the hot and enchanting figure of the female Marquis of the Kingdom. She leaned lazily on the sofa in the study, drank the wine in the glass, and then threw the glass directly to the ground. Crystal glass fragments flew everywhere, as if hinting at someone's anger. Stellan Ward didn't care that his close ally was venting his dissatisfaction behind him. He shook his wine glass and stood in front of the window looking at the snow-white palace in the distance. Now that things have come to this, what can we do in a hurry? Philip has gone in, and the things he did can't be concealed. You have losses, but I don't. Bella sneered when she heard this. Haha, how could our Majesty Lucard take down the financial assistant directly? There must be a problem on your side. I have done what I should do. What's the point of complaining here? Faced with Bella's sarcasm, Duke Wood was not angry at all, but said calmly, don't be impatient, Bella. Wait a little longer. I'm waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 277. A grand fireworks show at the Ice Castle Palace. What are you waiting for? Waiting for the ice and snow goddess to come and help you? Bella smiled indifferently, lifted her legs, and stepped on the small table in front of her with her black high-heeled shoes embroidered with gold threads, venting her dissatisfaction. You know, after Philip went in, just to make up for the previous taxes was a large sum of gold coins, enough to make her feel painful. Not to mention that there were a group of nobles who took advantage of the situation, and took advantage of the situation. They knew that she stood on the side of Duke Ward, and did not get along with the increasingly powerful king. In just a few days, they frantically targeted the loopholes of the family's merchants, as if they could show their loyalty to the king. This time Ward did not answer. To be honest, he had no idea in his heart. What exactly did Moriarty from the Death Secret Society want to do? Duke Ward frowned. He hated dealing with such people who could not figure out the details the most. But for some reason, he had a faint expectation in his heart. Sterren, are you listening to me? Bella was a little dissatisfied. Obviously, at this time, shouldn't the two of them discuss countermeasures more closely? Why are you always looking out the window? It was just nightfall, but the sky was already completely dark. Winter night always comes early, and at this moment, the residents of Bingfeng City were on their way back home. Although Bingfeng City is the capital of the Kingdom of Dylan, unlike Kangwang City, the severe cold of winter nights prevents those who want to go out at night. At this moment, a slight vibration came, just like the explosion of Gaza warehouse 2 days ago. Duke Ward, who was a little distracted, immediately perked up and looked out the window. Bella also came over and stood beside him. In the shocked eyes of the two, Bingfeng City seemed to turn into daylight for a moment. From a distance, it seemed that at the border of Bingfeng City, 3 raging orange-red flames spread to the sky, accompanied by a golden light column that was no less spectacular than that of the Gaza warehouse. At the same time, closer to the mansion, under the eyes of Duke Ward, 3 huge fireballs fell from the sky like meteors, dragging long red flame tails. Duke Ward saw clearly that one of the meteors fell on the ice and snow avenue in the noble area. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the 3 pure white light pillars in the civilian area on the other side of Bingfeng City. They rose from the residential area and pierced straight into the dark sky. Even the clouds floating in the sky were clearly seen under the reflection of this dazzling light. Bella was silent for a moment, then turned her head and stared at Duke Ward. Is this what you are waiting for? What exactly do you want to do? I'm increasingly confused about you. Duke Ward did not respond, but just looked at the 3 long-lasting light pillars in the distance and remained silent. In a dark corner near the Ice Castle Palace. Is the effect so good? Lee Si clicked his tongue and looked at the 3 pure white light pillars in the sky. The others were fine, but this one was indeed too conspicuous. The 3 pure white light pillars were the effect of the special one-time magic array radiance. Lee Si also got it from Teacher Stevens and had never seen this prop in his previous life. I learned from the magical intelligent life in the workshop that this glow was the product of a random experiment by the teacher. At that time, the Kingdom of Fez commissioned them to create a magic prop for nighttime lighting and marking, and the requirement was that it should be conspicuous enough. In the end, it was not used in actual combat because of the high cost, and only these few were left. The teacher did make it, but the effect was too good. Looking at the lingering light column, I noticed that there seemed to be some commotion in the Ice Castle Palace. Several black shadows flew directly into the air and rushed to the place where the accident just happened. In this way, part of the defense force of the palace has been transferred. Then it's my turn to appear next. Lee Si showed a smile on his face, and it gradually expanded. At this time, Snow Wolf Sword Saint, Abbas was staying in the martial arts training ground in the Ice Castle Palace. Even though he had been training for a whole day and was about to lose his sword, he was still gritting his teeth and persisting in honing his sword skills. Perhaps only physical pain can temporarily make him forget the shame in the Luoxu Mountains. Since the West Castle, which he presided over the construction, was completely destroyed, as the highest leader on the scene, Abbas naturally had to bear the responsibility. After evaluating that the cost of rebuilding West Castle was too high, especially the loss of several low and middle level magic pattern masters, the reconstruction plan was shelved by the king, and all Abbas's troops were transferred to another castle. He himself received the king's order to return to Bingfeng City. After telling King Luca what happened that day, His Majesty the King did not say anything, but repeated the names of Death's Secret Order and Moriarty several times, and then let him leave. After all, Abbas is a gold level sword master, and is loyal to His Majesty the King. Therefore, even if there is a heavy loss this time, Luca has no intention of punishing Abbas. He just lets him stay in Bingfeng City temporarily, and deal with it coldly for a while. Abbas naturally knows that this is His Majesty's trust, but the more so, the more he hates the black-robed mage Moriarty, and the more he hates himself for being powerless at that time. The sharp sword light directly cuts through the boulder in front of him, and the stone is divided into two halves, with a smooth and flat cross-section. Abbas faces solemn, and he retracts his beloved sword, ready to end today's training. At this moment, something strange happened. At the same time, extremely conspicuous changes occurred in 9 locations in Bingfeng City, accompanied by huge noises and vibrations. Abbas was nervous and immediately jumped out of the window, standing on the high ground of the Ice Castle Palace, and looking at the dazzling light elsewhere. Another attack. Was it the same group of people who attacked the Gaza warehouse 2 days ago? Abbas looked at the figure running towards the city in the castle, and resisted the idea of going to investigate. After all, although he did not have any duties at the moment, protecting the safety of His Majesty the King was the most important thing for him. But at that moment, Abbas suddenly found a black figure in the air not far away. If it were not for Abbas's excellent eyesight, he could hardly distinguish the figure that almost blended into the night. The man was quietly suspended in the air, with the black wizard robe, the familiar staff, and the familiar magic aura. It's you, Moriarty. You deserve to die. RRR. Abbas's brain was occupied by the surging anger, and his reason was instantly burned out. How could he forget this unforgettable figure? Pulling out his long sword, Abbas roared, and tried his best to slash at the figure in the sky. A silver-white sword light that spanned the Ice Castle Palace accompanied Abbas' roar, and slashed at the figure in the night sky quickly, unstoppable, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, as if to completely crush anything that stood in the way into dust. The momentum of this sword light was much stronger than Abbas in the West Valley. Before the sword light arrived, Lisi had already felt a stinging sensation of the sharp edge cutting across his face. He quickly released the 6-ring arcane. Lisi's blue flame nova, condensed in his hand, flashed his figure, and directly used teleportation to leave his position, and appeared in the sky on the other side of the castle. Good guy, isn't this Abbas? Why does he feel stronger again? Lisi was a little shocked, but his voice did not change at all. He said in a teasing tone, Oh, isn't this our respected Lord Abbas? Why, haven't you suffered enough in West Valley? Just as Lisi spoke, several magical lights flashed from the emerald staff, and Arcane fell from the sky with thunder. Just like what West Castle faced that day. Damn guy. Abbas gritted his teeth, and looked at the black figure in the air angrily, but did not continue to attack. When he was in West Valley, he found that, if he did not target Moriarty's weird teleportation effect, it would be a fool's dream to hit him. Abbas didn't know that this was the effect of Lisi's teleportation ring, which could only be used 3 times a day. Lisi looked at the new figures that appeared around Abbas, and at the same time, several figures with magical lights on their bodies rose into the sky. He also sensed that there were faint eyes looking at him from the darkness. Is it worthy of being the capital of the Kingdom of Dylan, or the Ice Castle Palace, where the core is located? Although spellcasters in the Dylan Kingdom were not the mainstream, there were still several gold-level mages in the palace. However, these people did not take any action to attack immediately, but watched the lawless figure carefully. They had all seen the attack of the Snow Wolf Sword Saint just now, and few people present could stop the silver-white sword light that pierced the sky. But the actions of this black-robed man shocked these gold mages even more. Is this the fluctuation of teleportation? This aura, is it a silver mage? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They looked at each other. Some of them did not dare to believe it. Just the several continuous spells falling from the sky were enough to scare these gold mages, not to mention the teleportation. he just used. Although teleportation is only an intermediate spell, to master this extremely practical skill, you need a considerable spatial affinity and extremely fine magic control. Using teleportation to avoid attacks in battle. What a joke. Not to mention the complicated preparations for space teleportation spells. Even if the violent fluctuations in the battle may affect the stability of the space, it can cause the head and body of the person who uses a teleportation spell to be broken and killed on the spot. Therefore, the gold level mages who posed the greatest threat to Lee Sin thought the most, and were the most cautious, and did not dare to take action. Abbas and others lacked effective means of air attack, and did not take action for the time being. The scene suddenly fell into a strange calm, watching the blue meteor produced by Lee Sin's blue flame nova, falling from the sky. When it was about to hit the ice castle palace, it seemed to hit a layer of transparent wall, and turned into fine sparks and dissipated. Lee Sin was not surprised. It was impossible for the ice castle palace to not have a strong protective magic circle. This was also within his expectations. Looking at the masters of the kingdom who appeared one after another, Abbas also managed to calm down and asked sternly, "Moriarty, what do you want to do? Do you know where this place is?" "I know. It's the Ice Castle Palace." The black-robed man in the sky shrugged and said it without much concern, but his voice was clearly heard by everyone at the scene, and even spread to the distance of Bingfeng City. "It's as if you are so great. Looking for death." Looking at the frivolous look of the black-robed man, a clear voice sounded from the castle, and an arrow surrounded by a dark green wind suddenly shot from a corner of the palace towards the black-robed man in the air. "Gold level hunter, it's really rare." The figure of the black-robed man flashed again, and the dark green arrow could only helplessly disappear in the dark night in the distance. There is only one chance left. Lee Sin counted silently in his mind, but he still looked calm and composed. He bent his right thumb and index finger and gestured, saying, "Ah, what a pity, it was just a little bit away from attacking me." The more this happened, the more fearful the masters of the Ice Castle Palace were. Lee Sin glanced at the several gold level mages who were secretly setting up anti-teleportation restrictions, and ignored them. Just kidding. If the legendary arcane masters could be restricted by them, Flame of Judgment would not be so confident that Lee Sin would go out on adventures. "Moriarty, do you want to provoke the kingdom of Dylan?" At this time, a gold warrior standing next to Abbas also shouted, but it didn't sound very confident, and it seemed that he was also shocked by the strange means of the black-robed man. Although the several spells used by Lee Sin were blocked by the protective magic circle, Lee Sin used the pure power condensed by the elemental origin gem and the legendary accessory, Wisdom of the Sphinx, before using the spell this time. The power has exceeded Lee Sin's own strength and reached the level of gold level spells. Although this operation is limited by Lee Sin's control over the legendary accessories, it cannot last long and will also put great pressure on the body. But for Lee Sin, whose physical strength is equivalent to that of a warrior of the same level, it is nothing. "I came here today just to say hello." The fireworks 2 days ago were very beautiful. I liked them very much. But our Death Secret Society is not so petty. That little bit is not enough. So, let's have a grand and gorgeous fireworks party. The black-robed man said enthusiastically, and then dozens of densely packed blue meteors appeared around his body. Lee Sin's blue flame nova, plus, Hankan explosion. While the opponent's magician secretly arranged the ban, Lee Sin was naturally not idle. He extracted all the elemental power condensed in Sphinx's wisdom, and emptied all the magic power in his body to create such a big battle. Lee Sin's face was a little pale in the dark night, and the remaining magic power in his body could only barely use flotation to maintain his body shape. Abbas looked at the terrifying blue meteor shower falling from the sky, and he could no longer take care of Moriarty. He quickly organized people to intercept the falling meteors. Whether it was the obvious ones or the gold level masters who were originally hidden in the dark, they all tried to stop the blue meteors. Most of the blue meteors were scattered before hitting the protective array, but many of them still fell. The gold level mages who had not yet completed the no-fly and anti-teleportation bangs noticed that after the meteors that hit the palace protective array were shattered, the protective shield actually began to flicker obviously, and it seemed that it would break at any time. How is this possible? The palace mages were shocked. Even if they were gold level mages, they would never think of breaking through the powerful palace array alone. Only legendary mages could do it easily. What's the matter with Moriarty? Lee Si naturally knew the reason very well. One was that the special Arcane collapse explosion had a very good destructive effect on protective spells and protective arrays, and the other was that the power of the elemental source gem, wisdom of the Sphinx, was too strong. That was the power that had been condensed over countless years. Although it was only the remaining power to maintain other special effects, it was also very powerful and terrifying. Lee Si had squandered it all tonight, and it was unknown how long it would take to recover. Lee Si looked at the palace protection magic circle that barely maintained itself in the meteor shower, but did not break in the end, and felt the burning pain coming from his body, and sighed with some regret. If this turtle cover could be broken, the effect tonight would be even better. However, this was already the limit of what he could do. The rest was. Lee Si's right hand flashed, and a spherical object emitting dazzling golden light appeared in his hand. Special magic prop, top high energy bomb, extremely precious. Haha, this is the last gift. I hope you like it. Under the gaze of Abbas and others, the black-robed man laughed wantonly, and the golden light in his hand suddenly disappeared. Buzz, a strange sound came from below the palace, accompanied by a huge sense of threat, stimulating the nerves of everyone present. Abbas looked down and saw a golden light suddenly appear in the courtyard in the center of the palace, accompanied by dangerous and violent fluctuations. Damn, could it be? Abbas suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. He turned around and rushed towards the location of King Luca. Madman, how dare he do this? How dare he? Lee Si in the sky bowed slightly and saluted, as if thanking everyone present for their support tonight. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Advanced teleportation. Then the figure of the black-robed man disappeared in the sky. Some of the strong men in the castle fled to the outside of the palace under the threat of death, while some people rushed towards the golden light. Buzz boom. At the last moment when Lee Si teleported away, he saw the palace's protective shield that was broken in an instant, and the huge golden light column that went straight to the sky and seemed to extend to the depths of the sky and the galaxy. Thank you for your support. Chapter 278 Duke Ward takes the blame again. Outside Bingfeng City, Lee Si prepared an underground hiding place with spatial coordinates in advance. In the originally dim cave, the space fluctuated and twisted, and a figure in a black wizard robe suddenly appeared in the air and fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Lee Si grinned, feeling the severe pain from all parts of his body, and decided to lie down for a while. Although he successfully pretended to be a big wave this time, as a silver professional, he played a group of top gold level powerhouses in the kingdom, but the price he paid was also quite high. Most of the serious injuries were caused by using energy beyond the body's tolerance range, which caused a great load and backlash on the body. This is because Lee Si has a special talent. If he were a wizard of the same level, he might have exploded directly and died without a complete corpse under the same circumstances. In addition, the elemental source power accumulated over the years in the legendary accessory, Wisdom of the Sphinx, was also exhausted. Before Lee Si fully mastered this legendary equipment, he could only wait for it to recover slowly. In addition, there were magic props consumed this time. As for the task rewards given to the players of the Virgin Mary, it was nothing to Lee Si. For Lee Si, who got the gift package from Hansang Chamber of Commerce in Bifeng City, this little bit of money is nothing. But at the same time, this time it also achieved the previous goal, and the impact was also quite large. This fireworks show can be said to have affected the entire Bingfeng City, leaving a deep impression on everyone. You can go back to the dream world to explore and see if you have achieved the predetermined goal. However, at least Lee Si does not plan to return to Bingfeng City tonight. First, because Lee Si is now seriously injured, it will take some time to recover to physical activities and not be affected. On the other hand, Lee Si dare not return to Bingfeng City now. Just now, when he used the advanced teleportation to leave Bingfeng City, he saw the top high energy bomb sent to the central courtyard of the Ice Castle Palace by teleportation. Although it finally exploded, the huge golden light column produced even directly destroyed the protective magic circle of the palace. but the explosion was not in the atrium of the destination, but in the air directly above the palace. The overall architecture of the palace was not affected much, only the towering spire in the center was destroyed. The cause of all this was not the desperate efforts of the palace's gold-level priests, but a sturdy middle-aged man in white clothes. He caught the top high-energy bomb in his hand, and all the power of the bomb spread into the air. Li Si was very familiar with this middle-aged man, the only legendary strongman in the Dylan Kingdom, the legendary berserker, Wrath of the North, Hitty Whitman. Li Si felt a hostility from this man at the last moment of teleportation. Although it was only a trace, it made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Provoking the Dylan Kingdom may not be a big deal for this man, and he is not interested in taking action against professionals below the legend. However, in the dangerous situation that the entire Ice Castle Palace might be destroyed by the top high energy bomb, this big man still took action. It's terrible. Is that the power of a legendary strongman? Just the pressure and hostility made me tremble with fear, and I felt that I might meet the god of death in the next moment. Li Si was lying on the ground in the hiding place, thinking with lingering fear, I can't do it again. Or I can't jump so happily in front of this guy. Who knows if this big guy will take action directly next time. But it's okay. In the later plan, Li Si didn't plan to take action personally, but to do things quietly in the dark. Feeling that his body has recovered a little strength, Li Si sat up, took out the healing potion from the storage ring and drank it. Now he doesn't even have the magic power to use healing magic. However, he can feel that the earrings transformed by Sphinx's wisdom are slowly pulling elemental power from the surrounding into his body, slowly healing the injuries to his body. The body is slowly getting better and even feels a little reborn. Li Si has a premonition that after the body is fully recovered, it may become stronger. Fortune is sought in danger. Li Si sighed and called out the system panel. Just when he left the battle, he heard the system prompt. You have left the battle state. You have completed an attack on the Ice Castle Palace in the Kingdom of Dylan Ice Peak City. This is an unprecedented feat. You have acquired the special feat Provocateur. Special feat, Provocateur, when you provoke a hostile force or opponent, including verbal provocation, action provocation, using provocation skills, etc. The mental resistance of the provoked target will decrease slightly, and your own movement speed will increase by 30%. You have acquired a new milestone Pain of Ice Peak City. Milestone. Painful fireworks of Ice Peak City. The actions of Moriarty of the Death Convent made Ice Peak City, which had not experienced turmoil for decades, taste the pain again. No one can forget that crazy fireworks. National Legend +1. Your identity, Death Convent Moriarty, has acquired a special status. Whenever you appear in Ice Peak City as Moriarty, the Dylan Kingdom Unending Fight status will be triggered. The new milestone has acquired a little national legend, which is pretty good. As for the newly acquired feat, Provocateur, Li Si thinks this skill is very strange. Increase movement speed? Is this because he is afraid of being beaten to death after provoking others, so he makes himself run faster? Besides, as a loyal, reliable, honest, trustworthy, and peaceful young man, how could I be a provocateur? Li Si shook his head, then took out a mattress from his storage ring, and lay on the ground casually. Tonight's operation has drained all of Li Si's energy. Just carefully observing all the gold masters present, and not letting them see his disguise of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, is enough to test his mental toughness. There are 2-digit gold masters, but fortunately he was bluffed at the beginning. Otherwise, if they really came together, Li Si would have no choice but to run away directly. Bingfeng City should be very lively now. However, this is none of my business. Li Si soon fell asleep, and this hiding place hidden under the ice field returned to darkness and tranquility. Unlike Li Si who left, Bingfeng City and the Ice Castle Palace are now bustling. Teams of soldiers set out from the barracks and quickly rushed to various important places in Bingfeng City. The atmosphere was solemn and severe. Bingfeng City, which was already tense because of the explosion at the Gaza warehouse a few days ago, suddenly entered a wartime state. The streets, which were originally sparsely populated at night, were now empty of people. From time to time, a pair of eyes would secretly look out from the windows of the houses on both sides of the road. In the Ice Castle Palace, many guards were strengthening patrols, not letting go of any suspicious places. After Wrath of the North withstood the top high energy bomb, the figure disappeared from the scene. However, all the royal family worshippers present knew this legendary boss who was in charge of the palace, so it was not surprising that he appeared. Everyone present was still a little frightened. The shock left by the black-robed man who claimed to be Moriarty was really profound. Not to mention the strange and unpredictable means of appearance, the grand blue meteor shower and the terrifying golden light column at the end, made them full of fear of Moriarty, the initiator. The flat and headless tower in the center of the palace still reflects the horror of the golden beam of light. Lord Abbas, His Majesty the King has summoned you. A court attendant walked up to Abbas, whose face was dark, and said respectfully, "Okay." Abbas was stunned for a moment, then agreed and followed the attendant to the depths of the palace. This time, King Luca met him, not in the study room high up in the kingdom, but somewhere under the palace. Abbas knocked gently on the thick door, and after getting permission, he pushed the door open and walked in. This is directly below the Ice Castle Palace, the core of the magic circle protection, and the solid walls around it also prevent outsiders from prying. Abbas went in and saluted respectfully to King Luca, who was sitting in the main seat. At the same time, several core kingdom ministers such as Ina were also present. Although it was underground, it was also luxuriously decorated, and it was a safe place that had been prepared long ago. "Abbas is here, sit down." Luca looked up and said with a smile. Abbas nodded respectfully and sat carefully on the sofa at the end, the sound of armor colliding on his body jingling. There was no way everyone here was higher than him. "Abbas, I asked you to come here just to confirm one thing." Luca tapped the table with his left hand and looked at Abbas in armor seriously. "That Moriarty, is he the one who destroyed West Castle?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Abbas didn't want to recall that painful time, he could only nod heavily at this moment. "That was the first time I saw that person. He claimed to be Moriarty of the Death Conclave. Every time he appeared, he was wearing a black robe and was a pale middle-aged man, but I'm not sure if it was his real face." "Moriarty of the Death Conclave," Luke had murmured, feeling very bad. The last time he got the news that West Castle was destroyed, he noticed this Moriarty, but at that time he thought it should be a counterattack from the Kingdom of Fez, and didn't pay too much attention to it. Targeting and attacking the Kingdom of Fez will definitely bring a lot of losses and pain, and he knew all of this. But I really didn't expect that Moriarty would go to such an extent, and dare to attack Bingfeng City and Ice Castle Palace. This is simply declaring war on the Kingdom of Dylan. So now Luca is a little undecided. If this Moriarty is really arranged by the Kingdom of Fez, he should not provoke the Kingdom of Dylan in this way. Now most of the power of the Kingdom of Fez is poured into the war with the Kingdom of Bertich, and there is no spare energy to open up the battlefield in the north. If the king of the Kingdom of Fez still has reason, even if he knows that he is preparing to invade, he will only destroy the two castles in the Luoxu Mountains at most. And this Moriarty, and the Death Conclave he calls himself, are just like crazy, completely disregarding any consequences, just like those evil god churches who worship chaos and blood and fire. Is there such an organization as the Death Conclave? Not only Abbas, but all the ministers present shook their heads. Even though they are basically aristocratic families with a long history in the kingdom, they have never heard of this organization. From the name, it sounds like an organization that believes in the gods of the death god system, but the current death god system has always been very low-key, and I have never heard of any organization related to the Death Secret Order. Military Minister Armand Carden is a mighty and domineering old man. Although his hair is grey, the confidence and domineering he exudes are eye-catching. Is that so? Although Lickard knew something about those extraordinary forces, most of them were about the Church of the True God. He didn't know much about other extraordinary organizations. Abbas, how strong is Moriarty? Luke had thought for a while, and continued to ask Abbas, and then added a sentence. Lord Whitman has already told me that the last golden light column was not Moriarty's own strength, but the effect of a powerful magic prop. Abbas was relieved when he heard this. If that terrifying golden light was also Moriarty's method, he really didn't have the courage to continue to face Moriarty. He should have a very strong gold level mage, although his aura looks strange. But his strength is unquestionable, and he should have a means of bursting out. Otherwise I can't think that those dozens of blue meteors are his own strength. Abbas said seriously, but the more he said so, the more he felt that Moriarty was a strange person. Your Majesty, when we were in West Castle, Moriarty finally told me that he would see me again in Bingfeng City. I didn't care at the time. Now I think he may have planned all this a long time ago. Is that so? Lucad's face was a little gloomy. These facts proved that the Death Conclave was really directly targeting and provoking the Kingdom of Dylan. Could this be the plan of the Kingdom of Feast to involve its own energy and delay the invasion of them as much as possible? There are too many possibilities, which gave Lucad a headache. This matter is too serious, and it may even affect the prestige of the kingdom. Do you have any ideas? Lucad looked at the others present. Anna was silent for a while, then said, no matter what Moriarty did so much, the purpose should be to cause chaos in Bingfeng City. I don't know if the explosion of Wester Warehouse 2 days ago is related to them, but I think it should be paid more attention to. Especially whether there is any relationship between the Death Conclave and Duke Ward. Duke Ward. Luke had suddenly realized that he had overlooked this possibility, which was very likely. If this is true, the Death Conclave attacked Wester Castle, Bingfeng City and the Ice Castle Palace to help Duke Ward relieve pressure. Damn the Death Conclave. Damn Duke Ward. Duke Ward didn't know that a big pot had been put on his head again. Chapter 279 The Indecisive Duke Ward. The next morning, Li Si, whose injuries had mostly recovered and no longer affected his normal movements, quietly returned to his home in Bingfeng City. Although most of his abilities could not be used to avoid the worsening of his injuries, it was still no problem to use a stealth skill to hide from the soldiers patrolling the streets. After a simple packing, Li Si once again disguised himself as Ken Simon, walked out of the house with a cane, got on a carriage, and rushed to the Ice Castle Palace. The turmoil last night seemed to have a very big impact. Who did it? It was so abominable. Li Si, who had no psychological burden, happily looked at the soldiers of the Dylan Kingdom wearing black armor that appeared from time to time outside the car window, and thought happily, now is the most tense moment in Bingfeng City, and it is also the time when the control is the most stringent. In order to prevent others from doubting his identity as a financial affairs officer, Li Si rushed back when his injuries were not fully recovered. I think at this time, the legendary berserker should no longer pay attention to this matter. Li Si thought so in his heart. After all, although the legendary berserker was powerful in frontal strength, it was also relatively weak in other auxiliary means, unlike the mage's means, that were as numerous and comprehensive. When Li Si arrived at the Ice Castle Palace and got off the carriage, he found that the entrance of the palace, which was usually guarded by only a few people, was now full of rows of fully armed soldiers. Looking at the sophisticated equipment and iron-blooded atmosphere, it was clearly the elite troops of the kingdom. The whole palace was shrouded in a low atmosphere. Everyone in sight lowered their heads and hurried on their way. They no longer had the leisurely mood they had a few days ago. The inspection to enter the palace was also much stricter. Even Li Si, a senior official, was allowed to enter the palace after being inspected by the soldiers. When Li Si returned to his room, he was called over by Gilberto, the Minister of Finance, before he could even sit down. Ken, you are here. Gilberto saw that it was Ken Simon who pushed the door in with a serious face and said with a smile, Lord Gilberto. Li Si saluted calmly, still feeling a little strange. Why does Gilberto seem much more enthusiastic than before? Ken, I have something to ask you to do this time. Gilberto asked Li Si to sit down on the sofa, walked up to Li Si and said, please give me your orders. Li Si suppressed his curiosity and sat upright on the sofa waiting for the instructions of his superior. Philip's position has been vacated, and now Hans is in temporary charge. But Hans is just a newcomer after all, and his foundation is not stable. Duke Garner and I both feel that you, Ken, need to take more responsibility. Especially since such a big thing happened in Bingfeng City yesterday. Our task is very heavy. Listening to Gilberto's words, Li Si just nodded. Is this obviously trying to win me over, wanting to take all of Philip's power into his hands and not let Duke Ward continue to interfere? He also brought out Duke Garner, Ken's backer, so that he couldn't refuse it, right? However, if Ken is really a person with a desire for power, this is a good opportunity. A good opportunity to continue to climb up. If things go smoothly, he may even accept Gilberto's position as the Minister of Finance in the future. Unfortunately, Lisi was just borrowing this identity temporarily, and he didn't care much about the temptation in this regard. Gilberto seemed to sense Lisi's doubts, and waved his hand and said, "If you are worried that you are not qualified for this job, it doesn't matter. Everyone starts from scratch, and slowly learns and grows up. You must have confidence in yourself. The Duke of Garner and I think you are fine. It has come to this point, and refusing again will make people suspicious. I know. Please rest assured, Lord Gilberto." Lisi had no choice but to nod and agree. This is also an opportunity to take a look at the current preparations for the war in the Kingdom of Dylan. Although there may not be many opportunities to make moves, it is also a very good way to obtain intelligence. It is also true that the previous Ken Simon was obviously a senior official of the Kingdom of Dylan, but he has been idle and has no chance to access the kingdom's confidential information. But think about it, it is probably because of Ken Simon's dull temperament that the Duke of Garner and Gilberto are relieved, making it easier for them to control Ken as a pawn in their hands. As night fell, Lisi returned home from the Ice Castle Palace. All day today, he accepted part of the kingdom's financial work and power from Gilberto, pretending to study hard and calling many responsible minor officials into the room for a talk. During the period, he pretended to know nothing and asked many ridiculous questions, but Lisi didn't care about these seemingly embarrassing behaviors. He just wanted to do this to reassure Gilberto. Although Gilberto gave him a relatively large authority, he still didn't let himself touch the core financial affairs of the kingdom. Even so, Lisi also noticed some clues in other work. For example, the kingdom's military expenses have increased significantly recently, the funding for the areas near the Luoxu Mountains has increased significantly, and the kingdom's investment in grain purchases has increased today. These are some relatively general data. If it is an ordinary person, they may not care too much. After all, these numbers may fluctuate every year. But for Lisi, who knows the changes in the future situation, it is natural to get the final answer from these clues easily. It seems that the preparations of the Dylan Kingdom have started very early. Lisi poured himself a glass of ice wine, a specialty of the Dylan Kingdom. This special winner-making process is quite complicated. It requires delaying the harvesting of ripe grapes and leaving them on the vines to withstand the baptism of cold wind and ice and snow. The resulting wine will have rich fragrance and a crisp taste. Even in the Kingdom of Dylan, this is a rare treasure. It tastes good. Bring some back to Yara and Lisa. Lisi nodded with satisfaction, drank the wine in the glass, and lay back on the bed to enter the dream world. Floating in the dream world filled with colorful light, Lisi was not surprised to see that there were obviously fewer dreams around. After all, it was still early for him to enter the dream world this time, and many people in Bingfeng City had not yet fallen asleep. However, Lisi also had his plans. Although the main purpose of this time was to go to Duke Ward again, Lisi planned to first explore the impact of Bingfeng City's fireworks yesterday on the residents of Bingfeng City and see its feedback in the dream world. At the same time, it was also to make some advanced preparations for dream refraction. Lisi was eager to try and looked at the mysterious and fantastic dream world in front of him. While the Sphinx Ascension technique has not been used yet, Lisi feels more and more that the Sphinx dream building technique is magical, practical, and powerful. It is simply opening up another field of operation for Lisi. Now Lisi is not very familiar with the dream building technique in the dream world, and the operation is relatively reluctant, but he is willing to invest more energy in the dream world and accumulate the foundation until the day when Lisi grows up to be able to independently develop exclusive dream skills and arcane. The feeling of time passing in the dream world is quite vague, and Lisi can only barely guess that the outside world has entered the late night from the increase in the number of dream spaces around him. What makes Li Si satisfied is that the dazzling golden light column appeared in the dreams of most residents of Bingfeng City. You can imagine the shock of the fireworks last night. Li Si roughly estimated that about 50% of the dreams in the Bingfeng City area showed the vision of the golden light column. This is already exaggerated. But Li Si also knows that this is also because the incident happened yesterday and people are most impressed at this time. Time can erase all memories. Similarly, with the passage of time, this vision will gradually disappear from people's dreams. It is estimated that within a week, this dream vision can still maintain 30%. After a month, this number will drop below 10%. However, this time is enough for Li Si. With the intensification of the contradiction between the king and Duke Ward, a direct conflict was about to occur, not to mention that Li Si has already added several fuel to the fire. When Li Si finished some of the advanced preparations and came to the place where Duke Ward's dream was, he was somewhat surprised to find that the dream in front of him also showed the vision of the golden light column. Hey, I didn't expect that. Duke Ward was also shocked. Li Si said with a smile, entering Duke Ward's dream. Control the dream and reproduce the familiar bronze long table and the backrest chair with carved ancient patterns. But unlike the previous two times, the place where it appeared this time was not in the dark and closed mysterious room, but in the air above the Ice Castle Palace, as if lurking in the sky. And that huge golden light column was not far away, within reach. The appearances of Wrath of the North and many royal worshippers were clearly visible, and even the expressions of fear, determination, hesitation, etc. on their faces were clearly visible. Li Si sat down leisurely on one side of the long bronze table and tapped the tablet top lightly with his right hand. Tap tap. Duke Ward, who was directly opposite, was awakened by the tapping sound and immediately realized the difference in the environment. This was clearly the scene when the Ice Castle Palace was attacked last night, especially when he saw the majestic figure controlling the golden light column that burst into the sky. His eyes suddenly became more serious. Last night, even the Wrath of the North took action. No wonder there was such a big commotion, but the main body of the palace did not suffer too much damage. How is it, my dear Stellan? Li Si, who was still dressed in a black robe, looked at Duke Ward and said excitedly, such a grand ceremony is what our death conclave should have. Announce our return to the world. Return. Duke Ward did not respond directly, but silently pondered over every word the black-robed man said. It must be said that the scene last night really shocked Duke Ward. Such a big move is not something a small organization can do. Is it worth making such a big fuss just to gain his trust? Not only that, it seems that he escaped from the hands of Northern Fury very easily in the end. Although it is possible that the man was not serious, this is already quite remarkable for a professional below the legendary level. So many things happened in the Ice Castle Palace last night, but because King Lucas strictly ordered to block the news, he directly blocked the entire palace with the most elite troops. Even though Duke Ward, who had arranged many spies in the palace, just learned from Moriarty that so many things happened last night. Therefore, although he still looks a little neurotic, the status of the black-robed Moriarty in Duke Ward's heart has risen sharply. Indeed, your strength is indeed stronger than I thought. After a moment of silence, Duke Ward said in a deep voice, so, what do you want to do? Don't talk about supporting me to become king and gaining support. If your strength is really as shown last night, you won't care about those secret supports at all. Duke Ward's eyes fell on the Ice Castle Palace not far away, but his tone was a little affirmative and confident. He wanted to take the initiative in the negotiations. Li Si realized this at the first time, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good. I'm not afraid that you want to bargain. I'm just afraid that you don't want to. Anyway, Li Si's ultimate goal is not to get anything from Duke Ward, but to make the Dylan Kingdom as chaotic as possible. In the eyes of Duke Ward, the man in black robes leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, my dear Stellan, I have done so much. Don't you still believe in our sincerity? Our current enemy is the young king. Isn't the enemy of my enemy a friend? Duke Ward's face did not change, and he looked at Li Si silently, expressing his distrust. Really, where can we find such sincere allies in this world? The man in black robe stood up, stretched out his hands and waved exaggeratedly, pretending to be helpless. Then, He suddenly stopped his fancy behavior and now stood there, staring at Duke Ward closely. Anyway, you have no way out, right? Duke Ward's body tensed up, and he felt like he was being stared at by a greedy and ferocious wolf, wanting to devour all his flesh and blood. Especially the deep darkness under the hood of the black robe. It was like a bottomless vortex that wanted to drown his soul and annihilate it. Weird. Crazy. Suddenly feeling the malice from Moriarty, Duke Ward felt that his whole body was completely frozen, and his heart stopped beating. But he was one of the rulers of the Dylan Kingdom after all, and the temperament he had cultivated for a long time prevented him from losing his composure at this time. Then what help can you provide me? After a short stalemate, Duke Ward spoke up to break the silence. In a sense, he also gave in first. What do you need? The black-robed man suddenly became enthusiastic, as if he was selling a product. I need to think about it again. After hesitating for a while, Duke Ward said, still need to think about it? Lisi frowned secretly, feeling that something was wrong. This time he really felt that this Duke Ward was a little indecisive. It has come to this point, and he is still so hesitant? Does he really dare to make up his mind to open the Devil's Gate? Or is there another hidden story? Hehe, my patience is limited. I hope you won't let me down. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly, and then kicked Duke Ward out of the dream. Chapter 280 A Sudden Conflict. After returning from Duke Ward's dream, Lisi did not rest, but stood up and walked to the window, looking at the Ice Castle Palace at the highest point of Bingfeng City. Lisi, who thought that tonight would be smooth and successfully fooled Duke Ward, is now a little confused. In his opinion, this Duke Ward is a little too timid. It is hard to imagine that this is the cruel person who brazenly opened the Demon Gate in the capital Bingfeng City, causing the deaths of countless civilians. Lisi felt that he had done everything he could, showing his strength, motivation to help, and even deliberately creating an intention to replace the Ice and Snow Goddess Church, all of which were to seduce Duke Ward. But Duke Ward is still hesitating. He is still hesitating. Rather than hesitating whether to cooperate with the Death Convent, it is better to say that he has not made up his mind to fight to the death with His Majesty the King. Oh my brother. With your political wisdom, you can definitely see that if you continue to hesitate like this, it will be like cutting meat with a blunt knife. Sooner or later, His Majesty the King will bleed you dry. How come you still have unrealistic fantasies? Lisi was a little helpless, but he was not worried that this person would not cooperate. Judging from the way he looked today, it was only a matter of time before Duke Ward was willing to cooperate with him. But with him like this now, Lisi was already doubting the situation in the final battle. So, how did the Demon Gate incident in the previous life of the Dylan Kingdom develop to such a tragic degree? Originally, Lisi thought that, after mastering the development of the plot in the previous life, he only needed to add fuel to the fire. But now he found that there seemed to be a fog in front of him, covering something. This feeling is what made Lisi unhappy. And to be honest, the Demon Gate incident in the previous life was a bit strange. Things developed so quickly that many players didn't feel anything, and the final battle broke out. Duke Ward died. Although Bingfeng City was hit, the king still had the last laugh. All of these things seemed a bit strange, especially after Lisi entered the game and became a chess player. He felt more deeply. But soon, Lisi adjusted his mentality. Still not careful enough, all the adventures in the past were smooth sailing, with the protection of the big guys behind him, so he was too confident in his own abilities. Facts have proved that the plot of the previous life is not necessarily all the truth. There are too many secrets hidden in the extraordinary world, and I need to be more careful. No hurry. Originally, this trip to Bingfeng City in the Kingdom of Dylan was an experience. It would be best if I could achieve my goal, but if not, I would not force it. At this point in time, the most intense conflict is not far away. In Lisi's eyes, Bingfeng City, shrouded in the night, was like a gunpowder barrel. With the continuous increase in the stakes, it was just waiting for the last spark to explode. On the second day, Lisi came to work at the Ice Castle Palace as usual. In addition to accepting various financial affairs and work, Lisi also wrote down valuable intelligence and passed it on through the spire of the Kingdom of Feast, Viscount Roy. This news also confirms the fact that the Kingdom of Dylan is preparing to invade, and the handwriting used. It can be said that, since the beginning of the past few days, the Kingdom of Dylan has directly started the preparations for the pre-war mobilization without any disguise. The withdrawal of various materials and the deployment of the army are all in full swing. Similarly, Li Si, as a financial affairs officer, also undertook part of the work. In particular, from the withdrawal of materials, we can see the focus and main attack direction of the Kingdom of Dylan in the future. Even so, King Luca did not mobilize the elite troops stationed in Bingfeng City. It can be said that the atmosphere in Bingfeng City has become increasingly tense. Li Si has spent these days in this busy working state. Although most of the time is spent slacking off and meditating, he still has to pretend to be working hard on the surface. At night, he enters the dream world and continues to perfect the preparations for dream refraction. In this process, Li Si has become more and more proficient in the operation of the power of dreams. The contradiction between His Majesty the King and Duke Ward has become more and more obvious. It is said that there have been more than one quarrel between the two. Duke Ward firmly opposes Luca's plan to invade the Kingdom of Fez. In his opinion, maintaining resistance to the invasion of the Northern Ice Beasts would consume most of the national strength of the Dylan Kingdom. The current good development of the Dylan Kingdom is based on the situation created by the concerted efforts of the previous King Dylan and Duke Ward. Even so, if the war of aggression against the Kingdom of Fez is not as expected, it will be dragged into the quagmire of war, and the situation that has been hard won will be burned. Duke Ward's views have been supported by some nobles in the Dylan Kingdom. However, King Luca sneered at Duke Ward's views, thinking that this is a manifestation of conservatism and cowardice. In his opinion, this is the first time in nearly 100 years that the Church of the Gods has not intervened in the disputes between human kingdoms. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially at the moment, when the northern border of the Kingdom of Fez is weak. There will not be much risk at all. If even this opportunity is not seized, will it be necessary to stay in the bitter cold land in the north of the continent in the future, give up hope for the future, and pray for others to be merciful, and give the Dylan Kingdom a sunny land? Therefore, whether to invade the Kingdom of Fez has become the focus of the debate between the two sides, attracting the attention of many people in the Dylan Kingdom. But as far as Li Si was concerned, it was undoubtedly King Luca who had the upper hand. Many pre-war preparations had been officially launched, and Duke Ward's side was no longer able to stop all this from happening because of the loss of important positions in the kingdom. Overall, everything was developing as Luca expected. Just when this power comparison began to become unbalanced, more and more neutral parties chose to join the side that agreed to invade the Kingdom of Fez, exacerbating the intensification of the conflict between the two sides. At this time, Duke Ward was attacked. When Duke Ward was riding in a carriage to the palace, the assassins who were ambushing on both sides of the road suddenly jumped out of the shadows and attacked Duke Ward's carriage. Fortunately, during this period, Duke Ward felt that the situation was getting worse and worse, and he would bring the most elite guards wherever he went. So under the intervention of several gold-level strongmen, the assassins' intention to raid was not realized. But just as they were evacuating and escaping, magical chemical bombs were thrown at the carriage. Although the power was not as strong as the bombs used by Li Si, they also destroyed the carriage and the adjacent streets. The scene was filled with thick smoke and dozens of civilians were seriously injured or even killed. It was rumored that Duke Ward was seriously injured after the attack, and there were even rumors that he was dead, but none of them were confirmed by the Ward family. What are they trying to do? Duke Ward's face was extremely gloomy and angry. He was now in a secret place of the Ward family, not in the family mansion. Beside him were Marquis Milne, Viscount Bites and some senior officials of the kingdom, but the positions of these people had been taken back by His Majesty the King in the past few days. Without Li Si knowing, King Luca and Duke Ward had fought secretly many times, and now Duke Ward was in a comprehensive disadvantage. But even so, Duke Ward did not expect that Luca would dare to attack him directly. Did he think he had already won and wanted to tear his face off directly? When the assassin attacked, Duke Ward was on the carriage. If it weren't for his personal guards who risked their lives to save him, and a precious magic item to protect him, he would have gone to see his father. At this point, are you still hesitating? Bellamil asked Duke Ward in a calm tone. People who are familiar with this female Marquis of the Kingdom know that this is when she is the most angry and calm. No one dares to provoke this crazy woman at this time. Yes, Stellan, we have no way out. Viscount Bannister on the side also said seriously. His Majesty's series of actions made everyone realize the depth of the young king's mind and the sophistication of his means. It seems that he had been preparing to remove the wings of Ward's work in the upper echelons of the kingdom several years ago, otherwise the situation would not be so one-sided. In other words, these people in front of him are Duke Ward's core subordinates and allies. The Kingdom of Lucca will not accept them, otherwise Duke Ward would not dare to guarantee their loyalty. After the two nobles, who were second only to Duke Ward in status, expressed their opinions, others also spoke out. Most of them suggested that Duke Ward give up his fantasy and take up arms to start the final battle. Duke Ward knew what these people were thinking. To be honest, under the continuous attacks of His Majesty the King, Duke Ward had very few subordinates in the kingdom's high-level officials and could hardly influence the kingdom's various decisions. But the reason why these people thought that Duke Ward still had a chance to fight back was because of the two armies in Duke Ward's hands, Snow Bear Legion and Snow Eagle Legion. These were the two elite legions established by the former Duke Ward. The Snow Bear Legion was responsible for dealing with the threat of the tide of monsters from the northern icefield, while the Snow Eagle Legion was responsible for developing the wild plains in the east of the Kingdom of Dylan. These two armies have established numerous merits with the former Duke Ward and are the cornerstone of the resurgence of the Kingdom of Dylan. Although the former Duke Ward has passed away for a long time, these two legions still stick to the responsibilities and missions of the establishment with the support of the current Duke Ward. And the strength of these two elite legions still surpasses all other military forces in the Kingdom of Dylan. This is also the foundation of Duke Ward's strength. But Duke Ward was still very hesitant. Those were two armies that maintained the security of the kingdom. They were the responsibility he took over from his father. Duke Ward still remembered that at that time, his father, who was tortured by pain all over his body, stared at him with his soul-stirring and extremely resolute eyes at the last moment, and asked him to promise that he would never use these two legions in the rebellion within the Kingdom of Dylan. Why, Lucard? Why do you force me like this? Duke Ward remembered the close and trusting look that Lucard gave him when he first ascended the throne. This was the trust that the Ward family had always been loyal to the Dylan royal family, but I don't know when it has come to this point of life and death. Even so, the bottom line of the Ward family cannot be compromised. Thinking of the fact that Luke had asked him to hand over the command of the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion a few days ago, just to concentrate on invading the Kingdom of Fez, this is simply unscrupulously challenging his bottom line. Duke Ward tightened his right hand, looked up at the people in front of him. Go and prepare, although I don't want this to happen, but it is obvious that Luca doesn't want to let us go. Okay. Bella and others nodded. The leader finally made up his mind, and they had a chance to fight. Let the young king know that they are not slimes that he can control. The Kingdom of Dylan is not a country for the king alone. After everyone left the secret room, Duke Ward sat in the recliner and rubbed his temple with his right hand. He didn't know if the decision just now was correct, but he just hoped that his future self would not regret it. Although he was not a believer of the goddess of ice and snow, Duke Ward suddenly had the urge to pray to the gods at this moment. Haha, when did I become so weak that I actually wanted to pin my hopes on the illusory gods? Duke Ward laughed a little self-deprecatingly. Then, he suddenly felt that the secret room became a little colder. Hehe, my dear Stellan, instead of praying to those despicable gods, it is better to believe in my Lord Demogorgon. The great and merciful son of the devil will grant you eternal life and powerful power. A faintly bloody figure appeared behind Duke Ward and whispered softly in his ear, "Mercy?" Duke Ward smiled disdainfully and said in a mocking tone, "Wood, are you sure you are talking about Demogorgon, not the god of justice?" The demon messenger Shazwood said indifferently, "Too many stupid people will not understand the greatness of our lord. But you are different, Stellan. You have the qualifications to become an apostle of our lord, just like me." Duke Ward heard this, but did not flatly refuse as he did several times before, but was silent for a moment, and then said, "If I have a conflict with His Majesty the King, what help can you provide me? Oh, my dear Stellan, have you finally figured it out?" In the eyes of Duke Ward, the black mist dissipated in a twist, and an evil young man with a surprised look appeared there. The dark hair color and clothes were not pure, giving others a weird and chaotic feeling, mixed with countless flesh and blood and wailing, and the handsome face with a pale face was distorted and collapsed at this moment. Come on, let us bring darkness, blood and fire, and the grace of our Lord to this beautiful city. Duke Ward frowned as he watched the man in front of him blush in madness, his whole body emitting a deep aura of chaos and evil. Was it really right for him to do this? Chapter 281 The eve of the decisive battle. Late at night, in the dream world. What help can you give me? Duke Ward looked at Moriarty in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. Lisi, who was still dressed in black robes, was stunned. Today, he just entered Duke Ward's dream, and woke him up. Before Lisi could speak, he directly expressed his intention to cooperate. It seems that Duke Ward is under a lot of pressure recently. What help do you need? Lisi looked at Duke Ward in front of him with interest, and said with a smile, "Of course, I need your Death Secret Society to help me contain the power of the palace, just like that night." For the mysterious and unusual black-robed man in front of him, Duke Ward maintained the same vigilance as facing the demon messenger. "Is that it? Don't we really need to do anything else?" Lisi changed his previous madness, and his attitude was as good as a salesperson who was trying his best to promote his own products. "What do you want to do?" Duke Ward didn't believe that the other party would be so kind to help before he paid a certain price. Not to mention those dark forces, even the Church of the Gods would not take the initiative to help others before there was a close interest connection. For example, I will help you send the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion to Bingfeng City. Duke Ward looked at the black-robed man in surprise. He had just decided to mobilize the two armies, and Moriarty knew about it. Just like the demon messenger, Duke Ward felt that all his actions and thoughts were in their plan, and he was like a puppet without any secrets at all. Taking a deep breath, Duke Ward suppressed his anger. How the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion arrived at Bingfeng City was indeed a big problem. Although Duke Ward had ordered the two legions to march secretly and be discovered by the Dylan Kingdom army as late as possible, even with the help of magic props, it would not be hidden for long. Lucard could not have thought of this, and there must be someone to keep an eye on the two legions. When Lucard discovered that the two legions were marching towards Bingfeng City, it was a time when the two officially tore their faces apart. This was also what worried Duke Ward. By that time, he would definitely not be able to stay in Bingfeng City safely, and he could only leave the city in advance to meet up with the two armies. In that case, it would basically be equivalent to completely giving up his power in Bingfeng City, which was something Duke Ward was somewhat unwilling to accept. But he had no way to directly allow two armies of 10,000 people to appear outside Bingfeng City. But now it sounds like the Death Secret cult in front of him would be able to do this? If you can do it, then of course I hope so. Duke Ward was silent for a moment, and said seriously, "But I don't want you to do anything with it." "That's natural. I can give you the method in advance. You just need to arrange someone to go." Lisi spread his hands, with a smile in his words. Although he had to pay for two extremely precious, long-distance directional portals, Lisi did not intend to do anything bad with it. In other words, sending the two legions to Bingfeng City was Lisi's goal. In his previous life, when the Demon Gate incident in Bingfeng City occurred, the two legions of Duke Ward did not arrive in Bingfeng City, which was also a little confusing for Lisi. Why did Duke Ward directly open the Demon Gate when his two most powerful trump cards had not arrived yet? No one knows all this, but in the previous life, after Duke Ward was confirmed dead, although the two legions directly attacked the legions of the Kingdom of Dylan, they were quickly defeated and incorporated by the king without a leader. This is also why King Lucas' strength was not affected, but continued to invade the Kingdom of Fez. Lisi, whose goal is to consume the national strength of the Kingdom of Dylan as much as possible, will naturally not let this situation in the previous life happen again. He wants to help Duke Ward realize his dream and make up for the regrets of the previous life. Let our great King Luca have a good face-to-face confrontation with Duke Ward. Then I'll wait for your news. Duke Ward stood up and prepared to end the communication tonight. This is the most critical moment. He chose to sleep in order to contact Moriarty, otherwise he would definitely still be arranging various tasks. May the glory of death favor you. Finally remind you, be careful of the inner ghost. Lisi said pious, but Duke Ward sounded weird. When Duke Ward woke up from his dream, he found himself still in the bedroom. The difference was that this time he was holding 2 crystal balls in his hands. The mysterious light flowing in it made him, who was well informed, realize that this was no ordinary treasure. Is this the secret that allowed the 2 legions to cross thousands of miles to reach Bingfeng City? Duke Ward held the crystal ball tightly in his hand, secretly shocked. The means of this death secret society are really weird. I hope everything goes well. After Lisi sent Duke Ward away in the dream world, he took advantage of Duke Ward to leave the dream world and sent 2 crystal balls with a long distance directional portal to him. It was really a big loss. The good things I got from the teacher, Flame of Judgment, were not used much when I obtained the Sphinx inheritance, but I consumed a lot in this Dylan kingdom. For the fief of Danilo Port in the Bertich kingdom, Lisi has worked hard. If King Morton Feast doesn't agree, Lisi thinks he needs to talk to Uncle Joyce and His Majesty the King. However, it seems that the conflict is getting more intense. Perhaps this Demon Gate incident will break out before the Ice and Snow Goddess Festival. Lisi gently looked at the bronze long table in front of him, carefully pondering what happened recently and comparing it with the memories of his previous life. When the Demon Gate incident broke out in the previous life, the legendary Berserker, Wrath of the North, and the strong men of the Ice and Snow Goddess Church did not take action in the plot at that time because of an extremely serious cult sacrifice incident in an important city in the west of the kingdom. Wrath of the North and the Ice and Snow Goddess Church left Bingfeng City, and Duke Ward took this opportunity to summon the Apostles of the United Demogorgon to open the Demon Gate in Bingfeng City. The players are not clear about some of the twists and turns, but only know that in the end the king successfully killed Duke Ward and the Demon Apostle, and then closed the Demon Gate, and successfully prevented the invasion of the Abyss Demon. Although it was a very normal rebellion and rebellion suppression event at that time, Lisi now seems to have some indescribable strange feelings. Still need to make more preparations. Lisi pondered for a while and still raised his vigilance. After calming down, Lisi then began to perfect the pre-arrangement of dream refraction in the dream world. There is no other way. With Lisi's strength, he is still unable to independently induce the power of the dream world. He can only use this stupid method to gather power little by little and preset the channel between the dream world and the real world in advance. This is also assisted by various techniques in dream building. Otherwise Lisi would not be able to shake such a powerful force. Generally, various magic nodes are arranged in the dream world, and Lisi is also a little curious. What will it be like when the vision of the dream world is reflected in reality? But here, Lisi has made up his mind to be a good audience. Ice Castle Palace, a secret place somewhere. Your Majesty, Duke Ward has decided to transfer the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion to Bingfeng City. A deep male voice said respectfully. Haha, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. This is really not easy. A voice with a hint of laughter came out, and then the young king of the Dylan kingdom, Luca Dylan, appeared. But now his face did not have the calm and confident look before, but instead had a hint of viciousness and depth. Your Majesty, what else do you need me to do? The man hidden in the dark continued to ask, as if he was familiar with Luca's abnormal appearance. When is Ward going to take action? Luca knocked on the table in front of him, and continued to ask. It should be a week later. He plans to leave the city directly after the 2 armies approach Bingfeng City. Good job, Jacobo. Luca leaned back on the soft chair and said with a smile. I will send someone to help you a few days in advance and give our Grand Duke a surprise. By then, his position will be yours. Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely not let you down. The man who spoke excitedly stepped forward and saluted respectfully to His Majesty the King. Under the dim candlelight, the man's appearance finally wiped out the shadow. It was the loyal ally of Duke Ward, Viscount Jacopo Bites. After Jacopo left the secret room, Luke had picked up the wine glass containing the amber wine. He was not in a hurry to taste it, but shook it in front of his eyes, quietly enjoying the intoxicating fragrance in the air. My lord. The shadow in the corner of the room twisted, and then a figure surrounded by blood and darkness appeared there. How are the preparations going? Please rest assured, over there is ready, just waiting for the door to open. Okay, go down. Yes. After a brief conversation, the figure retreated, and the room returned to silence. Only Lucas was still sitting there, shaking the wine in the glass. It's really not easy. Take your time, don't rush. Just let it spread slowly. Oh, stupid gods. In the next 2 days, Lisi still went back and forth between his home and the Ice Castle Palace according to his previous living habits. All kinds of intelligence he had mastered were also sent to the Kingdom of Fez through secret channels. Although there were no major changes in Bingfeng City on the surface, and the residents had slowly recovered from the attacks a few days ago, but the grand and extraordinary scene that night was destined to be deeply engraved in their hearts. In Lisi's opinion, Bingfeng City had become more tense in the past few days, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of war. Both sides knew that the final moment was coming, so they withdrew their tentative moves in the past 2 days and accumulated strength to prepare for the outbreak on the last day. Everyone, this is the last chance. Duke Ward summoned all his forces to the mansion and said to the nobles present with a serious face, I think there is no need to say more, we just want to prove one point. Stalin Ward looked around at everyone standing in front of him with a firm face. The kingdom of Dylan belongs to all of us, and we can't let him do whatever he wants. The nobles below were a little surprised and whispered to each other secretly. Starin, what's wrong? Jacopo stepped forward a few steps and asked Duke Ward anxiously in a low voice. The Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion haven't arrived yet. Isn't it too hasty to act now? With just our manpower in Bingfeng City, we can't defeat Luca. Duke Ward also noticed that another core figure in his camp, Bella, came over and looked at him with a puzzled look. Don't think too much. Now that the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion are about to arrive, we will leave the city now. What? Bella exclaimed in a low voice, somewhat unbelievable. The two legions were clearly thousands of miles away before, and they couldn't reach Bingfeng City, even if they traveled day and night. But Duke Ward would not speak nonsense about such a big thing. Could it be that Duke Ward used some special means? Jacopo also thought of this, and his face darkened. Originally, he informed the king about it in about 7 days, but now it's only 2 days. He was really caught off guard. However, the manpower sent by the king to him has arrived. What should I do? Do I act now? Jacopo was still hesitating whether to capture Duke Ward in advance, and didn't notice that Duke Ward's eyes fell on him at this moment. Let's go, leave the city now. Then Duke Ward did not wait and took everyone to the secret room of the mansion. A magic circle emitting illusory light was engraved on the ground here. Several golden mages stood around the magic circle and carefully adjusted it. Lord Ward, the teleportation array is ready. One of the mages saluted Duke Ward. Yes. Under the gaze of everyone, Duke Ward took the lead in walking into the magic circle in front of him. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared on the spot. The nobles following him did not expect Duke Ward to be so decisive, and directly left Bingfeng City through the teleportation array. Especially Jacopo. His expression was even uglier, staring at the teleportation array in front of him. This teleportation array was not the one that Lisi gave to Duke Ward. The teleportation array that could allow a legion level number of people to pass through was too precious. However, Duke Ward still had the strength to use the teleportation array that could pass several people. The nobles following Duke Ward looked at each other and followed him helplessly into the teleportation array. As for the few nobles who were determined not to leave Bingfeng City, the guards on the side did not force them and directly sent them to see the ice and snow goddess. It was already the last moment, and the determined Duke Ward would not let anyone hinder him. Just like that, at this moment when no one expected it, the final decisive battle was about to begin. Chapter 282 Divine soldiers descend from the sky. Outside Bingfeng City, in a forest manor. The winter in the kingdom of Dylan is very cold, and few people choose to move outside the residential area. The cold weather and knee-deep snow in winter make it difficult for people to communicate with the outside world. If they encounter danger or monster attacks, they will be in a desperate situation. Therefore, these manors outside the city are generally visited by nobles and wealthy businessmen for leisure and vacation only in summer. But at this time, this large and gorgeously decorated manor is bustling with people, and it is a busy scene. The waiters and servants are tidying up the manor, the craftsmen are building the manor into a war fortress, and the guards are clearing the snow and patrolling outside the manor, carefully checking to avoid any danger. In the courtyard of the manor, some people wearing various wizard robes gathered around a platform and were discussing something enthusiastically. Many people in gorgeous clothes suddenly walked out of the house in the middle of the manor. They were the nobles who arrived here from Duke Ward's mansion through the teleportation array. Looking at the manor that had changed so much in front of them, the nobles were also a little surprised. It seems that Duke Ward has been preparing for a long time. Just as he was about to pull the waiter over to ask where Duke Ward was, Duke Ward, wearing a silver armor, came down from the second floor. The heavy armor made each step of Duke Ward sound heavy and sonorous. Everyone. Duke Ward stood on the stairs, looking down at the nobles in front of him with an indifferent look. Since you are willing to support me, then don't hesitate. We can't let go of such a good opportunity. The Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion will arrive here soon. Please gather the guards here according to the previous arrangement and launch an attack on Bingfeng City together. A young noble asked hesitantly. We didn't know that Duke Ward had arranged it this way before. All the guards and preparations of the family are in the city. Can I go back and make some arrangements? Upon hearing this, Duke Ward just shook his head slowly and said in an unquestionable tone, since you are willing to support me and follow me to this place, don't have any other thoughts. As for your arrangements in the city, you can inform your family through letters and tokens. As for their safety, I think you should have been prepared long ago. Looking at Duke Ward standing on the high ground, the nobles present suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Why do you feel that Duke Ward has become so decisive after making up his mind? But everyone has no other ideas. Since they have chosen to follow Duke Ward here, they have boarded a pirate ship. Choosing to retreat at this time will not end well for both sides. You can all rest in this manner. Of course, if someone is willing to fight alongside me, I will not refuse. Duke Ward said meaningfully. Hearing this, some young nobles' eyes lit up. This is an opportunity to gain greater achievements and titles. In the extraordinary world, for most nobles, extraordinary strength is the capital for their survival. The inheritance of aristocratic families is not for all descendants to lie down and eat the old capital. Every noble family with orderly inheritance has survived through generations of struggle. The fall of a generation of family heads has little impact, but after a few generations, even the thickest family heritage will be ruined. Therefore, almost all nobles are extraordinary professionals, but their strength is uneven due to their talents. From the meaning revealed in Duke Ward's words, this is giving them the opportunity to show their loyalty and strength. Since it has come to this point, many people have no way out and can only run wildly in this direction. If it is true as Duke Ward said, that the two most elite armies of the kingdom can come here without Lucca's eyes and ears, it can be said that Duke Ward has turned the tables in an instant. Looking at the nobles who suddenly became excited below, Duke Ward just nodded and handed these matters to Jacobo. He came to the courtyard with his guards. Looking at the group of golden mages gathered in the center, Duke Ward coughed and asked, how is it? Can it be activated normally? The faces of the mages were full of excitement, and they said to Duke Ward, my lord, where did you get this magic item? It's incredible and wonderful. I can only recognize that the spell contained in it is long distance directional large teleportation portal, which has no problem passing through 10,000 troops. How did you do this? It's so powerful. The mage who answered was the strongest old mage among them. The pale hair and the magic element surrounding his body showed his extensive knowledge and insights. Duke Ward walked through the path made by the mages and came to the stone platform. The crystal ball that Lisi had given to Duke Ward before was placed in the center of the densely packed magic patterns on the platform. We have reinforced, stabilized, and replenished it with magic power, but I think it is all in vain. This magic item is perfect enough, and we don't need to waste time here. I even think it was made by a legendary master. Looking at the old wizard's obsessed and fanatical look, Duke Ward nodded silently. A legendary wizard? Such a precious treasure. The Death Convent actually took it out so easily, and it doesn't seem to care too much. Unlike the Demon Messenger, who can only hide, and will not take action without tangible benefits. The evaluation of the Death Convent in his heart has increased a few points. Duke Ward asked in a deep voice, I don't care so much, I just want to know, can the Snow Bear Legion be successfully teleported here? No problem, Lord Ward. The old wizard looked at the crystal ball in front of him that was emitting mysterious light with great regret, as if he was regretting that this treasure was about to disappear in his hands. Our people have been deployed at the location of the Snow Bear Legion. The spatial coordinate system has been determined and completed. We are just waiting for your order. Then let's start now. Duke Ward couldn't wait that long. He knew that, as long as he left Bingfeng City, His Majesty the King would soon discover and notice this place. Time is running out. Okay. The old wizard's face flushed when he heard this. Although he couldn't study it carefully, it was a rare experience to be able to use such a treasure. This is the magic and greatness of magic. With the injection of the old wizard's magic power, the crystal ball that was originally placed quietly on the stone platform suddenly burst into violent elemental fluctuations, and an invisible impact directly pushed the people standing around back several steps. Duke Ward landed steadily on the ground, not caring about the embarrassed appearance of other wizards, and his eyes were fixed on the vision in front of him. I saw that accompanied by violent fluctuations, a thick silver-white light column gushed out of the crystal ball, crossed the control, and outlined the shadow of a silver-white door in the air in front of him. As the magic power from the crystal ball continued to replenish, the door in the air gradually solidified, and finally completely fixed, emitting a mysterious and powerful silver light. Finally, when the crystal ball on the stone platform shattered, the two doors covered with mysterious magic symbols slowly opened, but the inside was silver white, and the scene on the opposite side could not be seen at all. Duke Ward's heart tightened. Would this spell fail? Just when Duke Ward was a little nervous, a figure rushed out of the portal. That sturdy soldier, wearing silver white full body armor, and holding a sharp spear. The most eye-catching thing was the majestic white bear under his seat, that exuded a sturdy atmosphere. Soldiers of the Snow Bear Legion. Duke Ward recognized them at a glance. This was his most elite and most familiar subordinate. Others could pretend, but the Snow Bear Legion's unique method of taming the northern violent bear was the only one that other forces could not pretend. The appearance of this soldier was like turning on a special switch. More and more Snow Bear soldiers appeared from the portal and rushed to the open space outside the manor. There was no chaos. The soldiers that appeared quickly lined up in neat rows. No one whispered, but just looked ahead in silence. The nobles not far away also noticed what was happening here. The huge portal and the murderous soldiers. The Snow Bear Legion. It's really the Snow Bear Legion. One noble shouted excitedly, and the other nobles were also excited. This shows that Duke Ward did not lie. He really has a way to get the two legions directly to the vicinity of Bingfeng City. This means a lot. Although the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion are the most elite legions in the Dylan Kingdom, it does not mean that they are invincible in the Dylan Kingdom. For example, Abbas's Snow Wolf Legion is just a little inferior. If Duke Ward commands these two legions to fight directly against the king's entire elite army, the chance of winning is only 30%. But the premise is that all the elite troops under the king's command. At this time, there are only two armies in Bingfeng City, and they are only ordinary elite armies, which cannot be compared with the Snow Bear army. Duke Ward's brilliant move directly reversed the situation. Now Luca is in big trouble. Jacobo naturally realized this. Although he pretended to be happy, he was actually in a very bad mood. How could this be possible? It shouldn't be. Jacobo knew that he had no way out. He would not be lucky enough to secretly turn to King Luca. Duke Ward would sooner or later discover his betrayal. At this point, he could only fight to the death. Jacobo gritted his teeth and could only hope that the helper sent by the king could rush from the mansion as soon as possible. Report to the Lord. The Snow Bear Legion has been assembled. A strong man wearing huge armor, like a small mountain, knelt on one knee in front of Duke Ward. Next to him was a violent bear king whose body was obviously several times larger than an ordinary violent bear. This is the commander of the Snow Bear Legion, General Eden Wolf. Eden, thank you for your hard work. Duke Ward said concisely. Lead your subordinates immediately, march towards Bingfeng City, and start the attack directly. The Snow Eagle Legion will assist you in the city. Attack the palace directly, don't delay. Yes, Lord Ward. Eden Wolf did not say much, and immediately executed the order, turned around on the white bear, and led the soldiers to march rapidly towards Bingfeng City. The knee-deep snow had no effect on the white bear. Instead, it was blown away and scattered in the air. The march of the entire army was like a blizzard that was going to swallow up everything in front of it. Quickly notify the people in the city, open the portal, and receive the Snow Eagle Legion. Duke Ward ordered the old wizard beside him. This was what he had prepared before. If the Snow Bear Legion outside the city could arrive smoothly through the portal, then the Snow Eagle Legion could naturally do the same. Instead of attacking both legions from outside the city, why not arrange the location for one legion to be teleported directly inside the city? With internal and external cooperation, it would be much easier to break through the defense of the city guards. Unlike the Snow Bear Corps, which is good at frontal combat, the Snow Eagle Corps is characterized by its lightness and agility, and is good at fighting and attacking in complex terrain. This is also due to the different positioning of the two legions in the places they face. Therefore, the Snow Eagle Corps is more suitable for attacking in Bingfeng City. Although the Snow Eagle Corps will face some risks, such sacrifices are worth it. Duke Ward does not want to drag this war for a long time, which will rapidly weaken the Kingdom of Dylan. Although he disagrees with Luca's plan to invade the Kingdom of Feast, Duke Ward does not want to let the Kingdom of Dylan return to the situation of more than 10 years ago, because of his own reasons. Luca, what will you do? Duke Ward murmured as he watched the Snow Bear army go away. When Duke Ward used the portal to let the Snow Bear Corps descend, the violent magic fluctuations were also detected by the mages of the Ice Castle Palace. Shocked by the violent and powerful magic level, the mages of the palace immediately used the magic circle of the Ice Castle Palace to check the location where the magic fluctuations broke out. Before they found where Duke Ward and the others were, their sight was attracted by the army that was stirring up a huge snowstorm. Is that the Snow Bear army? The royal servants could naturally recognize such an obvious army, but all this made them feel absurd and unreal. Isn't the Snow Bear army in the northern ice field of the kingdom? How could it appear here? Someone shouted. No time to think. Notify the city guards and the royal guards immediately. I'll report to His Majesty the King. As soon as the discovery was made, the entire Ice Castle Palace quickly started to operate. Although they were shocked by the fact that the Snow Bear army appeared, they naturally believed in the solidity of Bingfeng City and the wisdom of His Majesty the King. Luca and a group of ministers soon got the news. How is it possible? Gilberto, the Minister of Finance, couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? Could it be that the gods had taken action? The army of 10,000 people suddenly appeared next to Bingfeng City across thousands of miles, which made him, who was always calm, a little flustered. Calm down, Gilberto, Anna said in a deep voice. Although he couldn't believe it, this was the fact. The images from the magic detection can't be fake. Duke Ward has taken action. The most important thing now is to keep them out of the city. Where's His Majesty? Anna frowned when she found that Luca had not appeared for a long time and asked the waiter beside her. His Majesty left here after receiving the news, and I don't know where he went. The waiter was also a little flustered, but still told the truth. Luca must have found a way to go there. Let's go stabilize the city defense first, Anna said decisively, and the other ministers had no objection when they saw this and followed Anna out. The secret place of the Ice Castle Palace. I didn't expect that Duke Ward had this trick. The disappeared Luca actually stayed here, sitting on the sofa with a leisurely look, and he didn't seem to be worried at all. In other words, Ward didn't communicate with you about this matter again. Luca looked at the shadow beside him and said with a smile. The shadow twisted, and a pale middle-aged man suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of Luca. My lord, I was careless. Please forgive me this time. The man was terrified, kowtowed repeatedly, and said timidly, why are you so scared? I'm not a cruel person. Luca's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at the trembling demon messenger in front of him. Well, since our duke doesn't want to take the initiative to open the Devil's Gate, let us help him. What do you think? Would? Yes, my lord. I'll go now. TSK 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 TSK. I'm really looking forward to it. The interweaving of blood and fire. The delicious taste of soul. I can't bear it anymore. No, you can't do this. Lucard's expression twisted for a while, but finally calmed down. Only the strange smile at the corner of his mouth remained. Chapter 283. Devil's Gate opens. As the Snow Bear army marched towards Bingfeng City, Li Si, an arcane master, also felt the magic fluctuations emitted when the huge portal opened, and had already quietly left his room and sneaked out of the Ice Castle Palace. In the past 2 days, Li Si had completed all the arrangements while slacking off at work, just waiting for the start of the final battle. Li Si entered stealth mode and carefully left the Ice Castle Palace. At this moment, a magical door emitting silver light appeared on the east side of the city wall of Bingfeng City. Feeling the same magic fluctuations as before, Li Si understood in his heart that this was the second teleportation magic prop he gave to Duke Ward. Okay, he actually placed the teleportation location in the city. It seems that this ally is very courageous, Li Si murmured, and then lurked towards Bingfeng City. To be honest, Li Si still had some doubts in his heart, because up to now, he has not discovered the strange phenomenon of the opening of the Devil's Gate. Could it be that, because of his participation, especially the existence of 2 long-distance teleportation magic props, Duke Ward was able to send the strongest combat force of his subordinates to Bingfeng City, so Duke Ward did not cooperate with the demon messenger? This? Li Si thought it was possible, but it should not be very big, because there were signs of Duke Ward cooperating with the demon messenger before, such as the arrangement in Gaza's warehouse. Did he give up the previous preparations so easily? Li Si rushed to the ice and snow square in the center of Bingfeng City, gathered his breath, and hid in the shadow of the house next to him. This is the core of Bingfeng City. To the west is the Ice Castle Palace, and to the east is the largest city gate of Bingfeng City. The illusory teleportation gate is standing next to the city gate. With Li Si's extraordinary eyesight, he can already see the countless soldiers in grey light armor emerging from the teleportation gate. Some soldiers gathered into a battle formation and rushed to the city gate, fighting with the city guards who were rushing to meet the enemy. The Bingfeng city guards are the core army of the Dylan Kingdom, so they are not easily defeated. Teams of soldiers wearing black full body armor appeared near the city gate, holding strong shields and long swords, desperately resisting the attacks of the Snow Eagle Legion soldiers. The attack method of the Snow Eagle Legion soldiers is different from that of normal soldiers. The equipment and weapons they carry are mainly light, and they carry a small round shield on their left hand. The weapons they use are also different, such as spears, bows, and arrows, chain hammers, etc. 3 or 4 people form a team, and they cooperate with each other to pull the space to attack. The city guards have never seen such a battle, and can only barely form a shield wall for defense. However, because the Snow Eagle Legion's fighting style is flexible, there is nothing they can do about this tortoise shell. However, as more and more Snow Eagle Legion soldiers appear in the portal and join the battle, the pressure faced by the city guards is increasing. It seems that it is only a matter of time before the city gate is lost. After all, the incident happened suddenly, and the city guards guarding this city gate are only a small part, and it is difficult to resist the attack of the Snow Eagle Legion. Their only hope is that reinforcement can arrive here as soon as possible. If they could notice the movement of the Snow Eagle Legion, they might fall into despair. Half of the grey armored soldiers who emerged from the portal did not participate in the battle to attack the city gate, but quickly formed teams and dispersed to the sides of various roads in Bingfeng City, trying their best to block the advancement of the harassment support army. If the Snow Eagle Legion's frontal attack capability is insufficient, then raiding and harassment are what they are best at. For a time, the support of the Bingfeng City Guards and the Royal Court Guards were blocked by the Snow Eagle Legion everywhere, and they could not advance an inch. This is a thorough war. Both sides are fighting desperately. Dare not relax at all. In Li Si's eyes, soldiers from both the City Guards and the Snow Eagle Legion died tragically every second, and the splattering of hot scarlet blood in the piles of broken limbs and flesh on the ground dyed the snow-white Bingfeng City with the red of war. All the places of battle had turned into blood millstones, devouring fresh and powerful soldiers one by one, but neither side had any idea of stopping. Instead, they became more crazy under the stimulation of blood, so the only thing left in the soldiers' minds was the idea of chopping off each other's heads. Beyond the deafening shouts and sounds of fighting, there were the chaotic and helpless residents of Bingfeng City. Although the fighting did not spread to the ice and snow square where Li Si was hiding, the scene was a chaotic one. Everyone was frightened by the sudden outbreak of the battle and could only run home in a panic. Li Si looked at the stalls and markets that were just orderly and bustling, and they were empty in an instant. The barbecue on the ground was still steaming, but the precious fresh fruits were thrown casually on the street. The stalls and stools were knocked down by the surging flow of people and were instantly broken. The shops on the side were all closed, and no one even dared to peek outside this time. The continuous changes made the residents of Bingfeng City feel insecure, and the air was filled with fear and madness. Li Si suddenly realized that something was wrong. This fear and madness that was about to condense into substance could not be produced normally. Even on a battlefield of crazy fighting, this situation would not happen. At most, the remaining souls and spiritual power would turn the battlefield into a dead land and breed various undead monsters. And now, this strong breath of fear, madness, and death even began to arouse Li Si's nerves. Although the city guards and the Snow Eagle Corps are elite troops, and all the soldiers are basically low-level professionals, they cannot resist the invasion of this negative breath. What's more, they will not notice this on the battlefield, and will only vent this madness on each other. Is this the operation of the demon messenger? Li Si felt that things were a bit serious. Souls and flesh have always been the favorites of demons. Souls are the food for their growth, and the madness contained in blood can bring them top enjoyment. Similarly, these two are also necessary sacrifices for many abyss rituals. This also includes the top abyss ritual, Demon's Gate. Could it be that Duke Ward wanted to open the Demon Gate in this way and give King Dylan the final blow? Li Si frowned and began to think quickly in his heart. But no matter how he thought about it, Li Si always felt that something was wrong. Especially the feeling that Duke Ward gave him. He always felt that there was some contradiction and confusion between the current chaotic development. What on earth have I not noticed? Li Si hid in the shadows, and no one could notice his existence. The assassin's professional expertise, shadow crown, and equipment, shadow dragon leather gloves, gave him shadow skill priority. Even if a gold level assassin was here, it would be impossible to find his trace if he was not specialized in shadow power. But soon Li Si's mind was attracted by other things. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibration became more and more obvious with the passage of time. The houses on the side fell a little dust as an unstoppable figure riding a white bear broke through the city gate and broke into the field of vision of everyone present. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. The Snow Bear Legion is coming. Everyone, follow me. Eden Wolf, the leader of the Snow Bear Legion, who was leading the charge, raised his arms and shouted, leading the White Bear Legion to charge unstoppably towards the battle formation of the city guard. The soldiers of the Snow Eagle Legion cheered and then rushed towards the few remaining city guard soldiers more bravely. The black armored soldiers of the city guard finally showed a trace of panic in their originally firm expressions. Under the attack from more and more Snow Bear Legion soldiers, they soon collapsed and began to flee. The Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion had no intention of holding back and frantically strangled the soldiers in any place in front of them. The strong smell of blood rushed to the sky, and the sky seemed to be much gloomy. The whole Bingfeng City seemed to be shrouded in the smell of blood. In Li Si's eyes, after the Snow Bear Legion cleared and killed everyone, it completely occupied the city gate. After the two elite legions completed the meeting, with the Snow Bear Legion as the main force, they formed a battle formation and slowly advanced towards the Ice and Snow Square and the Ice Castle Palace. Successfully occupying the city gate has completed the first stage of the mission for the two legions. The rest is to advance steadily and wait for Duke Ward to arrive in Bingfeng City. Soldiers in silver white armor rode on white bears, stepped on the bloody road stained with minced meat and blood, and slowly advanced on the deserted main road. In front of them was the Ice Castle Palace with a dim light. The main battlefield has come to an end, and the sound of fighting has disappeared. Only some sporadic fighting sounds can be heard in other places. This sudden loneliness did not make the crazy and deadly atmosphere in Bingfeng City dull. On the contrary, under the continuous accumulation, there is a kind of rope that is constantly tightening, just waiting for the moment of the final outbreak. Especially Li Si, who escaped to the side, was the most touched. He had seen the faint blood-colored mist begin to gather and spread to all places in Bingfeng City. It seems that Duke Ward and I have opened a Pandora's box by bringing the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion to Bingfeng City. The Devil's Door is about to open. Now he is no longer sure what the final result will be. Are the Ice and Snow Goddess Church and Wrath of the North still in Bingfeng City at this time? Li Si carefully observed the Snow Bear Legion passing by him, waiting for the demon gate to open. Where is His Majesty? Anna frowned, his face very ugly. When he was about to lead the royal court guards to the city wall to defend the Snow Bear Legion, the appearance of the second portal disrupted his plan, and the appearance of the Snow Eagle Legion made it even worse. In desperation, he could only ask the royal court guards to support the city gate as soon as possible, and he led the royal priests to prepare to defend the Ice Castle Palace. Knowing the strength of the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion, he was even ready to give up Bingfeng City and go to another part of the kingdom with King Luca to regroup. But at this critical moment, Luca disappeared. Anna didn't believe that Luca would escape, and his pride would not allow him to do so. Could it be that Duke Ward had controlled His Majesty the King in advance? Anna's mind was already a mess, and he was always calm, but at this moment he was a little at a loss. Taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing other thoughts, he called over a royal servant and asked, "Where is Lord Wrath of the North now?" "I don't know, Lord Anna," the Golden Mage said helplessly. They had never known the whereabouts of the legendary strongman. Damn it. Minister Anna, who had always been gentle and refined, finally couldn't help but swore at this moment. How did Duke Ward hide the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion from so many spies and send them to Bingfeng City? A portal? How could there be such a powerful magic? Duke Ward and the nobles who were willing to follow him hurried and finally arrived at Bingfeng City. When they passed through the city gate and entered the city, all the nobles were excited. "This is simply a miracle. I didn't expect to capture Bingfeng City so easily. What's left is to capture the Ice Castle Palace and capture the young and arrogant king." The nobles were all excited and wanted to rush to the front line with their weapons and fight for merit. Duke Ward was not so optimistic at this time. Now he felt like a big stone was pressing on his heart, and his mood was getting heavier and heavier. "What's wrong?" Bella, who was following Duke Ward closely, noticed his ugly face and asked. "I think." Before Duke Ward could finish, he was interrupted by a sudden change. Boom. Kong kong kong, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from the air in Bingfeng City, and then the whole Bingfeng City was like a violent earthquake, shaking the ground. Along with the violent vibration, the blood-colored mist that originally surrounded Bingfeng City also began to condense rapidly. If you look down from the sky, you will find that the blood-colored mist condensed into huge blood-colored vortexes in several places in Bingfeng City. It exudes a strong abyss of madness, destruction, and death. Ordinary people may lose their minds and become puppets infected and controlled by the abyss just by looking at it. Boom cap. Countless blood-colored thunderbolts fell from mid-air, striking the blood-colored vortex. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be stained with an ominous black and red aura. "Is it coming?" Li Si stared at the blood-colored vortex in front of the Ice Castle Palace not far away, concentrating his mind. It exuded the real breath of the abyss, but under the effect of the superposition of various mental resistance specialties on his body, Li Si was not affected by the breath of the abyss, and even became more energetic. "Haha, Stellan Ward. I want to thank you for your help. Let this land feel the pain from the abyss." Under Li Si's gaze, a blood-colored figure appeared in mid-air, opened his arms and shouted wildly. Then his body twisted and squirmed, and suddenly collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood containing extreme death and destruction, and fell into the blood-colored vortex below. After absorbing all the power of the demon messenger, the blood-colored vortex expanded, as if it had taken stimulants, and suddenly burst apart. After expanding to the extreme, the strong wind suddenly spread in all directions. Where the bloody vortex was, the space was torn apart like a picture scroll that was broken in the middle. The dark and terrifying space crack gradually expanded under the influence of the power of the abyss. Although the space crack was constantly wriggling around it, as if this world was trying to prevent the abnormal invasion, the space crack finally stabilized under the invasion and support of the abyss. After the space crack was completely stabilized, a high tower made of skeletons and an endless saltwater swamp could be vaguely seen, in which the shadows of countless abyss demons kept moving. Demon's Gate opened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, A Life and Death Battle with the Abyss Demon. Is this the Devil's Gate? Lisi looked solemnly at the terrifying space crack not far away. This door alone was enough to capture people's hearts, not to mention the countless demons that were vaguely visible behind it. Could the scene behind this space crack be the 88th layer of the bottomless abyss, saltwater swamp? That is the territory of the demon prince Demogorgon, also known as the demon stomach sack and the bottomless cave, and it is also a well-known abyss plane. Lisi felt that there were 3 Devil's Gates in Bingfeng City, but the space crack in front of the Ice Castle Palace was the largest, and the demons who could pass through would be the strongest in strength and level. Originally, there should be 4 Devil's Gates in Bingfeng City. After Lisi secretly destroyed the secret room in Gaza, it seems that the demon messenger had no time to prepare a new ritual site. But Lisi's expression was not relaxed at all. He had watched the scene when the Devil's Gate appeared in his previous life, and he was sure that there was no such exaggerated scene in front of him. Perhaps because of the battle between the armies of Duke Ward and King Luca, the souls and flesh and blood that appeared in Bingfeng City were too abundant, which made the energy of the Demon Gate much more abundant, which meant that the strength of the abyss demons that appeared would be stronger than in the previous life. Lisi didn't want to be the first to come forward. Anyway, this was a dispute within the kingdom of Dylan. Although something was wrong, and it didn't seem to be led by Duke Ward, he was not a saint, and didn't need to risk his life. Hiding in the shadows, Lisi was ready to watch the big show. Duke Ward, who had just returned to Bingfeng City not long ago, looked at the space crack not far away. The evil breath emanating from it kept hitting the nerves of everyone present. Duke Ward immediately realized that something was wrong. Especially the crazy and familiar voice of the figure just now. He must be too familiar with it. Demon Messenger Shazwood. This bastard. Duke Ward felt that the world was full of malice towards him. After hesitating for a long time, he was ready to cooperate with Shazwood to open the Demon Gate. He knew that Shazwood had no good intentions, but in order to balance Luca's army in Bingfeng City, this was his only choice. But after talking with Shazwood, Moriarty of the Death Conclave gave him a big surprise. Those 2 extremely precious magic props could actually allow the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion to reach Bingfeng City directly. This was equivalent to reversing the power comparison between the 2 sides. Since there was a second option, and it seemed that the Death Conclave was more sincere in its cooperation, Duke Ward made a decision in an instant and gave up cooperation with the Demon Messenger. You know, if there was a second option, who would really want to associate with the Abyss Demons and destroy this capital that would belong to him in the future? But now, it looked like the Demon Messenger had successfully opened the Gate of the Abyss. Obviously, he did not provide any sacrifices, and he had not yet informed Shazwood of the pre-prepared ceremony location. These were all backups he left to control the situation. But the Demon Gate was still opened. What on earth was going on? Duke Ward was very confused, but the severe situation he was about to face left him no time to think about it. Many people had just heard the words of the Demon Messenger before the sacrifice, and they all cast doubtful eyes on Duke Ward. Duke Ward did not explain. Now was not the time to do this. He wanted to stop the destruction of the Demon Gate and the invasion of the Abyss Demon into Bingfeng City, but Luca's existence made him somewhat restrained. He was worried that His Majesty the King would stab him in the back when he attacked the Abyss Demon. The Bingfeng city guards that were lost just now were only a small part, and His Majesty the King still had the royal court guards and some city guards in his hands, which should not be underestimated. After thinking it over, Duke Ward ordered the soldiers of the Snow Bear Legion to form a battle formation, and the Snow Eagle Legion to assist, waiting outside the space crack, and at the same time, let others quickly evacuate nearby residents. This was all he could do. What Duke Ward didn't know was that the Ice Castle Palace was now in chaos. King Luca had not appeared for a long time, which made everyone panic. In particular, the news that came made the ministers headed by Anna know that the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion appeared in Bingfeng City at the same time. With the current strength of the palace, it was almost impossible to resist. Damn it, go find him. You bunch of rubbish. Military Minister Amon Carden scolded the servants beside him, but he could not hide the panic on his face. Gilberto and Anna also stood aside, with extremely ugly faces. They had already mobilized all their manpower, and almost turned the entire palace upside down, but they did not find any trace of Luca. Especially when facing the aggressive Duke Ward, this was undoubtedly a situation that greatly damaged morale. Suddenly, the appearance of the Demon Gate also shocked everyone in the Ice Castle Palace. A palace mage recognized that the space crack in front of him represented the news of the abyss, which caught everyone off guard. What should we do? Gilberto glanced at Anna and asked nervously, rubbing his hands. Isn't it clear? It must be that Duke Ward who did it. I didn't expect him to sell his soul to the Abyss Demon. Armand Carden was indignant. Seeing him like this, he wanted to take a sword and chop Duke Ward down with his own hands. I don't think so. Anna stood on the balcony high above the Ice Castle Palace, carefully observing the movements of the Snow Bear Legion and the Snow Eagle Legion in the distance. What's wrong? Gilberto asked. The old man was a little confused now, and could only pin his hopes on Anna. Looking at the movements of Duke Ward, it seems that he is also on guard against the Abyss Demon. Anna pointed to the Duke Ward army that formed a battle formation in front of the space crack, and said in a deep voice, if Duke Ward really united with the Abyss Demon, he should have attacked the Ice Castle Palace directly at this time. Point indeed. The military minister also reacted, touching his round chin and said, without any shame for being surpassed by Anna in his own field. Wait and see. Wait and see. Anna held the window sill and said solemnly, with the forces of the various parties having their own thoughts, the Demon Gate finally stabilized. The huge space crack stopped creeping, and the ominous black and red airflow kept surrounding the creepy world scar, and it was completely open under the gaze of everyone. With the appearance of the first little cowardly demon, the endless darkness behind the Demon Gate suddenly surged, and more demons emerged from the space crack. The Flow Demon with wings like a strange bird, the Berserker Demon with a body as thick as a hill, the Soul Judge Demon with a big belly like a wild boar, the Succubus with a charming and seductive body, the Six-Armed Snake Demon wielding 6 sharp blades, the Beta Flame Demon with flames all over his body, and in addition, there are the largest number of unknown demons with aquatic characteristics such as fish fins and gills. Lisi even saw the figures of several demon hunting spiders and demon hunting spiders. This is an existence that specializes in hunting demons in the endless abyss. It is a mortal enemy of the Tannery Demon, but now it appears with these demons. Is this what the Prince of the Abyss did? Lisi was very surprised and focused on the situation on the battlefield. When those demons arrived in this world through the Demon Gate, they basically trembled all over, and their breath instantly weakened a lot. This is the suppression of these chaotic creatures by the Jaia world. For these creatures born from the endless abyss, the Jaia world is quite repulsive, and their restrictions and suppression are everywhere. There are only 2 situations that can be avoided. The first is that the abyss breath deeply infects that area, so that the abyss demons will not be suppressed by the Jaia world, where the abyss breath exists. The second is that the demons with wisdom lurk in the Jaia world, and through long-term adaptation, they can gradually get rid of this restriction. The demons that emerged from the Abyss Gate are obviously not these 2 situations, so they were suppressed at the first time, and the monstrous fierceness was much lower. Most of them are gold level Beta Flame Demons and 6-armed Snake Demons. Only the strength of the initial gold level is left. Silver level Succubus, Berserker Demons, Soul Judgment Demons, and Flow Demons, etc. feel that they only have most of their strength left. As for the weakest little cowardly demon, the suppression is not great. Nearly 100 demons rushed out of the space cracks in an instant, followed by a tidal wave of demons. Seeing these ferocious abyss demons for the first time, even the most elite soldiers of the Snow Bear Legion were a little flustered, but they soon regrouped under the command of the commander. Charge. As the attack order was issued, the Snow Bear Legion's front directly collided with these abyss demons. The small cowardly demons that rushed frantically in the front were instantly turned into minced meat in the charge of the white bear. As for the stronger berserker demons and flow demons behind, they were also dealt with by the small teams formed by the soldiers. The Snow Eagle soldiers did not choose to fight the demon army head on, but chose to cruise around the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack the enemy with bows and daggers. More demons were killed by them than by others. As for those gold level beta flame demons and 6-armed snake demons, they were resisted by the strong men on the side of Duke Ward. Shouts, roars, and even the sound of flesh being torn apart were clearly audible. Everyone on Duke Ward's side was struggling to resist the invasion of the abyss demons. At first, Duke Ward was a little hesitant, but when he saw the abyss demons for the first time, seeing their bloodthirsty and greedy eyes, Duke Ward understood. These were the enemies of everyone in Bingfeng City, and they had to drive these demons back to the abyss even at the cost of their lives. Turning the regret of wanting to cooperate with the abyss messenger into strength, Duke Ward raised his sword and rushed towards a 6-armed snake demon. Under the leadership of Duke Ward, the nobles and all the soldiers fought hard and entangled with these demons. And these demons emerging from the gate of the abyss were also a little strange. They seemed to have no reason or fear, and they would only charge forward. The dark and turbid abyss blood was splattered on the land of Bingfeng City. This tragic and fierce scene was much crazier than the battlefield where the Snow Eagle Legion and the city guards fought just now. Li Si looked at the battlefield in front of him. Although Duke Ward was fighting for his life, it was a pity that he could not bring into play the power of the collective charge of the Snow Bear army in the city, and he could not use various battle formations and tactics. He could only risk his life to fight the demons. Duke Ward could only disperse the soldiers, flatten the surrounding houses, and block the demons around the space crack as much as possible. In addition, he also sent a small number of soldiers to the direction of the other two small demon gates. At this time, even if there were civilians who had not left, they could not take care of them. Anyone who dared to stand in the center of the battlefield at this time might turn into blood mud in an instant. Li Si knew very well that, although the situation seemed to be balanced now, as more and more demons appeared from the space cracks, it would be impossible to stop them. Why did it feel that it was not so exaggerated in the previous life? Just when Li Si was puzzled, he suddenly felt the ground shake, and two holy white lights in the distance bloomed solemnly towards the sky. That was the location of the other two demon gates. This sacred power, it was the Ice and Snow Goddess Church that took action. No wonder I didn't sense much movement over there. The two small space cracks should be controlled by the strong men of the Ice and Snow Goddess Church. That power should be the external manifestation of the power of the gods, by using the church's holy artifacts. Li Si's heart trembled. The main force of the Ice and Snow Goddess Church was still in Bingfeng City. That meant that unlike in the previous life, the church and Wrath of the North did not leave Bingfeng City and go to the west of the kingdom. So where are the Wrath of the North? Li Si frowned. If that Wrath of the North noticed the appearance of Demon's Gate, he should have taken action immediately. This was the consensus of all the strong men in the Jaya world. Demon's Gate is dangerous, but it is just a trouble for the legendary strong. After all, it is the embodiment of the top combat power of mankind. Why is there no movement? Li Si's uneasiness became more and more intense. After thinking for a moment, an illusory key emitting a dreamy light appeared in his hand. This is a catalyst that Li Si prepared for dream refraction a few days ago. Through this key, he can activate the power of the dream world, break the world gap, and activate the terrifying dream power. Li Si felt a little relieved when he held the key in his hand. At this time, Li Si noticed that an army was approaching rapidly from the direction of the Ice Castle Palace. Is that the Royal Court Guard? At this time, Anna was wearing a heroic silver armor, leading the royal family worshippers and the royal court guards, and rushed over to join the battle. This was his decision, and it was also agreed by other ministers. Anna and the bloody Duke Ward looked at each other from a distance. There was no communication between the two sides. Duke Ward waved his hand to let his subordinates make way for one side and let the army led by Anna fill in. The addition of this fresh force broke the balance of the battle. In particular, the addition of dozens of gold level worshippers directly dispersed to strangle those gold level demons, directly turning the situation to the human side. More and more abyss demons fell under the human army, and it was useless, even if they fell into madness. Under Lee Si's gaze, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. On the battlefield, the front line of the human army was constantly advancing towards the space crack, tearing apart all the abyss demons in front of them, and it seemed that this hideous world scar would be destroyed soon. Boom. At this moment, a huge thunder sounded in the sky, and the sound seemed to reach the bottom of the heart. A huge meteor emitting white light appeared in the distant sky, crossing the sky of Bingfeng City. Even the dark clouds could not stop the dazzling light. It's just that the bright light gradually dissipated as it fell, and finally returned to nothingness above the sky of Bingfeng City. The patter of rain fell, and the whole Bingfeng City seemed to be shrouded in a strong sadness. Raining? Wiping the rain off his face, everyone on the battlefield was a little surprised. What was going on? This was Bingfeng City in winter. Only Lee Si widened his eyes and murmured in disbelief, "How is it possible? This is World Sorrow?" Chapter 285 The Fall of a Legend. World Sorrow. Lee Si looked at the various visions that appeared in the sky above Bingfeng City, felt the heavy sadness that came from nowhere, and this word flashed in his mind. This is not a good thing. This kind of scene only appears when a legend falls. Every legendary powerhouse is a treasure of the Jaya world. Unlike the gods, restricted by the Jaya world, the legendary powerhouses have almost no suppression and constraints from the world, and can fully exert the power they master. Every legend is a unique existence, and the gap between them and the gold level professionals is a level of life. Therefore, the vision when they fall is also extremely shocking, and it is called World Sorrow. It means that the Jaya world is mourning their death. At this moment, this World Sorrow that happened in Bingfeng City, unless another legendary powerhouse came here at this time and happened to die here. Otherwise, then this World Sorrow can only point to one person. The only legend of the Dylan Kingdom, the legendary Berserker, the Fury of the North, Hitty Whitman. This crown has fallen? What an amazing thing. That's the same level as Uncle Joyce and Teacher Sphinx. Lee Si suddenly felt that he couldn't understand the Bingfeng City at this time. It was like a terrifying abyss lurking in the dark, waiting for its prey to come. Pinching his fingers, Lee Si forced himself to calm his thoughts. In the Demon's Gate event in the previous life, Wrath of the North did not fall, and even appeared in the subsequent version events, and then slowly disappeared. In other words, if the previous life had developed normally, the legend would not have fallen. So what's going on now? Feeling the raindrops dripping on his body quickly turning into ice, Lee Si frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, it seemed that the only change at present might be his appearance, or the appearance of Moriarty of the Death Conclave. Damn, the hurricane raised by the butterfly's wings is too big. Cursing secretly, Lee Si thought carefully about what kind of incident might lead to the fall of the legend. The destruction of West Castle? Probably not. It might be a heavy burden for Abbas, but it is just a small matter for legend. The explosion of Gaza warehouse? It seems not. I didn't see any action of Wrath of the North after that day. The attack on Ice Castle Palace? That night, Wrath of the North took action, and it seemed to be in a relatively normal state, and it did not directly attack Moriarty at that time. Duke Ward's attack? HMM? Question mark? Lee Si suddenly realized a current situation, that is, among the several things related to Moriarty, the last one had the greatest impact. With the help of Moriarty, Duke Ward successfully transferred the most elite Snow Bear Corps and Snow Eagle Corps to Bingfeng City. This changed the situation of the war in an instant, and may even directly affect the final result. In other words, although the first three things seemed serious, they still did not change the situation. That King Luca had an absolute advantage in Bingfeng City. And the last change was equivalent to reversing this situation in an instant, bending the situation to an uncertain future. If the mastermind behind all this, his goal was to let Luca win the final victory, it is indeed possible to make changes. When he found that the situation was reversed, Li Si rubbed his temple, somewhat puzzled. That's not right. If it was just for Luca's victory, and he could control the entire strength of the Dylan Kingdom, and had enough power to make the legend fall, there would be more ways to change the development of the situation, right? Li Si had no doubt that the man could do all this. Just kidding. No matter what method he used, the strength of the mastermind behind the scenes was at least at the legendary level. As long as this person could stand up, even without taking action, Duke Ward would even give up resistance on the spot, and Wrath of the North would not oppose a king supported by a legend. This should be a normal way of thinking, but the facts are exactly the opposite. So, the mastermind behind the scenes felt that instead of standing up and exposing his identity, the biggest benefit would be to kill Wrath of the North. Li Si felt a headache in his brain. This was the first time in his life that he had personally experienced the fall of a legend so closely. There was something wrong with the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. This was what Li Si realized at the first time, or to put it another way, the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes should be the key to his killing Wrath of the North. Think about the previous life. The one who could make Wrath of the North fall quietly stayed in Bingfeng City and guided all this to happen, hiding in the dark without being noticed by anyone. Perhaps it was because of my many times of making trouble that made that person take a different choice from the previous life. Let me see the true face of this mastermind. Li Si already had a vague guess in his heart, but it is not certain yet. Outside Devil's Gate, although some people were surprised why the rain fell, no one cared too much. Unlike Li Si, who has the memory of his previous life, world sorrow, and the fall of legends are a bit too far away for them. In the eyes of ordinary people, even extraordinary professionals, legendary strongmen are synonymous with mysterious and powerful. They rarely appear in front of ordinary people. Most legends fall because of exhaustion of life, failure to break through, and exploration of different planes. There are few records of falling in front of ordinary people. This is not yet the magnificent and chaotic world in the future. Legends and even the fall of gods often appear at that time. So although Duke Ward and Minister Anna were somewhat puzzled, they still led the army to attack the demon in front of them. He tore the body of the succubus in front of him with a sword, without any hesitation. Because of the charming and beautiful face and enchanting body, Anna raised his head and looked expressionlessly at the six-armed snake demon, waving a sharp blade and rushing towards him. When he was about to continue attacking, he heard his attendant shouting, "My lord, look at the palace." Anna frowned, flexibly dodged the blade of the six-armed snake demon, stepped back a few steps under the protection of the attendant, and looked behind. I saw a huge gap slowly cracking in the sky above the Ice Castle Palace. The space was like broken glass, broken by an invisible force, revealing the evil dark little world behind. What is this? Anna was a little confused. Although he didn't know what it was, his subconscious told him that it was not a good thing. It was even similar to the strong malice emitted by the Devil's Gate. Just as more and more people noticed this abnormality, a figure appeared in the crack. This is impossible. Anna looked at the crack in disbelief and murmured, "Luca?" The one who appeared in the crack in the air was the king of the Dylan Kingdom, Luca Dylan. He had a strange smile on his face, and his face was still handsome, but his body looked extremely creepy. The whole body from the right shoulder to the right abdomen, including his right hand, disappeared, as if it was directly cut off by a sharp blade. There were several bloody wounds on his body, and the pale bone fragments directly penetrated the flesh and blood, and exposed to the air. The muscles at his wounds kept twisting, as if trying to repair the injuries on his body, but were blocked by the power at the wounds. Even for a gold strongman, such a serious injury is enough to be fatal. But Luke had seemed to have no feeling, floating in the air, overlooking the battlefield below. The battlefield below suddenly became quiet for a moment. Whether it was human warriors or abyss demons, they seemed to be shocked by Lucad's appearance. "This is not Lucad." Anna said affirmatively. He was very familiar with His Majesty the King, and this was not Lucard's style. In other words, this was not the King Dylan who had always appeared in front of everyone. No one doubted what Anna said. Just Lucard's terrifying appearance and the evil aura surrounding him meant that something was wrong with him. Lucard showed a gentle smile, grabbed a figure from the space crack behind him with his only remaining right hand, and threw it down. This sturdy body suddenly slammed in front of Duke Ward, raising a cloud of dust. Duke Ward did not move, but cautiously watched the demon opposite, that seemed to have suddenly solidified, and paid attention to the falling figure with his peripheral vision. The dust cleared, and the figure, that was obviously dead, appeared in front of everyone. It was obviously falling from a height of nearly 100 meters, but it did not change at all, which made people wonder about the toughness of this body and the horror of the murderer who caused the horrible scars on the body. Suddenly, his expression froze, as if he had seen something more terrifying than Lucard. The sturdy figure, some grey hair, although full of scars, but the appearance can still be vaguely seen. To be honest, not only he, but also many nobles beside him recognized the true identity of the corpse. Lord Widman. This is impossible. This is not true. Voices of shock and fear came one after another, and everyone could not believe the facts they saw. The patron saint of the Kingdom of Dylan, Wrath of the North, Hitty Whitman was killed. The legendary strongman was killed. Got. Duke Ward had a gloomy face. He was the person who was most reluctant to see this scene. Because Wrath of the North was his last guarantee, when the most reliable and trusted strongman appeared in front of him in this form, it was very rational for Duke Ward to barely remain calm. This is fake. It's the enemy's trick. Anna roared not far away, not at all like the wise man who was calm before. He didn't know what happened, and he didn't see the real appearance of the corpse, but from the ugly expression of Duke Ward and the desperate exclamations of the people around him, he roughly guessed what happened. This can't be true. At least not now. Although the demons in front of him stopped attacking for some reason, their threats were still there. What's more, there is the unknown Luger in the sky. Now that everyone knows the death of Wrath of the North, it will only lower everyone's morale and cut off the last hope of the Dylan Kingdom. Having said that, Anna's heart was inevitably a little flustered. What should I do? Is there any other way? Duke Ward heard Anna's voice and reacted. Suddenly covering the corpse in front of him with his cloak, Duke Ward shouted, Anna is right, Bingfeng City still needs our rescue. We must not let these demons take another step forward. Encouraged by Anna and Ward, the human army regained its morale, but it was not as vigorous as before. Luger in the air looked at the ants below with interest, as if watching the final performance. Interesting. I didn't expect that you still have the courage to resist me after I killed Wrath of the North. Come on, show your tiny power as much as possible to amuse me. Maybe I will give you the opportunity to become a little less a demon. The voice full of malice sounded unscrupulously, and the human army below, which had just barely raised its morale, was caught off guard. Many people even let go of their weapons and fell into deep despair. You demon. Anna no longer had a glimmer of luck. This was clearly an evil and crazy demon. Haha. Feeling the surging despair and pain below, Rugal closed his eyes and enjoyed it very much. Come on, a little more. Let this world feel this pain, feel this despair, leave this deep mark. As Rugal's voice fell, Demon's Gate began to surge again, and countless demons emerged from it. The demons who had stopped attacking before also looked up to the sky and howled, offering loyalty and fear to the master in the sky, and then rushed towards the direction of the human army more frantically. The human army, which had just been advancing smoothly, suddenly became somewhat disorganized, and was almost broken up by the crazy demon. Think about your relatives, who are right behind us. No one is a coward. We must kill these demons. Under the organization of Duke Ward and Minister Anna, the army of the Kingdom of Dylan barely maintained the balance of the scene, but it was obvious that it was only a matter of time before it was broken. Luca looked at the bloody battle below and seemed to be unsatisfied. With a wave of his hand, countless bloodlights appeared around his body and fell towards the human army below. Boom. 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 The blood red light fell on the army, and a violent blood red impact broke out directly. All nearby soldiers died, and even the soldiers who were slightly affected soon died screaming in pain under the erosion of the bloodlight. The elite Snow Bear soldiers and Snow Eagle soldiers were just like ordinary people at this moment and had no power to resist at all. What should I do? What should I do? Who else can save Bingfeng City? Duke Ward was extremely anxious and urgent. The two white sacred lights in the distance were also eroded by darkness at this time. The Ice and Snow Goddess Church seemed to have encountered an accident and had no spare energy to take care of this place. For some reason, a pale figure wearing a black robe suddenly appeared in Duke Ward's mind. The Death Conclave, Moriarty. Thinking of that mysterious and terrifying force, Duke Ward seemed to have no choice but to pin his hopes on Moriarty's previous promise. But maybe it's just hope. Elsewhere, Lee Si dodged the falling blood attack with an ugly face. You are affected by Luca's filthy blood. Your recovery power is reduced by 50% and you receive 1000 points of damage. Enemy information panel has been refreshed. Based on your level, you get the following information. Name, Luca, Demogorgon spiritual subbody, race, human level, attributes. Lee Si looked at the word Demogorgon on the system panel and almost burst out with a swear word. Wow, do you have to be so exciting? Without any hesitation, Lee Si took out a crystal ball from the storage ring. Chapter 286 The boss is here. When Lee Si first saw the word Demogorgon after Luca's name in the system panel, he shuddered and felt cold from his feet to his head. He had thought about who was the mastermind behind the scenes, but he really didn't expect it to be this guy. Or rather, he didn't dare to think it was this guy. As the son of the devil, and one of the most powerful lords of the abyss, it is extremely difficult for Demogorgon to enter the Jadia world, and he can't even think of sending down an incarnation like a god. But in this state of Luca, there is no doubt that Demogorgon has occupied his body, and he can still exert his impressive strength and make the wrath of the North fall. Lee Si couldn't think of how he did it. But what Lee Si can be sure of is that Demogorgon has undoubtedly spent a lot of energy and strength to do all this. Is his goal only the kingdom of Dylan? I remembered that there was no news about Demogorgon for endless years before, and he didn't show his presence from time to time like other demon lords, and no one knew what he was doing. But Lee Si knew, because Demogorgon would take action in the near future. Karelin Lerision, the main god of the Elven pantheon, creator, guardian, and ruler of the elves, has fallen. The power of the abyss has invaded one of the cores of the Jadia world, World Tree Yggdrasil. Lee Si doesn't think that what Demogorgon is doing now is meaningless. So, everything that happened in the kingdom of Dylan may be one of Demogorgon's future arrangements. This matter is too big, so big that Lee Si can't bear it. So big that Lee Si doesn't even dare to mention it to anyone. After all, Lee Si doesn't think that revealing what Demogorgon is going to do in the future now can change the fall of that powerful god. Just kidding. One of the strongest in the abyss, Demogorgon, whose strength is comparable to that of a powerful god, has been planning for this for countless years. How can I stop it so easily? Instead, it will attract the attention of this person. With his strength, even if he will lose a lot of power by crossing the world barrier, it is still easy to pinch himself, a little silver ant, to death. If the sky is about to fall, let the tall ones hold it up. I should tell teacher, Flame of Judgment, what happened in Bingfeng City. If Demogorgon's conspiracy is discovered in the end, it has nothing to do with me. In a flash, Lee Si had figured it all out and quickly took out the crystal ball given to him by Teacher Stevens from his storage ring. Teacher, help, help, help. While dodging the bloodlight falling from the sky, Lee Si injected magic power into the crystal ball. Hello, hello, is the teacher there? After waiting for a while, Stevens' familiar voice came from the crystal ball. Haha, little Lee Si, you are in trouble. Haven't you entered the ruins yet? Well, the signal is very good and the response is fast, but the teacher seems to be still stuck in the previous version. Before Lee Si could speak, Steven smiled and continued, do you want me to take action? I didn't have the chance to take action that time. Lee Si dodged the blood in a panic and said non-stop, teacher, I have already obtained the inheritance of the ruins. But this time I don't want to talk to you about this. I'm now in Bingfeng City in the kingdom of Dylan. Something big has happened here. 3 demon gates have been opened in the city, and many demons have rushed out of them. The legend of the kingdom of Dylan, Wrath of the North, has fallen, and the murderer is the king of the kingdom of Dylan, Luca Dylan. That Lucard's state is very strange, as if he is occupied by an Abyss Lord. Behind that demon gate is the 88th layer of the Abyss, Saltwater Swamp. I guess the one who occupies Lucard's body is the demon prince Demogorgon. Lisi quickly told the teacher the situation on the scene, selectively concealing the information obtained from the system panel, and instead using it as his own guess. Even so, the fall of the legend and the appearance of the Abyss Lord must be of interest to the teacher. But Lisi found that the crystal ball that had been making sounds just now was silent. Lisi even picked it up and shook it. Damn, is there no signal? Lisi complained about the poor quality magic props. At this moment, the space behind him suddenly began to distort, like ripples on the water. A young man in a black magic robe walked out of the distorted space and stood in front of Lisi. Legendary Arcanist, Flame of Judgment, Fran Stevens. As soon as Stevens appeared, he frowned and looked at the bloodlight falling from the sky and waved his hand. A round protective shield emitting pale white appeared above Lisi and his head. The powerful bloodlight just now hit the protective shield and turned into tiny streams of light and dispersed. Lisi, who was finally able to take a breath, stopped and saluted the teacher. Awesome. He was still on the phone just now, and he flew over all of a sudden. Teacher, you are really good at space magic. Stevens looked up at the half body of Lucard in the sky and said seriously, is this it? Could it be the Abyss Lord of Demogorgon? Yes. Lisi nodded seriously without any hesitation. Anyone could see the pure and evil abyss aura emanating from Lucard. At least, it is certain that this person is no longer a human being. The wrath of the North has fallen, and the body is there. Lisi pointed to the body not far away, indicating that he was not exaggerating. Stevens just glanced at it, sighed slightly, and then looked at Lucard in the air, and said to Lisi, I will deal with that person. Can you handle the matter of the demon gate? No problem. Lisi said affirmatively without any hesitation. Oh, it seems that you have gained a lot recently. Stevens was a little surprised. He originally wanted to give Lisi a prop to deal with the demon gate, but he didn't expect that this disciple actually had the confidence to deal with it alone. Not bad. If Lisi knew the idea of Flame of Judgment, he might regret it. Are you kidding? Isn't that the same as getting a precious and powerful magic item for free? Well, I'll leave it to you. Stevens nodded and took out the legendary staff, Javia's Fury. A brilliant magic aura fell on Lisi. You get the magic blessing from the legendary Arcanist Fran Sphinx. You get the special state, Stevens' forced teleportation. Stevens' forced teleportation. When the caster is about to be fatally injured, the surrounding space is forcibly shattered, and the caster is forcibly teleported to the caster. This skill is not affected by any negative effects such as space restrictions, blockades, and freezes of a lower rank than the caster. Duration: 24 hours. Invincible. Powerful. Lisi looked at the space spell effect he got on his body, which was simply a life-saving skill. With the rank of the legendary Arcanist, it is almost impossible to restrict Lisi from leaving through space teleportation in the Javia world. Lisi's thirst for more advanced and powerful knowledge became stronger and stronger. Knowledge is power for Arcanists. Be careful. Stevens said the last sentence, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared opposite Lucard in midair. A strong man came so soon. It's really not easy. Lucard squinted his eyes and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. He did not feel any power fluctuations from this man, but this person could suddenly appear in front of him and fly in midair, so he could only not sense this person. However, he was Lucard on the outside and Demogorgon on the inside, and he didn't care. Even if he used a special method to enter the Javia world and occupy this body, the suppression of the Abyss Lord by the Javia world did not disappear. Before, he could conceal his existence through Lucard's own soul breath, but now that his power was exposed, the world's suppression on him became heavier and heavier. Moreover, this body originally only had a small part of his power. Anyway, the purpose of this body has been achieved now. Although it is not as expected, it is barely satisfactory. Are you Demogorgon? Stevens asked directly without beating around the bush, and dispersed the bloodlight surrounding Rugal's body. That's not necessarily true. Rugal spread his hands, with a morbid smile on his handsome face. Maybe I'm Baphomet, or Koshichi, or even Duplex. Stevens didn't care at all. As a legendary Arcanist, he naturally knew what the names Rugal said meant. Faceless King, Duplex, Lord of the 222nd floor of the Endless Abyss, Lord of the Howling Beast, Baphomet, Lord of the 600th floor of the Endless Abyss, Lord of the Tannery Frost Giant, Koshichi, Lord of the 23rd floor of the Endless Abyss. These three are among the most powerful Abyss Lords in the Endless Abyss. Except for Duplex, there is a slight possibility that he will appear in the Jaia world, but the other two are impossible, because those two really have no brains. However, Faceless King, Duplex and Demogorgon were hostile to each other, and it was impossible to open the Demon Gate, leading to Demogorgon's territory. Without further ado, Stevens's Jaia's wrath burst into a dazzling light, covering him and Luca completely. When the light faded, the figures of the two disappeared on the spot. Teacher should be fine. Lee Si took a look, and then turned his attention to the Demon Gate, not far away. Just now, under the bombardment of Luca, that is, Demogorgon, most of the soldiers were severely injured, but the only good news was that this wave of attacks seemed to be full coverage, and ignored enemies and friends, and the Abyss demons opposite the human army were also severely damaged. That's right. For Demogorgon, these Abyss demons are just cannon fodder. Even if they are gold level, it's the same. It's not worth his extra thought. It is precisely because of this that Duke Ward and others can barely organize manpower to resist the attack of the Abyss demons. Just when Duke Ward was fighting on the battlefield, a familiar voice came into his ears. Duke Ward, you haven't forgotten our cooperation, have you? It's you, Moriarty. Duke Ward shouted loudly. At this moment, he couldn't care less. What do you want to do? Nothing, my friend. I think you have seen our sincerity. The familiar voice was teasing. The person who took Luca away just now is your man. Duke Ward didn't care about these, or was a little surprised. The more relaxed the Death Conclave and Moriarty acted, the greater his hope. You know, many demons have broken through their obstruction and entered Bingfeng City. The cries and screams of the people not far away made him feel angry but helpless. As long as the Death Conclave can kill the demons in front of him and seal the Demon Gate, he is willing to pay any price. That's the case. Duke Ward, you should suppress these demons as much as possible. After I'm ready, don't worry about anything else, and get everyone out as soon as possible. If you run too slowly, I won't care if you die. Duke Ward's eyebrows trembled, gritted his teeth, raised his long sword, and shouted to all the soldiers and strong men who were still fighting. Hold on, I already have a way to destroy these hateful guys in front of me. Help me buy time and suppress them as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Duke Ward took the lead, holding a long sword covered with black demon blood and unknown mucus, and rushed into the group of demons. As we all know, follow me is always more inspiring than come for me. Everyone watched Duke Ward take the lead and believed what he said. All the soldiers who ignited the fire of hope followed behind Duke Ward and rushed towards the group of demons frantically. Even Anna, even though he was full of doubts in his heart, did not question Duke Ward's thoughts at this time, but also joined the battle. For a while, under the desperate efforts of the human army, the Abyss demons were actually suppressed and slowly shrank towards the Demon Gate. But it could only be like this. New demons kept appearing from the Demon Gate, making the whole battle more and more tense. In the center of the battlefield, above the Demon Gate, Lee Si was standing here in the void. On the back of his right hand, there was a complicated magic pattern array, which was emitting a dreamy light. This was the embodiment of the power of dreams. Lee Si was carefully guiding the power of dreams, looking for the special symbol he had arranged in the dream world before. That was the core of his combing of the power of the dream world, and it was also the place to guide the power of the dream world, to break the barrier with the real world. During this period of sleeping without sleep, Lee Si became more and more proficient in the operation of the dream world, but it was the first time to perceive the dream world from the real world. Soon, Lee Si loosened his frown. He had found the key point. The time has come. It's now. A key emitting a dreamy light appeared in Lee Si's hand and was inserted directly into the space in front of him. There was nothing in front of him, but the front part of the key was swallowed up and disappeared. Lee Si was not surprised, but slowly used the power of dreams together with the intersection with the dream world. In fact, the difficulty of this spell lies in the guidance and preliminary preparation of the dream world. What Lisi needs to do now is the simplest. Open. Lisi shouted. The key in his hand suddenly shattered, turning into endless streams of light, forming an illusory magic door in the air in front. Click. Just when Lisi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the door, he was surprised to find that a crack appeared on the illusory door, and it was expanding rapidly. Fuck. Bang. In Lisi's somewhat dazed eyes, the entire magic door suddenly exploded, and a huge golden light column with an unstoppable force, wrapped in black ominous airflow, bombarded the Devil's Gate below. Chapter 287 ending. Duke Wood was leading all the remaining people to stop all the Abyss demons. Even the gold level strongmen had used up their last bit of strength in their desperate fight, and even the ferocious beta flame demon could not break through their battle formation. This was also because the demons were under the influence of Demogorgon and had no reason or fighting wisdom at all, so the Dylan Kingdom and others could barely hold on. Just when Duke Ward killed the demon in front of him with a sword, a voice came into his ears, which made him sober up from the crazy killing. Quick, now, retreat immediately. Hearing this familiar voice, Duke Ward did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered everyone retreat now, run immediately and don't look back. After saying that, Duke Ward took the lead and immediately retreated to the back, and Anna followed him closely. The others were stunned for a moment, but still obeyed the order and retreated. To their surprise, the Abyss demons who were still attacking frantically before did not pursue, but ran towards the direction of the Demon Gate, regardless of everything. All the demons crowded around the Demon Gate, and some even flew into the air. Just as everyone was evacuating and wondering, they suddenly felt a violent wave erupting in the sky above their heads. The powerful wave suddenly appeared there, and everyone's heart trembled under this violent pressure. Duke Ward and Minister Anna, who had already evacuated to a safe area, saw a golden pillar surrounded by black airflow falling from the air in an instant. The light column appeared right above the Demon Gate and slammed down unstoppably. All the demons were struggling to block the golden light column, but when the golden light column fell, it instantly turned into ashes, and the space crack below with black and red airflow floating on it also seemed a little thin in front of the golden pillar. Boom crack. After just a few breaths of resistance, the Demon Gate was shattered, and the breath of the abyss dissipated instantly under the shining of the golden light, without any chance to struggle. After breaking the Demon's Gate, the golden light column fell on the ground of Bingfeng City without any obstruction, and directly blasted out a deep hole, which spread to an unknown number of meters underground. The entire Bingfeng City directly experienced a medium-sized earthquake under the bombardment of the golden light column, which made many fleeing civilians even more panicked. Wasn't that golden light column the night attack a few days ago? How come this nightmare has come to Bingfeng City again? God, have you given up the believers of Bingfeng City? It is conceivable that today's events have left a very deep and strong impression on the residents of Bingfeng City. Perhaps the mark of the golden fireworks in the dream world will remain for a long time. When the last trace of golden light dissipated, Duke Wood led the way to the center of the battlefield and stood tentatively at the hole left by the golden light column. Looking at the bottomless deep hole under his feet, there was no trace of the demons at the scene. Only the remaining demon corpses and black blood not far away can prove that this place has experienced such a tragic battle. Ward, what is that golden light column? Anna looked at Duke Ward and asked tentatively. This is obviously related to the golden light column that appeared in the previous attacks on Bingfeng City, but think about the changes in King Luca, the appearance of the Abyss Demon and the fall of Wrath of the North. Anna felt that she seemed to be helping the evil and standing on the side of evil. Anna, who calmed down, was a little speechless and had to look at Duke Ward, hoping that he could give him an explanation. Duke Ward was speechless. What could he say, saying that these were all caused by Moriarty of the Death Conclave? No matter how he explained it, it didn't seem right. Now is not the time to talk about this, Anna. Duke Ward hesitated for a moment and did not directly answer Anna's question. He needed to have a deep conversation with Anna, and now there were too many people around. It was not a good time. What's more, the crisis of Bingfeng City has not passed yet. Looking at the place where Luca was originally in the air, Duke Ward could only hope that he could successfully deal with the strange Luca. Let's go. Two of us will lead the team to solve the other two space cracks. We can't delay any longer. The loss of Bingfeng City is too great. Duke Ward looked at Anna with a serious look in his eyes. Point okay. Anna saw the look in Duke Ward's eyes and nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them took the soldiers who were still capable of fighting and rushed to the other two small demon gates to cooperate with the strong men of the Ice and Snow Goddess Church to eliminate the abyss demons there. Duke Ward didn't know that in the shadow not far from him, Li Si was half lying there, grinning and using healing spells on himself. Reckless. This was Li Si's only thought. When using the dream key to open the door to the dream world, he didn't expect that the power accumulated in the dream world was too strong, so that the control magic circle set in advance collapsed directly, and all the dream power poured out. Li Si, who was standing nearby, couldn't avoid it at all, and was directly affected by the terrifying power. The power of the dream world was too terrifying, and exceeded his expectations. Maybe his prediction was correct, but he didn't expect the appearance of the demon gate. The brutal and terrifying killing of the abyss demon made all the residents of Bingfeng City feel a deep fear. That was the breath that the abyss demons liked, and some of them even borrowed this power directly. Similarly, this extreme emotional power also affected the dream world. I think the ominous black airflow wrapped around the golden light column should be the embodiment of the power of fear. This is a bit troublesome. Li Si smiled bitterly. The physical injuries were okay. The bleeding had been completely stopped during the treatment just now. However, the injuries to the spirit and soul were a bit troublesome. Li Si had already been reluctant to guide the power of the dream world before, and there was an accident. This directly led to the moment when the dream door was broken. Li Si was greatly backfired by the magic power. If he hadn't found something wrong and immediately cut off the connection with the door, he might be a fool now. Cough cough. After a few dry coughs, Li Si barely stood up and looked at the air. I don't know how the battle between the teacher and Demogorgon went. I hope it will go smoothly. Feeling extremely exhausted in his soul, Li Si almost closed his eyes and fell asleep. This won't work here. Li Si forced himself to use teleportation to return to his residence in Bingfeng City and fell on the bed and fainted. I don't know. For Bingfeng City, am I a devil or a hero? In the interdimensional layer, Judgment of Fire explosion. Countless terrifying red fireballs condensed on Steven's staff were thrown directly at Luca. Although Luca was in a very bad state and was seriously injured, he still evaded all the fireballs very flexibly. Stevens didn't care and didn't see him make any movements. The space where Luca just stopped was like a broken mirror. In the dark and deep cracks was the most terrifying space storm, and Luca's body was directly divided into several pieces like a broken doll. But the next second Luca's body, that was torn apart by space, turned into several black air currents and disappeared. Suddenly, Luca appeared behind Stevens. His whole body turned into a pale green liquid, exuding endless evil and greed, twisting to devour Stevens completely. Stevens' face did not change at all, and he did not know when a colorless protective shield appeared around his body. Although it seemed thin, it still blocked all the green liquid that Luca had turned into, and not a single drop touched Stevens' body. Stevens was not careless in the battle with the Abyss Lord, who was suspected to be Demogorgon. It seemed that after discovering that this method had no effect, Luca returned to his original state, standing on the ground not far away, with a smile on his face. Although the battle just now seemed simple, both sides used the most proficient attack method in the shortest time. If Li Si was present, he might not be able to see clearly what both sides did. The battle between top powerhouses is like this, simple and efficient, and the strength level of the opponent is tested in an instant. TSK, humans are worthy of being the most beloved race in the Jaia world, and their talents are really terrifying. Luca sighed a little. In the previous fight, he could feel the fiery young soul of Stevens. Yes, even though Stevens has lived for an unknown period of time, he is still quite young in the eyes of the Abyss Lord, who is equivalent to a god. Unlike demons, all demons are children of the Abyss. Talent is important, but more importantly, they keep killing to compete for the favor and reward of the Abyss consciousness and to obtain breakthroughs and upgrades in the demon bloodline. If you can't get rid of the influence of the Abyss consciousness, you are just a madman. Just like Asmodeus, just like him, Demogorgon. Not coming? Stevens didn't care and looked at Luca, who suddenly stopped. Haha, there's no need. I never do meaningless things. Luca smiled. In the previous test, he had already felt the power of the legendary human mage in front of him. Rather than a fight, it's better to say that he was teasing himself. Just like a cat playing with a mouse, watching the mouse struggling desperately, but never letting him go. Demogorgon knew very well that, although Lucard's body was his work for a long time, it could only exert the strength of the initial legendary stage. The legendary berserker, Wrath of the North, who was able to kill the legendary mid-level warrior, was because he had secretly done something to that person's body before, and it was a sneak attack. Even so, he lost half his life in the desperate counter-attack of Wrath of the North. The legendary mage in front of him was much stronger than Wrath of the North. Demogorgon even felt that with the strength of the legendary mage in front of him, if he wanted, there would be one more god in the pantheon soon. Unfortunately, over the countless years, he had seen too many legendary mages and legendary arcane masters, and few were willing to give up the Jaia world and become a god sitting alone in the sky. Demogorgon didn't understand, and he was too lazy to understand. His eyes were always on his own goal. So now, when the goal has been achieved, giving up this body is not a big deal. As the Lord of the Abyss, Demogorgon has never cared about the so-called face and respect. Stevens didn't care either. The demon prince Demogorgon has disappeared for a long time, and even Stevens has never come into contact with this Lord of the Abyss. But he didn't know the details of this lord from the fight just now, which made him more curious. The look he gave Demogorgon was full of inquiry. Demogorgon naturally knew the thoughts of this legendary wizard, but he didn't care much. This body is just a means to achieve the goal. It seems that there is nothing to care about. Demogorgon thought about it, and took the initiative to disperse the control of this body. Stevens suddenly noticed that Luca in front of him fell to the ground all of a sudden, and there was no sound anymore. Stevens didn't care, and walked to Luca's body to check it. Then he shook his head and sighed. It's amazing. There is no soul left. How did you do it? Stevens was very curious, and after thinking about it, he decided to collect Luca's body first. After many attempts just now, he didn't get any information about the Lord of the Abyss. However, this made Stevens more certain that the Lord of the Abyss who controlled Luca was Demogorgon. The general Abyss Lords would not be so cautious. From this point of view, he is more like the silent and mysterious demon prince. Oh, what a trouble. What's going to happen again? Stevens sighed, and his figure flashed, leaving this dead space. After the flame of judgment left, this space gradually broke and disappeared in the endless space storm of the world's end layer. This is the world Stevens temporarily constructed. After he left, it also dissipated directly, without any signs of remaining. Bingfeng City, after the two new forces joined, the strong men of the Ice and Snow Goddess Church quickly forcibly sealed the remaining two demon gates. Duke Warden Minister Anna did not stop at all, and immediately led people to strangle the remaining scattered demons in Bingfeng City. It may be because the demon gate was closed. The demons that have not been killed seem to have regained their sanity. Some cunning demons did not choose to continue killing, but directly fled Bingfeng City. Even though Duke Ward and his men fought hard, dozens of demons still broke through the blockade and fled to other areas of the Dylan Kingdom. Duke Ward was helpless and could only choose to return to Bingfeng City to clean up the mess. After this battle, most of the Bingfeng City guards, the Royal Court guards, the Snow Eagle Legion, and the Snow Bear Legion were killed. They also had to track down and eliminate the demons in the territory, and they were no longer able to think of invading the Kingdom of Feast. Chapter 288 A Very Rich Harvest. Bingfeng City, Ken Simmons' residence. The former financial affairs officer's residence is located in the west of Bingfeng City, so it was not damaged in this Devil's Gate incident. My forehead hurts. After sleeping in bed for an unknown period of time, Lee Si slowly opened his eyes. Although he was still very tired, he could no longer sleep. The injuries on his soul have improved a lot, and the rest can only be healed slowly with time. When Lee Si sat up, he suddenly found a familiar person standing by his bed. He didn't notice any breath and almost took out his staff. But after seeing who that person was, he was relieved. "Teacher Stevens, why are you here?" Stevens smiled, nodded and said, "I have captured that person, but unfortunately his soul ran very quickly and did not leave any useful information. However, it should be the demon prince Demogorgon." Lee Si nodded and didn't care. Although Demogorgon successfully sneaked into the Jaya world, he was also very restricted and was definitely not the teacher's opponent. "I have taken his body back to Kangwang City. The one left here is my consciousness clone." "Consciousness clone, Mr. Stevens, is it the one like Uncle Joyce?" Lee Si asked curiously. Before Stevens said it, he didn't realize that the one in front of him was a clone and not the real person. "That's far from it." Stevens sighed, as if he had been studying the mystery of this aspect recently. "Although my consciousness clone can exist for a long time, it has almost no power. No more talking. I left this clone here on purpose, because I need to tell you something." Lee Si saw that Teacher Stevens' face had become serious, and he sat up straight and said respectfully, "Teacher, please speak. No matter who the Abyss Lord who possessed King Dylan is, he is definitely not the kind of being immersed in madness. I also did a simple investigation in the past 2 days, but I didn't find any other clues except the Devil's Gate. But this is very wrong. That being has been planning these things carefully. I think he has a far-reaching plan, but I haven't discovered it yet. And I have a bad feeling in my heart." Stevens frowned and said. It was the first time that Lee Si had seen his teacher's expression when he encountered a difficult problem. "You are deeply involved in this conflict." Stevens looked at Lee Si, but there was a hint of relief in his words. To be honest, Flame of Judgment likes his disciple more and more. He was calm and made bold guesses. He did not hesitate or panic about this critical matter. He notified himself to be there directly, instead of showing off his ability. Doing what you can is the most mature way. At the same time, Stevens also noticed the process of Lee Si destroying the Devil's Gate, and was naturally surprised. He saw at a glance that the huge power came from the dream world. But the dream world is mysterious and difficult to find a way. Although Stevens has dabbled in it, this is not the direction he is good at. Maybe it is the inheritance obtained from the ruins of Zuling Town. It's really good. However, Stevens did not ask Lee Si for the inheritance. At this stage, his accumulation is already strong enough, and what he needs is to make a breakthrough in the direction he is good at. I will pay more attention next time." Lee Si nodded and admitted his mistake this time. To be honest, when he saw the name, Demogorgon, for the first time, Lee Si was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. "You know, that is the existence standing at the highest point of the Jaya world in the bottomless abyss. Among the gods of Jaya, he is also a god-level existence. Even in the main world of Jaya, it is not difficult to kill him. I'm still a little careless." Lee Si silently warned himself in his heart that, since he came to this world with the advantages of system, talent and memory of previous life, Lee Si can be said to be smooth sailing. In fact, with his silver level strength, many of the previous operations were walking on a tightrope, relying more on the life-saving trump card given to him by teacher, Flame of Judgment, and Uncle Joyce. It was during this process that Lee Si relaxed his vigilance and thought he could control the situation and stir up trouble. The most important thing is that he lost his fear of the unknown. This is an extraordinary world, and he can't be so reckless with his own strength. Relying on 2 backers for a long time and not experiencing the wind and rain alone will only make him lose the opportunity to reach a higher peak. In the future, you have to pay attention. Lee Si secretly made up his mind. Stevens saw the resolution in Lee Si's eyes and nodded with relief without saying much. "Smart students are good. I just need to give some pointers. It's so easy. Since you noticed it, I won't say much. I will pay attention to Demogorgon's affairs, and you should pay attention to it too. After all, he is a lord of the abyss, and may notice your existence." "Yes, teacher." Lee Si nodded, feeling a little heavy. It's not that he didn't think of the connection between Demogorgon and the Devil's Gate, but when he knew the information in his previous life, He thought that the main messenger was the demon messenger, and he didn't think of the possibility that Demogorgon was hiding in the dark and secretly controlling it. This was also because he was confused by Demogorgon's long-term low-key performance, and he subconsciously ignored this point. Your performance was good the day before yesterday. This is for you. Stevens waved his hand, and a magic book with silver-white magic patterns appeared in front of Lee Si, slowly rotating in the air. Next time I go back, if there is something similar, contact me directly. Stevens reminded, but he didn't think Lee Si would be so lucky to meet another one. Demogorgon's actions made him feel uneasy, which was very wrong. After being silent for so long, it ended up appearing in a weak kingdom, and in such a strange way. The clone of Flame of Judgment dissipated in front of Lee Si. He would be busy for some time in the future. Lee Si watched the teacher leave, but did not rush to take down the magic book. Instead, he sat on the bed and pondered. Judging from what the teacher said, this time should not be considered as the opportunity to make an unconditional move, which would be a great profit. Lee Si did not tell the teacher about Demogorgon. It was not because he doubted the teacher, but because he felt that it would be useless to tell him, and it might make the collapse in the future more severe. This would greatly weaken his ability as a prophet. Especially after witnessing the storm in Bingfeng City, Lee Si truly realized his influence and the danger hidden in the darkness of the Jia world. Before having enough power, everything must be more cautious. Of course, it is just to be more careful, instead of making yourself timid, which would be self-defeating. Time, I still lack time. Lee Si's desire to improve his strength faster has become more eager. After sorting out his thoughts, Lee Si reached out and took the silver white book in front of him. Just when he was sharpening the magic book, it suddenly turned into a ball of silver light and crashed into Lee Si's mind. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes with some surprise. The teacher actually gave him a legacy. It was a legacy that belonged exclusively to the legendary Arcane Master Franz Stevens. Stevens Space Analysis Notes. This is all the research and insights of the legendary Arcane Master Stevens on space magic. It is equivalent to Sphinx Dream Building Technique, a set of systematic and powerful spell inheritance. It is almost the inheritance that all mages dream of. The teacher actually threw it to him so easily. Maybe he was very satisfied with his previous performance. Flipping through the knowledge in his mind, Lee Si sighed a little. This is one of the methods that the teacher is best at, almost without any reservations. Lee Si felt a little dizzy just looking at the knowledge and spell models behind it. There is no doubt that it is the knowledge of the legendary realm. No wonder he wanted to teach me this way. If it were paper, the teacher's space analysis notes might fill up a library. Lee Si simply flipped through it. Even the most basic space spell, teleportation, has dozens of variations and developments, some of which simply overturned Lee Si's imagination. For example, the usage skills of short-distance teleportation in battle. For example, teleportation teleports the enemy and links a space collapse spell in the back. However, all of this must be based on extremely fine control of space spells. I have just mastered teleportation and stepped into the threshold. I'm still far away. With excitement, Lee Si clicked on the system panel. Check the harvest of this big move. This is much bigger than the battle scene in West Castle. The reward should not be stingy. You have entered the combat state. You successfully guided the use of the Dream Refraction skill. Dream Refraction, skill proficiency plus 1000. The skill effect of Dream Refraction backfired, and you received 9657 points of mental shock damage. You entered a state of soul weakness. You killed a LV10 lesser imp. You gained 300 experience points. You killed a LV60 rock. You gained 250,000 experience points. You killed the 6-armed snake demon Cassiopeia. You gained 1 million experience points, slightly reduced. You killed more than 100 abyss demons. You gained the expertise, Demon Hunter. You gained the milestone, Disgust of Abyss Demons. Your milestone mission, Diplomatic Ambassador of Extraordinary Races, has been completed. 3/10. You destroyed the Demon Gate, Medium. You gained 20 million experience points. You gained the expertise, Dimensional Destroyer. You gained the skill, Dream Manifestation. You have eliminated a large number of abyss demons, completely destroyed the space cracks, and greatly changed the progress of the Ice Peak City event, Demon Gate. You have obtained the expertise, Unknown Hero. You have obtained the special milestone, the Tragedy of Ice Peak City. Oh my. At first glance, Lee Si saw that most of the experience points from the demons, killed by the skill, Dream Refraction, were given to him. In fact, the skill, Dream Refraction, is just a guiding method, and the main power still comes from the special power accumulated in the dream world. Lee Si is already quite satisfied to be able to gain so many experience points. Although most of them are bronze and silver demons, the number is too large. Now these demons alone have 50 million experience points. There are also 20 million points for destroying the Demon Gate. A wave of wealth. A wave of wealth. Lee Si looked at the experience points that soared again on the panel with a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He had spent all the experience points when he upgraded before, and now he finally has enough again. This experience point alone is worth all his efforts. After appreciating the wonderful numbers, Lee Si turned his attention to the other gains he had made this time. Feat. Demon Hunter deals an additional 20% true damage to abyss demons, and you can more keenly detect the breath and traces of abyss demons' feet. Dimension Destroyer. When facing space channels such as space teleportation arrays, space cracks, and dimension portals, your attacks will gain +3 space priority and have the smash effect added. Feat. Unknown Hero. When you secretly plan special events, you gain world protection. Milestone. Disgust of the Abyss Demon. Your hands are stained with the blood of Tannery demons, and you exude an aura that makes demons hate you. You face a +50% chance of attack from Abyss demons, and your attack damage to Abyss demons +10%. Special milestone. The sorrow of Ice Peak City. The appearance of the Demon Gate. The killing of Abyss demons. The betrayal of the king, and the fall of the Kingdom Guardian, Wrath of the North. All the pain that happened that day will be remembered by everyone in the Kingdom of Dylan, and will also be spread throughout the entire Fanal continent. Although everyone does not know your name, they will sing praises of your bravery and greatness. Continental Legend Degree +1. Skill. Dream Materialization. You can materialize the products of your dreams in the real world. The strength of this ability depends on the strength of your dream space. Yes. All the rewards given this time are beyond Lee Si's imagination. The effects of the expertise, Demon Hunter, and Dimension Destroyer are simple and clear, which is to enhance your destructive power against demons and special space channels. Uncle, I like this kind of direct violence specialty the most. As for the specialty, Unknown Hero, Lee Si was a little confused. The condition for it to take effect must be in secret. Is this the summary of all his plans in Bingfeng City? World protection. It sounds very powerful, but as far as Lee Si knows, there are many kinds of world protection, some strong and some weak. The strong ones can be immortal and invulnerable. The weak ones can only control the breeze. I don't know what the specific effect is. I can try it later. Milestone Abyss Demon's Disgust. Lee Si doesn't care about the negative effect. Anyway, those crazy people kill everyone they see, and it is difficult to control the chaos and impulse from the soul before reaching the gold level. But it is not bad to add 10% special attack against demons. The special milestone, Ice Peak City's Sorrow, should be the summary of the whole event. This time, the Demon's Gate event is indeed ups and downs, beyond Lee Si's imagination. Although he won in the end, it was only a miserable victory. Apart from anything else, the fall of Wrath of the North was a heavy blow to everyone in the Dylan Kingdom. It was like a pillar protecting the country falling down, and everyone was inevitably panicked. However, Lee Si did not take it too seriously, as this was the best he could do. He added a little bit of extremely precious continental legend, which was different from the city-state legend and the country legend. This was extremely precious and difficult to obtain. As for the skill, Dream Manifestation, Lee Si just glanced at it and didn't look at it. There was no other way. The operation of Yangu's exclusive dream space was too difficult, and he couldn't do it yet, so he could only let it go for now. Chapter 289. Strandillan Wants to Cry. Lee Si took back the system panel and stood up from the bed. The harvest in Bingfeng City of Dylan Kingdom this time was not small. Not only did he have a great improvement in experience and strength, but he also achieved the original goal. Or it could be said that he exceeded the goal. That is to weaken the strength of Dylan Kingdom and reduce the threat of Dylan Kingdom to Feast Kingdom as much as possible. Although Lee Si is not clear about the current state of Dylan Kingdom, it seems that King Luca has died, the most prosperous area of Bingfeng City has been destroyed, and the strength of several elite armies of the kingdom has been greatly damaged. In the face of the threat of the Northern Ice Beast, Dylan Kingdom can only try its best to stabilize the domestic situation, and there is no spare energy to threaten the northern border of Feast Kingdom. Dylan Kingdom has been eliminated in the melee of the Kingdom of Fennel Continent. To be honest, before Lee Si entered Dylan Kingdom, he did not expect that the ending would be so good this time. But this is also equivalent to Dylan Kingdom picking up all the acne pustules in the country at once, eliminating the threat of Demon Prince Demogorgon, which is not meaningless to Dylan Kingdom. Lee Si stood in front of the window, looking at the Ice Peak City and Ice Castle Palace in the distance, which seemed to have returned to peace and tranquility, with a smile on his face. In this way, does it mean that Count Solo has lost the opportunity to rise in the future Northern War? However, this is not necessarily the case. Because if the Kingdom of Feast will not face the invasion of the Kingdom of Dylan in the future, it will consume too much national strength in the Northern War. With the current strength of the Kingdom of Feast, it is even possible that, after completing the rule of the Kingdom of Bertich, it will still have the spare energy to participate in other battlefields on the Fennel continent to obtain more benefits. It depends on the idea of King Morton. Now Lee Si's merits are enough. Just for what he did in the Kingdom of Dylan, he has almost obtained the fiefdom of Port Danilo. Lee Si took a deep breath, feeling the fatigue and pain from his soul. Dream refraction. Although the power is terrifying, the pressure and backlash it brings to oneself are also quite large. The teacher should have checked me when he was unconscious, and he didn't tell me that it should not be a big problem. Lee Si pondered. It seems that this can only be slowly recovered with time. Anyway, there is nothing urgent to do in the near future. Let's rest in Bingfeng City for a few days and take it easy. Lee Si sat cross-legged on the bed again and entered a meditative state, trying to heal the pain in his soul as much as possible. On the other side, in the Ice Castle Palace, Duke Ward has been busy these days. Oh, no. Now he should be called His Majesty King Stellan Dylan. Stellan wore a snow white dress representing the highest power of the Dylan Kingdom, and wore a crystal crown inlaid with various jewels. He sat on the throne a little tiredly. After the Devil's Gate incident, the kingdom has confirmed that Luca Dylan has been controlled by an unknown existence, which directly led to the fall of Wrath of the North. After a few days, Luca is estimated to be unable to come back. Even if he comes back, no one will recognize him as His Majesty the King of the Dylan Kingdom. Even all his records will be erased from the Dylan Kingdom and become a taboo name. Since Luca is gone, and his lineage is despised by everyone, the Kingdom of Dylan needs a new king. Therefore, Duke Stellan Ward was naturally accepted by everyone, and became the new king of the Kingdom of Dylan. Even Minister Anna and others, as well as the elders of the royal family, did not object, but only asked Stellan to change his surname back to Dylan. Stellan did not refuse. After all, the ancestors of the Ward family were also a branch of the Dylan royal family, which meant that the Ward family directly became the main branch of the Dylan royal family. In the past 2 days, Duke Ward has been meeting with all officials and nobles of the kingdom, trying to appease the emotions of all parties. Stellan has handed over all the rescue and reconstruction work of Bingfeng City to Anna and others. He has put all his energy into sorting out the new order of the kingdom. Many people did not expect that the dispute between the kingdom of Luca and Duke Ward would turn out like this. The group of people who originally supported Luca were somewhat panic-stricken, but they gradually calmed down under Stellan's comfort in the past 2 days. They understood that the former Duke Ward would not settle accounts with them, so they actively devoted themselves to the reconstruction of Bingfeng City, which was also considered to be a tribute to the new King Dylan. The nobles and officials who originally supported Duke Ward were naturally excited, imagining a better life in the future. But among them, there was a person who was a little worried, and was not as happy as the others. "Your Majesty, you called me." Viscount Jacobo Bites knelt on one knee respectfully in front of King Stellan, and bowed his head. He was the last noble summoned by Stellan in the past 2 days. The others had been summoned by Stellan before, even many nobles whose titles were lower than his. This made him even more flustered. He secretly betrayed and defected to Luca, and now he wanted to travel through time and return to the night when he decided to betray and punch himself. If it weren't for a moment's thought, he would now be one of the two most powerful supporters in the Duke of Ward's camp, and he could share the most fruitful results with Bellamilne. But now, alas Jacobo, do you know why I met you last? Stellan's voice came from the front, shaking his mind. Unlike before, although Stellan Dillon had only been king for 2 days, he already had a special aura. Jacobo seemed to be unable to bear the majesty from Stellan. He knelt on his knees, humbly pressed his head against the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, "I know, your majesty." Jacobo bites, "Your territory will be renamed the Northern Frost Fortress, do you understand?" Stellan's cold voice sounded, directly determining the future of Viscount bites. The Frost Fortress is the front line of the kingdom's northern border facing the ice beasts. The Snow Bear Legion was stationed there before, and it was the most difficult and cold. Now that the Snow Bear Legion has withdrawn to Bingfeng City, the pressure it will face is even greater. But Viscount Jacobo Bites had no intention of refusing. Instead, he bowed deeply and said gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness, my majesty." He knew very well that Stellan's behavior was undoubtedly aware of his betrayal. At that moment, he had already smelled the stench of the gallows, but Stellan's punishment was to guard the northern border of the kingdom, and even his title remained unchanged. Jacobo, who escaped the disaster, kowtowed again and again, and then slowly left the palace. Stellan on the throne side. If it were not for the most critical moment of the kingdom of Dillon, how could he let Jacobo go so easily? After all, Jacobo was once one of the two highest ranking subordinates of his. Touching him would easily cause fear in others. The current kingdom of Dillon could not withstand another impact. But Jacobo's matter was also a small matter. Stellan still had a big stone in his heart. Luca's whereabouts were unknown, and he was taken away by an unknown strong man. Who knows if he will come back, or cause more unrest. King Dillon no longer has the protection of a legend. Stellan got up from the throne, rubbed his temple, and walked towards the inner court. These 2 days, no matter how busy he was, he had to sleep for an hour every night. As an extraordinary strong man, he had enough energy to stay awake for several days, but in order to contact Mr. Moriarty, he still took time out from his busy affairs to rest. However, that weird, mysterious existence never contacted him again. The new king of the Dillon Kingdom is now a little melancholy. Since the Devil's Gate incident, the status of the Death Conclave and Moriarty in his heart has been constantly elevated. "Well, where am I?" Stellan murmured in a daze. His body seemed to be light and floating without any sense of reality. Knock knock, some dull sounds came, which woke Stellan up directly. "I am." Stellan suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was in the main hall of the Ice Castle Palace, sitting on the throne at the highest point of the palace. This is it. Stellan stood up suddenly and saw the black-robed man who was leisurely looking around in the palace. "Hello, Mr. Moriarty." Stellan hurriedly walked down the high platform where the throne was located and said with a hint of respect. He had no choice but to do so. What happened 2 days ago was too shocking. Luke had killed the legendary strongman, Wrath of the North, which means that the strength of that Luke is at least legendary. But that Luke was taken away by an unknown strongman, so that there is no news until now. If that person is hostile to Luke, it means that that person is also a legendary crown. Stellan thought about it and felt that the person was most likely a master of the Death Conclave. If it was other forces, they should have contacted him by now. Only the Death Conclave made Stellan confused. Even though he has become the king of the Dillon Kingdom, he can't help but feel a little afraid. Especially now that there are no legendary beings in the Dillon Kingdom. Congratulations, our new King Dillon. You finally got what you wanted. How do you feel? Facing the frivolous attitude of the man in black, Moriarty, for some reason, Stellan suddenly felt a little relaxed. I guess there shouldn't be any big problems. Thanks to your help, we can stop the disaster. Stellan's face showed a trace of bitterness. His voice was low, but his attitude became more respectful. To be honest, who would have thought that this mess would end up like this? Even if you become the king, after the initial excitement, there is only distress. Really? Lisi said with a smile. His footsteps did not stop, as if he was looking at the prosperous decorations in the palace. After a moment of silence, seeing that Moriarty had no intention of speaking, Stellan could only take the initiative to break the silence. Thank you for your help. I wonder if Luca is now. Oh, don't worry, he's dead. Lisi said indifferently, and took out a long-legged wine glass filled with golden wine from somewhere, shaking it gently in his hand. Sure enough, Stellan felt a little relieved. It would be better if he died. So, is that legendary being really a certain Lord of the Death Conclave? Now it seems that the existence of the Death Conclave is indeed mysterious and powerful, and seems to be no weaker than the Church of the Gods. Stellan knew it in his heart, and then asked, that guy, is it really Luca? Why did he do that? Lisi took a sip of wine, glanced at Stellan, and said, Luca has been occupied by the demon prince Demogorgon. You don't need to know the rest. Hiss. Even Stellan, who was scheming, couldn't help but change color. Demogorgon. Although he hadn't appeared for a long time, Stellan still knew this one of the strongest in the abyss. That is the Lord of the Abyss, who is not enough to be fully described by words such as evil, chaos, death, madness, etc. He actually appeared in the kingdom of Dylan and occupied the king's body. This is simply unheard of. You must know that, although the strength of the kingdom of Dylan is nothing on the continent of Fana, it is also one of the countries protected by the Church of the Gods. The king, high-ranking nobles and important officials are all under the protection of the Church of the Gods. That person was able to hide from the investigation of the Church of the Ice and Snow Goddess. Doesn't that mean that he is also in danger? The previous Demon's Gate incident led to the fall of the only legend in the Dylan Kingdom. It is precisely because of this that the Dylan Kingdom has completely turned to the Church of the Ice and Snow Goddess, hoping to gain greater support from the Church of the Ice and Snow Goddess. For example, it can send a legend to settle in Bingfeng City. The Ice and Snow Goddess is a god with medium divine power, and her church naturally has several legends. But Stellan is not sure that he can definitely invite a legend. The Death Conclave seems to be quite powerful and also has legends. Mr. Moriarty, thank the Death Conclave for helping the Dylan Kingdom this time. I don't know what I can do to express the gratitude of the Dylan Kingdom. Stellan asked tentatively. However, Moriarty in front of him seemed to be uninterested, strolling slowly, and seemed to have lost the abnormal behavior before, and the weird feeling seemed to have disappeared. Now he looks a little bored and tired. Nothing. Lisi said lightly. Stellan was stunned. He didn't expect Moriarty to say that. No, this big guy. You vowed to help me become king before, hinting that I wanted to replace the Ice and Snow Goddess Church and get the support of the Kingdom of Dylan. You paid so much in the process, giving me precious teleportation props to mobilize 2 elite armies, sending legendary strongmen to destroy the incarnation of Demogorgon, and helping to destroy a large number of demons in the Demon Gate. You paid so much, and when it's time to share the fruits of victory, you told me that you don't want to be rewarded. Is the Death Convent really that kind of selfless and righteous existence? If it were normal times, Stellan might have been shameless and let it go. But now it's not possible. The Kingdom of Dylan needs support. Stellan also wants to obtain long-term cooperation with the Death Convent through subsequent rewards. This kind of powerful and relatively peaceful existence, Stellan doesn't know where to go. In particular, he may also face the possibility of Demogorgon's attack again, and the Ice and Snow Goddess Church seems not so reliable in previous matters. Stellan felt like crying. He really couldn't understand this Death Conclave. Brother, you can't make me kneel down and beg for cooperation. Chapter 290. The Next Journey. As the former Duke of Wood and the current King of Dylan, Stellan was somewhat helpless. It was not that Dylan Kingdom did not have legendary equipment, but it was found on Wrath of the North, not on that person's body. It might have been taken away by the Abyss Lord, or it might have been taken away by the legendary strongman of the Death Conclave. But no matter who it was, Stellan had no intention of asking for it back. In addition, Stellan could not think of any treasures that were precious enough to impress Moriarty in front of him. There was no way. The Dylan Kingdom was so poor, and it was even a bit embarrassing compared to the prosperous human kingdoms in the south. There were ordinary treasures, but Stellan did not think that they could impress Moriarty. You know, this person was also able to destroy Demon's Gate with one blow, and Stellan could not forget that terrifying golden light. Even if it was a killer, it might have paid a huge price, but Stellan also felt that this person should be standing at the top of the gold level, peeping into the legendary realm. It was precisely because of this that Stellan could not help but have some respect. Taking a deep breath, Stellan said in a deep voice, "Mr. Moriarty, on behalf of the Kingdom of Dylan, I want to reach a cooperation with the Order of Death and obtain the protection of the legendary strongman. I don't know what price I or the Kingdom of Dylan have to pay." Lisi also showed a smile on his face. This development was in his plan. To be honest, after this battle, the Kingdom of Dylan suffered a great loss, and even controlling the kingdom and maintaining balance was a bit difficult. And this is also a good opportunity. An opportunity for Lisi to gain greater benefits from the Kingdom of Dylan. You know, although the Kingdom of Dylan is located at the northern end of the Fanal continent, transportation is extremely inconvenient. To the north is the uninhabited Arctic icefield. To the west is the long and steep Tell Mountains, which is more steep than the Luoxu Mountains. It is difficult for ordinary people to cross, and the east is also a hilly wasteland. Before the trade route in the eastern wasteland was opened up by Duke Ward, the Kingdom of Dylan could only obtain goods and food through trade with the Kingdom of Fees. This almost monopolistic position puts the Kingdom of Dylan in an almost absolute disadvantage in trade. As a result, the rich minerals and leathers of the Dylan Kingdom itself cannot obtain the appropriate benefits. This means that the Fez Kingdom has been exploiting the Dylan Kingdom and sucking blood from the Dylan Kingdom. This is why many people in the Dylan Kingdom hate the Fez Kingdom. If it were in the past, Lisi would not care about these things. At most he would just get a share of the pie. But now it is different. Lisi knows that there is a floating city sunk in the Pearl Sea in the east of the continent. Although the floating city can still operate normally, after so many years, there must be many places that need to be repaired and strengthened. In addition, there is a daily consumption of the floating city. You know, a floating city is equivalent to a large magic factory. The consumed magic power can be provided by the core of Mizora, but the consumed resources need to be obtained by the floating city owner from the outside world. This is also the dilemma that the Azura floating city once faced in the previous life. Lisi naturally has to prepare early. The Dylan Kingdom is a very good choice. Of course, Lisi is not a devil. It will not be as cruel as the exploitation of the merchants in the Fez Kingdom. It's just what we need. I'm such a kind person. What can you give? Lisi's incarnation, the black-robed man Moriarty, said meaningfully. The one who puts forward the conditions first is always at a disadvantage, especially now that Lisi has taken all the initiative. Stellan was silent. To be honest, he couldn't think of what the Death Conclave needed. After all, in his opinion, the Death Conclave did not seem to be like the Church of the Gods, which needed the faith of the people of the kingdom. Lisi chuckled and interrupted Stellan's thoughts. I know what you think. It's not easy to get the protection of the legendary crown. I think you should be mentally prepared for this. I will help you convey your wishes to those adults. As for the final result, I will tell you later. Stellan nodded silently and was speechless for a while. Several legendary crowns? This is even stronger than some churches with weak divine power and weak divine power. Is what Moriarty said true? Even Stellan, who has seen the legendary actions of the Death Conclave, is a little skeptical at this moment. Lisi naturally noticed the subtle changes in the expression of King Dylan, but he didn't care. He really has the capital to show off. Fisi Kingdom, Kangwang City, Kane Family Mansion. Little Lisi, are you sure what you said is true? Joyce, dressed in a black butler's uniform, stood in front of the window, looking at Ashley who was working hard in the garden below, but his expression revealed a hint of surprise. He was holding a crystal ball specially made by Steven, so he could naturally get in touch with Lisi. But what Lisi said surprised him a little. Good guy. The Devil's Gate, the melee in the Kingdom of Dylan, the fall of the legend, and the appearance of the demon prince Demogorgon were so big, and little Lisi was only silver level, and he had already participated in it, and it sounds like he played a very important role in it. Yes, Uncle Joyce, I asked Teacher Stevens to come over, and the teacher also suspected that it was Demogorgon. Lisi said in an affirmative tone. He did not hide anything from his own big boss, including the fact that he traded with Stellan under the alias of Moriarty of the Death Conclave. Point little Lee C, you did a good job. You are better than I thought. After confirming, Joyce praised Lee C without hesitation. In his opinion, the better Lee C was, the more gratified he was. He did not live up to the trust of Lee C's father. Little Lee C, do you mean you want me to support the Dylan Kingdom? Joyce thought for a moment and asked through the crystal ball. Yes, uncle. Although he knew that the other side could not see him, Lee C still nodded seriously and expressed his considerations. The resources of Dylan Kingdom are quite rich. These may be useful to me and to you in the future. After this time, there should be no major events in Dylan Kingdom in the future. But you don't have to become the patron saint of Dylan Kingdom like Wrath of the North. You just need to give the king some support. I think this is enough to make him feel at ease. After Lee C finished speaking, Joyce was silent for a moment and said, no problem, these are all trivial matters. At this time, Joyce smiled and added, little Lee C, you may not know that I'm still one of the worshippers of the Southern Principality Alliance. It's just one more Dylan Kingdom. I will let my clone go to Dylan Kingdom. Just reply to the king like this. Thank you so much, Uncle Joyce. Lee C said sincerely, thanking his boss for his support. From the beginning, Joyce gave unremitting help like his elder. Whether it was this time or the previous body protection, asking Flame of Judgment to be his teacher. This may be the biggest help Lee C got besides the system. Little Lee C, where are you going next? Joyce asked with a smile, as if the previous things were trivial to him. I plan to head east to the Kingdom of Dylan, and then go to the Kingdom of Birtich by sea. Lee C did not hesitate at all, and this was also his future idea. After this experience in Bingfeng City, Lee C also discovered his own shortcomings. That is, his biased situation has become more and more serious. His strength in the mage has far surpassed other professions. For example, this time, except for the occasional use of the assassin profession, lurking, ability, the abilities of warriors, hunters, etc. are not useful. Most of his expertise and skills are also biased towards mages. Perhaps, with sufficient basic attribute support, Lee C is not weaker than professionals of the same level in professions such as warriors and assassins. But in terms of the intensity of the battle that Lee C is facing now, it is of no use. This is not what Lee C expected. The mage profession is naturally stronger than other professions because of the existence of the Arcane Master and the inheritance of two legendary Arcane Masters. This is beyond doubt. Lee C would not want to stop practicing Arcane and let other professions catch up. That would undoubtedly be a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But Lee C could not accept the situation of being completely behind in other professions. In that case, the combat technique that Lee C envisioned with his exclusive expertise, all methods return to the vault. Lee C, as the core, would be useless. Moreover, the strength of one aspect will always encounter restraint, and only all-round development is the kingly way. For ordinary people, this is unrealistic. After all, the skills and combat methods of a profession can make them spend their entire lives learning. But Lee C, who has the system and talent, almighty, is different. He has the opportunity and the ambition to achieve that goal. Therefore, it is imperative to exercise the abilities of other professions and ensure that they do not fall behind. This is not meaningless. After all, Lee C's progress in arcane magic has begun to slow down gradually. Before Lee C breaks through the gold level, there will be no leapfrog progress. In this case, devoting part of his energy to the practice of other professions is also a manifestation of maximizing efficiency. In fact, when Lee C left Kangwang City and followed the caravan to Luoxu Mountains, he had already consciously strengthened his training in this area. But that intensity was undoubtedly too low. He had to increase his strength. Lee C planned to cross the Kingdom of Dylan and follow the trade route opened by the Ward family to the eastern coast. Along the way, he had to cross the ice fields and wilderness hills and naturally face many monsters and dangers. In this process, although Lee C would maintain his arcane training, he would try his best to use the abilities of warriors, assassins, hunters and other professions to deal with everything. I think this would give him enough pressure, right? In addition, Lee C made such a decision for two other reasons. One is to rely on his own strength as much as possible and challenge his own limits. In many things, the teacher, Flame of Judgment, and Uncle Joyce helped him so much that Lisi had hardly faced several life and death crises after coming out of Maguire's Tomb of Death. Even if there were big guys to help Lisi. Although the impact was not great, it would indeed make him gradually relax his vigilance. This is wrong. The appearance of Demogorgon this time alerted Lisi. In the future, with the magnificent tide of the times and chaos, even the teacher and uncle could not completely protect him. Unless he followed the two big guys closely, it would be almost impossible to become a legend or even go further. That strong man did not survive the crisis of life and death and the baptism of storms. Lisi could not rely too much on the help of the two big guys, and he had to challenge his own limits and break through himself. The second consideration was the requirements of the monk's professional specialty, evidence of nature. Understand nature and feel nature. This is the most basic requirement of this specialty. Only through the journey can we get closer to this specialty. Even Lisi has made up his mind. This time, Lisi will not take a carriage or rely on teleportation, flying, etc. to move forward. Instead, he will move forward step by step towards the east. In the form of an ascetic exercise, he will hone himself. After chatting with Joyce about the recent situation in the future, Lisi also stopped communicating and lay back on the bed to continue resting. Before starting the journey, the most important thing for him is to ease his soul injury as much as possible, at least not to affect his actions. Bingfeng City, Gaza Warehouse number 6. You guys go out. His Majesty the new King of Dylan, Stellan, walked into the warehouse, looked at the precious metals and magic gems neatly packed in wooden boxes in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. The guards and the warehouse manager hesitated, worried about the safety of the new king. If there is any problem with this man again, the Dylan kingdom will really fall into complete chaos. But feeling the stern eyes from His Majesty the King, everyone still retreated obediently and closed the door. Stellan let out a long breath and stood quietly in place, as if waiting for something. Ah, dear King Stellan, you are here so early. As always, Moriarty's familiar figure appeared in front of Stellan with a frivolous tone. Familiar black wizard robes, pale face, no trace of real breath could be detected. Hello, Mr. Moriarty. Here are the prepared materials. Stellan nodded and looked carefully at the black-robed man in front of him. This was his first close contact with this powerful member of the Order of Death. The moment Moriarty appeared, his body's nerves instantly tensed up, but soon relaxed. When preparing these precious metals and ores, he carefully thought about the existence of the Order of Death. All kinds of strange behaviors finally gave him an answer in his heart. The purpose of the Order of Death is not the Kingdom of Dylan, but the Demogorgon. The more Stellan thought about it, the more it made sense. Destroying the Gaza warehouse, attacking the palace, helping him to teleport troops, destroying the Demon Gate, and even killing Luger, the incarnation of Demogorgon. This effort is completely disproportionate to the reward. Therefore, this organization called the Order of Death must be an enemy of Demogorgon, or even the Lord of the Abyss. A great organization that acts in secret to protect mankind. Only in this way can it help the Kingdom of Dylan. Stellan, who felt that he had discovered the truth, was more determined to cooperate with the Order of Death. How could he let go of such a good partner? So after receiving a notice from Moriarty, Stellan ordered his subordinates to take out the most precious magic metals and magic gems from the palace treasury to show his sincerity. I will definitely make this ally. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Mithril and Dervish. Without paying attention to Stellan's expression, Lisi focused all his attention on the precious materials in front of him. After making an agreement with Uncle Joyce, Lisi was ready to leave Bingfeng City. But since he was already here, he couldn't just not ask for any reward. Lisi didn't plan to take the magic props of the Dylan Kingdom. He thought that even the collection of the Ice Castle Palace could not compare to the magic workshop warehouse of Flame of Judgment. In this case, it would be better to let Stellan prepare some metal materials with the characteristics of the Dylan Kingdom. I didn't expect Stellan to prepare so much. There was no ordinary metal at all. The tempered and forged cold iron blocks, the star sand emitting a faint glow, the bright red and pure red copper, etc. These are all precious special metal materials, which are more precious than ordinary copper and iron ores, and have a higher affinity with extraordinary power. They are widely used in the forging of low-level and intermediate magic equipment, and even in the forging of more advanced ones. These materials filled more than half of the box. Although there are many, the most valuable things in front of Lisi are not these, but the treasures and other special iron boxes. Lisi opened a wooden box on the top, opened the lid, and what came into view was a standard rectangular silver metal. Gently took it out. The weight of this silver metal is only half of the same volume of black iron. Lisi used some force on his fingers holding the metal, but only left a shallow mark on the metal block. The magic power used flows smoothly in this silver metal, and almost no obstruction or obscurity can be felt. It is indeed mithril. As an extremely precious magic metal, mithril is silvery white in appearance. It is a metal that is stronger than steel, but as light as a goose feather. Mithril is said to be discovered and named by the dwarves, meaning silver full of mystery. The reason for this is that, except for the special creations of the gods and some unique existences, mithril is the metal with the highest magic affinity. Almost all high-level magic equipment must add a little mithril to improve the magic affinity of this equipment. In addition to forging magic equipment, mithril is also an indispensable material in many magic researches. It is also used in advanced magic puppets, magic arrays, etc. While it is so widely used, the output of mithril is indeed quite rare. It is only found in a few associated mines of magic metals. This is why mithril is so precious. Few people choose to trade mithril with gold coins. They all choose treasures of the same level to barter. Generally, when making magic equipment, adding a few grams of mithril can greatly improve the magic affinity of this equipment, which is also the basis of advanced magic equipment. But the mithril in Lisi's hand weighs a full pound. In addition to the piece in Lisi's hand, there are two wooden boxes in front of him that also contain mithril. There are several other magic metals of the same level. Silver blue refined gold is heavy and extremely strong. It can greatly improve the sharpness and hardness of weapons. It is the top magic metal of the same level as mithril. Dragon patterned iron, which naturally forms patterns similar to dragon scales, is the best material for forging shields and armor. It also has certain magical properties, and can absorb magic element, to recover damage by itself. The black star steel, with a faint glow similar to that of stars, is said to be a product from outside the Jaya world. It has excellent ductility and tolerance, and is one of the best forging base materials. In addition to these, there are many magic gems that sparkle with various colors. Lisi looked at the harvest in front of him with great satisfaction, and put all of them into the space ring. He looked at Stellan with a much more friendly look. It's not that Lisi's will is not firm, but that the other party gave too much. To take out so many precious magic metals, even the mineral-rich Dylan Kingdom would need many years of accumulation. I wonder if Mr. Moriarty is still satisfied? Stellan didn't blink when he saw the black-robed man in front of him collecting these priceless metals. No matter how precious it is, it's just a pile of useless stones for Stellan at the moment. The most important thing is to exchange it for shelter. Even if he asked for the support of the Ice and Snow Goddess Church, Stellan hoped to get the secret shelter of the Death Conclave. It was really that Luca was controlled by the Lord of the Abyss and forcibly occupied his body, which had a great impact on him. He has a lot of things to do, and the Kingdom of Dylan also needs him, so nothing can happen now. Well, not bad. Lisi smiled, and in Stellan's opinion, this might be the best mood he had ever seen this mysterious guy. That lord has agreed to your request, and will come to see you in the next few days. Lisi looked at Stellan standing aside, and said with a smile, whether you can get his approval depends on you. Stellan was a little surprised. So fast? Could it be that there are really several legends in the Death Secret Society? They can invite a legend to see me so quickly. Lisi threw a grey round bead to Stellan. This is a token from that lord. Just keep it. Stellan took the round bead and held it in his hand. He felt an extremely obscure but sharp and powerful aura from it. It is a legend, and it is different from the aura of the legendary strongman who took Luca away a few days ago. Stellan's own strength is not weak, so he can't be wrong. He held the bead tightly in his hand, and Stellan was a little shocked. Moriarty did not lie. The Order of Death actually had other legendary masters. Stellan soon ran out of time to pay attention to this matter. A legendary master was about to arrive, and he needed to think carefully about how to satisfy this big man and obtain his protection. Lisi looked at Stellan, who was lost in thought, and without waiting any longer, he teleported out of the Gaza warehouse. Outside Bingfeng City, on the wasteland. Perhaps the winter in the south of the continent is about to pass, but it is still deep winter in the kingdom of Dylan. The thick snow covered everything in front of him, and almost everything was white. Even the main roads from Bingfeng City to other places were covered, and almost no traces could be seen. Lisi turned around and looked at the dark grey Bingfeng City and the ice castle palace shining in the sun not far away, and headed east without nostalgia. Everything in Bingfeng City is just a thing of the past, and Lisi will continue to move forward. On the plain in the middle of the Dylan Palace, the land was covered with snow. The cold north wind blew across it. Except for ice-type monsters, few monsters were willing to go out and wander at this time. This was the Great Plain in the middle of the Dylan Palace. Except for the place where Bingfeng City was located, the terrain was almost flat, so the cold wind from the north swept straight through this area. Before the spring of April, this place would have this kind of cold and extreme climate. But compared to the northern ice field covered with ice and snow all year round, humans here can still survive, but now they are just staying at home like monsters. On the plain in the middle of the Dylan Kingdom, you can see small human villages and rising smoke at every distance. At this time, not far from a small village, a row of deep footprints were engraved on the snowy ground that looked like white paper. It was Lisi, who was wearing thin clothes. The north wind blew up fine snow particles across his cheeks, bringing a stinging pain like a knife. With a calm face, he looked up at the village not far away. Lisi did not choose to walk towards the village, but continued to move towards the east. He was not wearing thick and warm cotton clothes, or tough and windproof leather clothes, but a simple layer of thin clothes. The north wind blew up the corners of Lisi's clothes, and his pale skin color and purple frostbite on his arms could be seen. It has been unknown how many days since he left Bingfeng City. Lisi walked in this cold snow in this outfit. He walked eastward for half a day every day, and the rest of the day was hunting monsters or practicing martial arts. When night fell, Lisi would light a bonfire and concentrate on studying and calculating arcane knowledge. The monotonous life day after day is very difficult to endure, boring, simple, and stereotyped. If ordinary people live like this, they will even go crazy. But Lisi didn't care. After getting over the initial discomfort, Lisi entered a deep level of tranquility. The impetuousness and desires faced in Kangwang City and Bingfeng City were gradually washed away, and only the desire for extraordinary power remained. As planned before, Lisi is practicing asceticism and has begun to temper his body. Asceticism is a very extreme way of practice for martial monks. The goal is to achieve self-control, self-discipline, rejection of material and physical temptations, and endurance of harsh environments by enduring physical pain and depression. Therefore, this way of practice is also called asceticism or asceticism. This is a very painful process. Even among the martial monks, only a few can pass this practice. But without exception, all those who can pass the ascetic practice are tenacious and can achieve spiritual breakthroughs. They have unique resistance to all kinds of spiritual and soul temptations and negative effects. Lisi is not practicing asceticism now, because asceticism also includes starvation and even reducing water intake. This will make Lisi's body weak, and is not conducive to his purpose of tempering his body. But it didn't matter much. After all, tempering the mind was effective. Lisi could clearly feel his spirit gradually improving and becoming stronger these days. Even the soul injury caused by the backlash of dream refraction was almost healed. However, in addition to enduring the pain, Lisi wore thin clothes for another reason. That was to get as close to nature as possible and temper his body. Even if ordinary people wore thick clothes, it would be impossible to move forward for a long time in this icy and snowy land. But Lisi's physical strength was now equivalent to that of a silver level warrior. Only in this way could he push his body to its limit as much as possible, prompting the body to heal and repair itself as much as possible, and at the same time, produce a certain resistance. On Lee Si's panel, new prompts would appear every once in a while. Due to environmental factors, your body is in the frostbite state. You received 100 points of cold damage. Your resistance to cold has increased slightly. Due to environmental factors, your body is in the frostbite state. You received 98 points of cold damage. Your resistance to cold has increased slightly. Lee Si didn't care about the information on the system panel. He was just immersed in the thinking of the Arcane, and didn't care about the pain from his body at all. This is the fastest way to obtain cold resistance expertise summarized by players in the previous life, which is more convenient than obtaining other resistance expertise. Just keep the body in a cold state for a long time, and the only thing to pay attention to is not to return to 0 health. But that was also in the previous life game, and players could adjust the pain percentage to 0. Lee Si is different now. He must bear the pain completely. When he first started training, the accumulated cold was still very low, and Lee Si's physique didn't even cause any harm. But as time went on, the temperature in the body was gradually taken away by the north wind, and the accumulated frostbite began to become obvious. Lee Si's face was pale, his lips were chapped, and the bone-chilling cold began to stimulate his spirit. The body became heavier and heavier, and even his intuition began to numb. The loss of health points caused by frostbite also gradually increased from 1 point to 10 points, and then to the current 100 points. This was when Lee Si just obtained low-level cold resistance yesterday. Otherwise, the damage that jumps every few minutes, even if his own health value has exceeded 10,000, can't keep up with such damage. While enduring the pain from the north wind and severe cold, Lee Si gradually adapted. He found that, when he was walking on the road, it was a better time to think about the Arcane in his mind. The boredom and coldness made him more focused, and even forgot the pain in his body. But Lee Si would not practice blindly. Whenever his health value dropped below half, Lee Si would stop and find a place to light a bonfire to dispel the cold, drink a mouthful of hot soup to dispel the coldness of his body as much as possible, and restore his health value. It was only because Lee Si had enough life restoring potions now, otherwise it might not have such a good effect. It can be said that Lee Si is now practicing with Krypton gold. Anyway, the supplies he put in the storage ring are sufficient. This is also one of the reasons why he did not completely adhere to the ascetic practice. Lee Si can also wait until the health value drops to a lower level before recovering, but in that case, when encountering emergencies such as the attack of Warcraft, he may face certain dangers. Leave room for yourself at all times. This was Lee Si's experience when he faced the Demon Prince Demogorgon in Bingfeng City. If he had taken the initiative to attack at that time, he would have run into Demogorgon's hands. Lee Si could not guarantee that his teleportation ring and shadow amulet would be able to save his life in front of that person. So before this practice, Lee Si also decided not to take these two trump cards into account when training himself to avoid the psychological dependence. Lee Si moved forward step by step towards the east. There was a vast expanse of white in front of him, and he could not see anything clearly. The small village before had disappeared, as if only Lee Si's voice and shadow were left in the world, so lonely. Lee Si did not care about these. After all, the scenery in the past few days was like this. Ding at this moment, a sound that was somewhat different from before came from the system. Chapter 292 I'm determined to eat this bear paw. Due to environmental factors, your body is in the frostbite state. You receive 101 points of cold damage. Your resistance to cold has increased slightly. Your specialty, low-level cold resistance, has been upgraded to intermediate cold resistance. Specialty intermediate cold resistance, moderately increase your resistance to cold. When you receive cold damage, the damage will be reduced by 100 points per frequency. At the same time, your resistance to negative states such as freezing and hypothermia will be increased. Due to environmental factors, your body is in the frostbite state. You receive 1 point of cold damage. Looking at the information displayed on the system panel, Lee Si breathed a sigh of relief, and his face became a little rosy. finally got this specialty. It's worth it for being frozen for so many days. While the body is constantly resisting the cold, Lisi's body's resistance to cold is also gradually increasing accordingly. The effect of intermediate cold resistance is enough to allow Lisi to have a certain resistance to ice skills in battle. The effect of reducing damage is still secondary. The most important thing is the ability to resist the negative state of ice skills. Just like the necromancy skills, the most difficult thing about ice skills is not the damage they cause, but the various negative effects. Even if the speed is slowed down by the cold in the battle, it will have a great impact on the battle that is decided in an instant. However, this is already the limit. If you want to obtain advanced cold resistance, it is not simply obtained by freezing. Only in tasks with rich rewards can these advanced specialties be obtained. This is also the reason why Lisi no longer gains cold resistance after being damaged by cold. Lisi no longer hesitated and took out a thicker piece of clothing from the storage ring and put it on. Although the cold resistance has increased, the body is not completely unaffected by the cold, and there will still be chills. Since he has obtained intermediate cold resistance, Lisi does not need to continue to torture himself. Putting on a thicker piece of clothing, Lisi moved his frozen hands and feet. Fresh blood brought heat from the torso to the limbs, and Lisi felt like his body was alive again. Looking up at the eastern sky, above the forest scattered on the plain, you can vaguely see the rolling hills. Although he didn't take a carriage or a sled, Lisi's walking speed was not slow. He was about to cross the entire central plain of the Kingdom of Dylan and enter the eastern Kari Hills. It was also from the east that warcraft and extraordinary creatures gradually began to become the protagonists of that land. There are also some humans living in the Kari Hills, but their general situation is extremely difficult, and they have to face the invasion of warcraft and extraordinary creatures. In that area, snow wolves and ice storm bears are not uncommon, and even frost giants and white dragons have appeared. Without the protection of powerful professionals, it is difficult for humans to resist those dangers. The Kingdom of Dylan once wanted to conquer the Kari Hills, but the losses were too great when facing the invasion of warcraft, so it had to give up this land. Before Duke Ward, the current King of Dylan, opened up the trade route, the Kingdom of Dylan simply ignored this place. This is also the current dilemma of the Kingdom of Dylan. Although the country occupies a wide area, there are not many places suitable for human habitation. Lisi shook his head. He was not from the Kingdom of Dylan, so he didn't have to worry about it. After Duke Ward ascended the throne and became the king of the Kingdom of Dylan, he had chosen to open the trade route that crossed the Kari Hills all the way to the city of Ward on the eastern coast. That was a city built by Duke Ward from scratch, and it has been thriving in recent years. His Majesty King Stellan also had his considerations. The reason why he restricted other merchants from taking this route before was to seize all the benefits of this trade route in the hands of the family. But now it's different. He is already His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Dylan. The entire kingdom is equivalent to his private property. What he wants to do now is to make the entire Kingdom of Dylan prosper faster and recover from the shadow of the Demon Gate of the Ice Peak City. King Stellan's decision to open the eastern trade route really made many people excited. In these few days, even in the cold weather, people would take sleds to the east from time to time. Apart from exploring the trade route, Lisi couldn't think of any reason for those people to choose to rush east in such a cold weather. Lisi gathered his thoughts and re-entered the arcane research, and his figure gradually disappeared in the wind and snow. Kari Hills, in the forest. After entering the hills, large tracts of forests composed of cold pines and cold fir trees connected the low hills. The white snow as big as goose feathers kept falling, and thick snow accumulated on the pine trees. The only sound between heaven and earth was the rustling sound of snowflakes falling, which could better set off the quietness between heaven and earth. Roar. Suddenly, a roar of an angry beast resounded through the hills, and the sound seemed to turn into a special vibration and spread around, and the snow on the pine trees also fell in different places at this time. I saw a white figure suddenly rushed out of the forest and slammed into the hills. The snow was like an explosion and scattered between heaven and earth, and the whole hills trembled a little in this violent collision. When the white figure appeared again, it was recognized that it was a strong and tall ice storm bear. Ice storm bears are extraordinary magical beasts living in the north. Adult ice storm bears can generally reach the strength of high level silver. Ice storm bears are extraordinary magical beasts. Generally, they do not need to hibernate like ordinary bear beasts, but they rarely go out. They will spend the winter quietly in hiding, and only wander outside when they are looking for food. This ice storm bear is strong, with shiny white fur. It is not weak from hunger due to the coming of winter. I don't know who has provoked one of the high level predators in the north. The ice storm bear shook his head and pulled it out of the mud under the snow. His small eyes were full of anger, looking around for the person who had just disturbed his rest. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the shadow behind the ice storm bear, and the dagger in his hand flashed with cold light and suddenly stabbed at the back of the neck of the ice storm bear. The dagger stabbed fiercely into the fur on the back of the ice bear's neck, which was emitting a faint white glow, but it did not cut the fur as the attacker had expected. The dagger seemed to have stabbed on the ice layer, and the tip of the blade slipped out, causing no actual damage. The ice bear realized it only then, turned around angrily, and drove its huge body to smash the attacker with its paw. Seeing this, the attacker did not entangle, and dodged the ice bear's attack easily, landing on a pine tree not far away. TSK, it's quite troublesome. The attacker was Lee Si, who had entered the Kari Hills for training. He was hunting this high-level silver ice bear at this time. That should be the ice bear's innate skill, ice armor. It's really troublesome. In the short fight just now, Lee Si had already felt the strong defense of the ice bear. The hard bear skin plus the innate ice magic skills made it difficult for him to break through the ice bear's defense with his attacks alone. It's easy to break this layer of ice armor with blue ball magic, but isn't it more interesting this way? Lee Si's mouth curled up, and he didn't choose to take out the staff, but held the dagger in his right hand, squatted slightly and began to accumulate strength. The ice storm bear soon found Lee Si's position, roared, and a blue ice ball emitting cold air appeared in front of it, and smashed towards Lee Si. Boom. The pine tree under Lee Si's feet was torn into pieces by the ice storm bear's attack, but Lee Si was no longer there. The ice storm bear's defense is very strong among the monsters of the same level, and its attack ability is not weak. The only shortcoming is that its speed is very slow, or in other words, its flexibility is very low. It may be able to reach the same level when sprinting in a straight line, but it seems a bit clumsy in combat and small scale movement. Since Lee Si did not choose to use the power of magic, but relied on his own close combat ability, it was natural to seize this weakness. A black figure suddenly appeared on the left side of the ice storm bear, raised his wrist flexibly, and stabbed the tip of the dagger into the ice storm bear's eyes. Since your skin is tough enough, then I will target the places that your fur cannot cover. But the ice storm bear is not so easy to take down. Although the action was slow, the ice storm bear still reacted and closed his eyes. The same white light appeared at the position of the ice storm bear's eyes. As before, Lee Si's dagger deflected again. The ice storm bear's innate ability, ice armor, is somewhat similar to the mage's spell, deflection field. There are generally two types of protective spells used by mages. One is a shield type protective spell, similar to the fourth ring spell, Advanced Elemental Shield, which can directly offset the attack until the power of the shield is exhausted. The second type is a refraction type protective spell, similar to the fourth ring spell, Strong Deflection Field, which changes the direction of the attack by constructing a special force field and will not fall on the spell user. The second type of protective spell is mostly defensive against physical attacks, which is more targeted. Therefore, the current situation of the ice storm bear has posed a big problem to Lee Si. Lee Si did not stop because the attack failed again. His calm eyes showed that he had anticipated this development. After putting the dagger in his hand into the space ring, a thick black steel shield appeared in Lee Si's hand. You switched weapons, and the effect of All Darmus Return to the Hidden, Lee Si, was activated. You enter the Return to the Hidden state, and the skill damage is increased by 10%. This shield was specially selected by Lee Si when he left Kangwang City. There is no enchantment, nor any special effect. This shield has only two characteristics, one is hardness, and the other is heavy. With the strength of Lee Si's silver level warrior, he needs to hold this shield with both hands to use it normally. And now because the shield appeared in Lee Si's right hand, it was above the head of the ice storm bear. Although Li Si did not hold the shield with both hands, with the basic expertise of the warrior profession, mastery of all martial arts, upgraded to intermediate shield mastery, it was still relatively easy to control the shield and smash it hard on the face of the Ice Storm Bear. Warrior combat skill, Shield Slam. Unlike the hammer, the huge area of the shield made it impossible for the Ice Storm Bear to dodge, and it took the blow firmly. The Hail Bear was a little dizzy after being hit on the head, but the pain also stimulated its animal nature. Roar roar roar. With a series of roars, the Ice Storm Bear went completely crazy, and the little fighting reason it had completely disappeared. It waved its huge body and attacked indiscriminately in all directions. Li Si naturally did not have the habit of standing there and getting beaten in vain. After putting away the shield at the speed of light, he retreated to a distance. The storage ring in his hand flashed, and a longbow appeared in Li Si's hand. After obtaining all methods returned to the vault. Li Si, feat in determining this special fighting style, Li Si specially prepared this space ring to store the weapons prepared for him separately. Li Si even specially set the position of the weapons in this ring, just to shorten the time of changing weapons as much as possible during the battle, and achieve a smooth transition. Li Si looked at the crazy Ice Storm Bear not far away, which was venting its anger in the hilly forest. No wonder it's called Ice Storm Bear, the name is not wrong. Pulling the longbow slowly, Li Si's bow and arrow gradually surrounded by a green light. Hunter's combat skill, Wind Arrow. The green light cut through the air and accurately hit the scarlet left eye of the Ice Storm Bear. The roar mixed with pain and anger sounded again, shaking Li Si's ears a little uncomfortable. Does this Ice Storm Bear have sonic skills? Li Si shook his head, put away the longbow, and took out the scarred longsword. Looking at the figure of the Ice Storm Bear rushing towards him, Li Si's blood boiled. There are too many strong people in Bingfeng City. With Li Si's ability as a warrior and hunter, he cannot guarantee that he can hide from others' detection. So throughout the process, Li Si relied on his own ability as a mage to plan in secret. Although the secrets of the Arcane are attractive enough, Li Si is very generous and does not want to give up the improvement of other professional abilities. What's more, hand-to-hand combat is the most exciting, isn't it? Assassin skill, Shadow Shuttle. Li Si appeared behind the Ice Storm Bear holding a long sword and suddenly slashed at the Ice Storm Bear's neck with a sword. When the Ice Storm Bear lost its mind, the defense of ice armor began to weaken. Li Si's long sword fiercely slashed into the Ice Storm Bear's neck, but it was soon blocked by the tight muscles and strong bones. Even Li Si's long sword was stuck. Without hesitation, Li Si gave up the long sword and turned back. Looking at the Ice Storm Bear with a sword stuck behind him and red eyes, Li Si smiled and took out a brand new black long sword and then rushed towards the Ice Storm Bear. Today, I'm sure to eat this bear paw. The sky has darkened in the hilly cave. The orange-red firelight cooled the cave here, and the two huge bear paws with shaved hair were pierced by branches, and they were sizzling under the scorching flames. Li Si turned over the Ice Storm Bear's paw, took out salt and spices from the storage ring, and sprinkled them on the paw carefully. Soon, the charming aroma of meat filled the entire cave. This ice bear is in its prime, strong, and healthy. Its paws are of excellent quality, and I think they are rare delicacies on this land. The wood for the bonfire comes from the surrounding pine wood, which has a faint aroma of pine resin when burning, which adds a bit of flavor. Li Si didn't listen to the barbecue action in his hand, and suddenly said, "Friends outside, since you are here, why not enjoy this delicacy with me? Please give me a monthly ticket. Happy New Year." Chapter 293, Some Strange Druids. Kari Hills, the cave where Li Si was. As Li Si finished speaking, light footsteps sounded, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. "Sorry to bother you. It's indeed a bit presumptuous, but I smelled the fragrance from a long distance, and couldn't help but come over." A clear male voice sounded, and a young man appeared in front of Li Si, saying a little embarrassedly. He was a very handsome young man, who looked to be in his 20s, with short brown hair neat and dry, and wearing a plain clothes made of grey linen. A person dressed like this appeared in the snow-covered Kari Hills, which showed that his strength must be strong, and he was quite confident. However, Li Si didn't care too much. When he noticed this person approaching, Li Si had already paid attention. However, after feeling the strong natural breath and friendly spiritual power of this person, Lisi invited this person in instead of taking out his weapon. "My name is Isidore. I don't know how to call you." Isidore walked in with a smile on his face and sat by the campfire. His eyes were fixed on the bear paws on the bonfire, which were sizzling with oil and emitting an alluring aroma. Lisi turned the bear paws on the bonfire and asked casually, "Isidore, you are a druid, right? Are you interested in this roasted bear paw?" Isidore looked up at Lisi, nodded and said, "I'm indeed a druid. Of course, I'm not like those old stubborn people. How can I miss such a delicious food?" Lisi's words were not aimless. The natural aura exuded by Isidore was different from the feeling of the extraordinary professionals of the elves. This Isidore did not look like an elf. So Lisi recognized Isidore as a druid at first sight. To be honest, although there are many druids, most of them are distributed around the great forest of Navia in the south, and in the desert west of the Gano Mountains. The reason why most druids on the Fanal continent gathered in those two places is also because of their beliefs and professions. Druids are the darlings of nature and the maintainers of nature. They gathered around the Navia Great Forest to protect the forest of elves and maintain the operation of nature. As for the endless desert west of the Gano Mountains, it is said that it was not a desert a long time ago, but was once an extremely fertile land. The snow water from the Gano Mountains moistened the land. It is said that in a war between gods, the center of the battlefield was located in that land, and it became desolate and uninhabited. Under the influence of the residual power of the gods, it has not been restored to its original state for many years. Therefore, the vast yellow sand produced many twisted and mutated strange monsters, and the environment was harsh, which could be called a forbidden area for humans. However, the remains of ancient civilizations are also hidden under the endless yellow sand. With the movement of the sand dunes, the remains occasionally reappear. The treasures hidden in the ruins attracted countless adventurers to enter the desert to compete. However, the druids gathered there, not for the treasures under the yellow sand. They wanted to restore the desert to its original appearance. Countless generations of druids gathered there, removing the influence of the gods bit by bit, dredging the water veins, and planting trees. With the efforts of countless druids, dots of oases began to appear in the desert, providing hope for travelers crossing the desert. Although it is still a long way to go to fully restore the desert, no matter who it is, when seeing the green in the desert, they will respect those druids in their hearts. Of course, in addition to those two places, there are still many druids wandering on the continent of Fana. It's just that druids appearing in the northern ice field are really rare. When the aroma of roasted bear paws reached its peak, Lisi took the bear paws on the campfire and handed one to Isidore. Isidore carefully took the bear paw and blew it, sniffing the tempting aroma of oil, his face full of satisfaction. The roasted bear paws were cooked to the right temperature, just like jelly, fresh and delicious, and melted in the mouth with a light sip. Here, Lisi took out a silver spoon from the storage ring and handed it to Isidore. "Thank you very much." Isidore took the silver spoon, smiled and thanked again, and then began to enjoy the delicacy without hesitation. The slight fishy smell disappeared under the cover of spices. There was no need for many operations. The smoothness of fat and the strength of muscle filled the lips and tongue. The deliciousness was beyond words. After tasting the first bite of bear paw meat, Lisi nodded with satisfaction. Tasting food is also a pleasure and relaxation for Lisi after training. Lisi looked at Isidore eating with relish, without any shyness, and he knew it in his heart. Although druids are not completely vegetarian like elves, they also have this habit. In other words, there are some extremely stubborn people in the druid group. They believe that only vegetarianism is the best embodiment of being close to nature, and they have always done so. If it were so, it would be fine. They not only do this themselves, but also require others to be like them. Hunting animals is not allowed. They insist on vegetarianism and protect nature in this extreme way. This is their belief. It is also because of this that they are the most hated group by others except for the fallen druids. Lisi also kept a distance from those people in his previous life. These people are simply unreasonable. They may even have disputes with others because of this contradiction, or even fight and kill opponents. It is impossible to reason with them. They will always stick to their so-called truth and ideas. Of course, most druids are not like that. They believe that everyone is part of nature. People eat meat and animals eat plants. This is all part of the natural cycle. They will maintain the natural cycle instead of simply protecting one side. Of course, when some people wantonly destroy forests and hunt wild animals, which may affect the natural balance of the region, druids will also chop off the heads of their enemies in cold blood like executioners. It seems that Isidore in front of him should be a relatively peaceful druid. After eating a roasted bear paw, the coldness of the body has been completely dispelled. Food can always bring new strength. Isidore on the side also finished his roasted bear paw, touched his stomach, and his face was full of happiness. It's so delicious. Really help me, I can't stand it anymore. Lisi glanced at the druid, his eyes full of curiosity. How could a druid who was at least gold level end up eating grass? However, Lisi did not ask more questions, because meddling in other people's business would only cause trouble. Lisi, who only wanted to train himself, did not want to start the side quest now. Thank you so much, I have to continue on my way. Isidore stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said with a smile, well, may the Lord of Dawn look after you. Lisi did not stand up, but waved his hand. Watching the druid Isidore leave the cave, Lisi retracted his gaze. This Isidore was quite mysterious, with extraordinary words and deeds, but there was a natural charm in it. He must be facing some trouble now, otherwise he would not come to the Northland alone. You know, even druids do not like the winter in the Northland. Isidore seemed to be avoiding someone, but it was not a big trouble for him. You can see that he was not injured, and he was also very rational. He just enjoyed a meal and left without any nostalgia. He probably didn't want to get himself involved. I wonder which god this Isidore believes in. Lisi was a little curious, but that was all. He didn't leave Isidore's thoughts. A few days later, between the frozen mountains, a white figure crossed the sky, flapped its wings, and landed on a mountain not far away, blowing up a flurry of snowflakes. Today's weather is good, and there is some sunlight in the clouds. The sunlight fell on the snow-white scales of the figure, and it even felt a little glittering. The strong and tall body standing above the snow peak even felt a little sacred. This is a white dragon. Lisi hid in the dark under the mountain, staring at the white dragon on the top of the mountain. This is his new hunting target, and also an opportunity to test the results of his training these days. This white dragon is still a young dragon, and it seems that it has not been long since he left the protection of the adult white dragon. As a 5-color dragon that likes cold, the white dragon's strength at the same level can be said to be the lowest among the real dragons. It is not a lie to be called the shame of the dragon clan. Whether it is a metal dragon or a 5-color dragon, they generally have the strength of a high-level gold dragon after adulthood. When their strength breaks through to become an ancient dragon, they will have the strength of a legendary dragon. But even if the white dragon becomes an ancient dragon, it is still a little short of the legendary level. But this little difference is the difference between heaven and earth. Similarly, the strength of the white dragon is the weakest among the true dragons of the same level. In addition to the ice dragon breath, it has no special abilities and can only rely on its physique and inherited spells to fight against those who are weaker than it. However, having said that, the white dragon is also a true dragon, and no matter how weak it is not something that ordinary people can successfully fight. During Lisi's travel a few days ago, he observed the figure of this white dragon flying in the sky. It was because he found that the white dragon's strength was not strong enough and had not broken through to the gold level that he caught up with it. Although the giant dragon is very strong, at the same time, they are full of treasures. Dragon scales are one of the best materials for armor. Dragon horns, dragon teeth, and dragon bones are not only extremely sharp and strong materials, but also have magical properties and are important magical materials. Dragon blood and dragon meat are even more needless to say. Bathing in dragon blood is known as a synonym for a strong warrior. Moreover, dragons especially like to collect gems, gold coins, magic props, etc. as collections. They like to sleep on beds of gold coins and gems. These are all of very high value. Therefore, the existence of each dragon is a treasure, and one of the ultimate targets of all adventurers. It is also because of this that real dragons without the protection of dragon elders will face hunting by ambitious people during their growth. If it were not for the fact that dragons like to live in inaccessible places and are born with the ability to fly, it would be difficult to escape the hunting of other races. Even so, it is quite difficult for a dragon to survive the growth stage and become an adult dragon or even an ancient dragon. Although there are many white dragons living in the north, Lisi is lucky to meet this young white dragon. Lisi has been observing this white dragon for 2 days. Because this white dragon is still a young dragon and is in the growth stage, it needs a lot of food. Without the protection of his mother and leaving his mother's territory, this white dragon has to work hard on his own, use unfamiliar combat skills to hunt monsters and obtain food. Lisi noticed that the little white dragon's combat skills were still very unfamiliar. Most of the time, it relied on its ability to fly and its stronger physique than other monsters to sneak attack monsters from the sky. Even so, it could only barely obtain what it needed for its body every day. However, Lisi also noticed that the young white dragon became familiar with combat skills very quickly. It seemed that it benefited from the struggle to survive, and its strength improved significantly. Of course, this was also for the long life of the dragon clan. In Lisi's opinion, this time was far from enough. Since the decision had been made and the preliminary intelligence collection work was almost ready, Lisi did not delay any longer, got up and slowly moved towards the empty nest on the top of the mountain. The white dragon Tobias was very annoyed. He was just driven out of the dragon's nest by his mother a few days ago, and everything had to be self-reliant. He was driven out with a brother and sister. However, Tobias rejected their proposal to live together temporarily. As the strongest among the siblings, his brother couldn't beat him, so why should he bring these 2 burdens with him? Tobias couldn't think too much. It took him a lot of effort to get the food in front of him, and he didn't want to share it with others. Even so, he missed his mother's empty nest. Although his mother, the adult white dragon, was not very competent and didn't hunt and feed her children much, they were all high-level magical beasts and rich in magic food, such as ice storm bears and snow wolves. They were the most suitable for his growth and the most delicious. Now he didn't dare to provoke those beings at will. When he just left the dragon's nest, Tobias confidently found a group of snow wolves and wanted to hunt them easily like his mother. As a result, he was beaten and fled by the ice blades of the snow wolf group. If he couldn't fly, he would have died there and become a delicious meal for the snow wolves. Looking at the elk in front of him, there was some disgust in the white dragon's small eyes. This is a bronze level cub, and he flew for a long time to find it. In winter, even a flying white dragon would find it difficult to find the magical beasts hiding in the snow. This is much worse than bear meat. Tobias was dissatisfied, but his hungry stomach made him tear and eat the venison bite by bite. The cold dragon breath sprayed on the venison in advance, making the taste more suitable for his preference. Just as the little white dragon was hiding in the nest full of ice, enjoying this hard-earned dinner, the shadow behind him squirmed, and a dagger flashing with dark grey light suddenly appeared and stabbed into the abdomen of his white dragon. Bright red blood splattered. The painful dragon roar resounded throughout the mountain. Chapter 294 Hunting the White Dragon. In the dragon's nest, the dagger in Lisi's hand fiercely stabbed into the white dragon's abdomen, and the hot dragon blood gushed out from the wound. Without any mercy, Lisi turned the dagger in his hand and cut the wound in the white dragon's abdomen as much as possible. Otherwise, it would only be a flat wound. With the powerful body recovery ability of the dragon race, the bleeding of the wound would be stopped soon. The white dragon Tobias did not react to what happened at all, and his mind was blank. But the severe pain from the abdomen made his body subconsciously start to move. The sharp dragon claws grabbed forward fiercely, and at the same time, the body twisted, trying to shake off the sneak attacker in front of him. Lisi saw that the sneak attack was successful, and he did not intend to fight completely in close combat. He dodged the claw attack of the white dragon with a flash. The dagger in Lisi's hand was flowing with the hot scarlet blood of the white dragon. When it dripped on the back of Lisi's hand, the skin even felt a slight burning pain. This is the corrosiveness of the power of dragon blood. If you can completely withstand it, it will be the process of bathing in dragon blood, and the body strength will be greatly improved. Although it is not as invulnerable as a legend, it will greatly improve the body's toughness and defense, and slightly enhance the magic resistance. To be honest, the dagger that Lee Si used in the sneak attack just now was the same dagger that he used in the battle with the Ice Storm Bear. According to common sense, the dragon scale defense of the white dragon must be stronger than that of the Ice Storm Bear. But this time Lee Si's attack successfully broke through the defense of the white dragon. That's because before the attack, Lee Si first added the 4-ring spell of Advanced Magic Weapon to the dagger, and did not choose to let the dagger obtain elemental enchantment, but obtained a high bonus to sharpness. At the same time, when attacking the white dragon, he used the skill, Shadow Assault. Shadow Assault allows the user's attack to add shadow power, which has a penetrating effect on the target's defense. The choice is still the abdomen of the white dragon, where the dragon scale defense is relatively weak, so that it can succeed in one blow. In the interlocking attacks just now, Lee Si seemed to have grasped a feeling. In battle, the combination of skills between different professions is not a matter of whim, but requires the appropriate selection of skills to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The coordination between the skills of various professions often has unexpected effects. Lee Si felt that he might even be able to achieve the coordinated attack of the extraordinary professional team. These thoughts flashed through Lee Si's mind, and then all his attention was on the white dragon in front of him. Although the white dragon Tobias was severely injured in the abdomen, he was a real dragon after all. His huge body made the wound in the abdomen less fatal, and he would not lose the ability to move in a short time. Logically speaking, the attack just now had made him feel deeply dangerous. The man in front of him was very strong, and was enough to threaten his life. But Tobias could not care so much. The pain from his body kept stimulating his nerves, and he was determined to kill the villain in front of him. Roar. The white dragon flapped its wings and flew up, but unfortunately, this dragon's nest was just a place he had recently found, and it had not been developed much, so the space was a bit small. Tobias did not care, rose into the air, roared and opened his mouth full of sharp teeth. A cone of white cold air sprayed towards where Lee Si was. Ice Dragon Breath. Lee Si's body condensed slightly, and he retreated to the back in a flash. He didn't want to use his body to bear the attack of Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath is one of the most powerful abilities of true dragons. Different true dragons have different properties and different effects, but the same thing is that the power of Dragon Breath is very great, almost equivalent to the same level of evocation spells, and they are all instant attacks. Seeing this, the white dragon moved its head to chase Lee Si and spit. Lee Si was not in a hurry, and slowly circled with the white dragon in the dragon's nest. For the experienced Lee Si, the movement of the white dragon's head before spewing dragon breath was very obvious, so it was no problem to dodge. What's more, the white dragon's dragon breath is not endless. The material that forms the dragon breath is stored in the white dragon's body, not formed by spells, so it will naturally be exhausted. Seeing that the dragon breath that had been invincible before had no effect on this hateful sneak attacker, the white dragon Tobias couldn't help but get even angrier. Stopping the dragon breath, the white dragon circled twice and suddenly rushed towards Lee Si. This is one of the hunting methods that young dragons are best at. By diving to increase their speed, they have great power. This is the most effective way to attack by making full use of the dragon's powerful physical advantages. Lee Si was naturally very clear. He did not choose to take the blow head on, but his figure flashed and disappeared in front of the white dragon in an instant. Assassin's Combat Skill, Forced Stealth. This is a skill that Lee Si learned from Joyce. It is very rare and precious. It can only be learned when the affinity of the shadow plane reaches a certain level. Hiding in the dark is the most powerful advantage of assassins, but this will disappear after the assassins launch the first attack. If they cannot gain a more obvious advantage in the first attack, normal assassins will not be able to compete with other professionals of the same level in frontal combat. Of course, those assassins who like to open the Master of Swordsmanship route are not counted. Which is the best way to open an assassin, and which fighting method is the assassin's soul is a debate that assassin players have not reached a consensus on when Lee Si traveled through time and was reborn. However, in the Jadia world, most assassins still follow the fighting style of the sharp blade hidden and the shadow is the most threatening. So how to make better use of the stealth state is the direction in which assassins are most likely to play a combat advantage. The difference between forced stealth and ordinary stealth ability is that this skill can be used in combat and at the same time gives the user the protection of shadow power. It is equivalent to adding a high judgment body hiding effect. Even if it is a high level professional, if there is no reconnaissance ability of the same level, it is impossible to see through the body of an assassin using forced stealth. This is the situation of White Dragon Tobias now. His dragon claws slammed into the ground fiercely, shattering the rocks, but there was no feeling of hitting the enemy. Flapping the dragon wings and staying in the air, the white dragon looked around vigilantly. Damn guy, where did he hide again? But no matter how he observed, he did not find the figure of that person again. After circling for a while, Tobias hesitated. The angry brain just now calmed down a little, and the pain from the abdomen became clearer and clearer. The young white dragon wanted to escape. This human seemed to be a bit too troublesome, so why not hide first? But just as the white dragon looked down, Lisi's figure gradually appeared at the top of the dragon's nest. But the white dragon focused all its attention on the bottom and did not notice Lisi's appearance. What Lisi was holding in his hand now was not the dagger just now, but a heavy two-handed sword. Lisi, who was blessed by floating technique, stayed in midair, staring at the white dragon below silently. Opportunity is rare, and it will never come again. Lisi cancelled the blessing of floating technique, and his body fell downwards under the influence of gravity. The sound of the falling wind also made the white dragon Tobias notice something was wrong, and he turned his head to look up. He only saw a figure holding a thick and heavy sword falling towards him. How is it possible? The white dragon Tobias stared at Lisi in a daze, and he couldn't understand how this little man without wings could appear in the sky. When he subconsciously prepared to dodge, he saw that the little man suddenly increased his speed and appeared in front of him in an instant. Warrior's combat skill. Destruction strike. Like a flash of lightning, Lisi and the white dragon crossed each other in midair, and the long sword with the white dragon's blood slammed into the ground fiercely, raising large pieces of stone chips. The white dragon Tobias felt the pain from his back deep into his bones, and flapped his dragon wings desperately to escape from the cave. But the left dragon wing had no consciousness. He looked at the white dragon wing that had been separated from the body in disbelief. This is impossible. Unlike before, Tobias' heart was full of disbelief and fear this time. He seemed to smell the danger of death. But the young white dragon, who had no experience of life and death fighting, had a blank mind and didn't know what to do. After pausing in midair for a moment, the white dragon lost its balance and fell down, slamming hard on the ground. Lisi, who was squatting on the ground, stood up and put away his two-handed longsword. He was not used to the fighting style of the two-handed longsword, but under the influence of the mastery of all martial arts effect, his fighting skills were acceptable. This was his purpose, to cut off the dragon wing of this white dragon and make it lose the chance to escape. After all, for real dragons, they can be said to be the kings in the sky. Their natural strong flying ability gives them strong mobility. At the same time, the dragon wings are also the strongest part of the real dragon's body muscles. Although they also have the blessing of spell-like abilities, they can fly more because they have the support of powerful dragon wings. Dragon Wing Slam is also a very powerful ability of the Dragon Clan. But the dragon wings, which are so important to the real dragons, left the body of the white dragon Tobias at this time. Roar 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 roar. Lisi watched the painful white dragon rolling on the ground, trying to get up with difficulty. Looking at this somewhat pitiful appearance, Lisi had no mercy at all. Everyone knows that the Dragon Clan is a group of beings without much mercy, especially the cruel and ferocious 5-color Dragon Clan. Lisi took out the long sword from the ring again and slowly approached the white dragon in the center of the dragon's nest. After cutting off the dragon's wings, this white dragon had no chance of escape. The rest is to slowly deal with this white dragon. Cute little guy, here I come. White dragon Tobias looked at Lisi, who was walking towards him in horror. There was no anger in his eyes, only a strong fear. No, I can't die here. I, Tobias, want to become the strongest white dragon. The young white dragon struggled to stand up, trying to make a final effort to win the hope of survival. The battle did not last too long. Li Si stood in front of the dead white dragon Tobias, holding a long sword dripping with dragon blood. There are miracles, but it is obvious that the goddess of luck does not favor this white dragon, and the mother of evil dragons, Shyamut, did not appear. This young white dragon suffered from Li Si's poisonous hands and had no future. There were not many injuries on the white dragon, and the most obvious ones were only 3. They were huge wounds on the abdomen and neck, and the broken dragon wings on the back. The dragon blood mixed with a little white light slowly spread along the gullies on the ground. Li Si was not in a hurry, but opened the system panel. You use slashing to cause fatal damage to the target. You killed the white dragon Tobias Firat Dilator, LV82. You gained 800,000 experience points. You killed a white dragon, real dragon. You gained the expertise, Dragon Slayer, and hunting. Master, you gained the milestones, Top Hunted Dragon Slayer, and Hostile of the 5-Colored Dragon Clan. Completion rate of your milestone mission, Diplomatic Ambassador of Extraordinary Races. 4/10. Expertise, Dragon Slayer. You ignore the effects of dragon might, and you deal an additional 30% true damage to real dragons, sub-dragons, dragonborns and other beings with dragon blood. Expertise, Hunting Master. As a powerful hunter of Warcraft, you can track the traces of the target prey in the wild. At the same time, you have a special deterrent effect on Warcraft, and the negative impact of different environments in the wild is reduced. Milestone, Top Hunted Dragon Slayer. You have completed the ultimate dream of all hunters hunting real dragons. If you want, your deeds will be widely spread. National Legend Degree +1. Milestone, Hostile of the 5-Colored Dragon Clan. Although the 5-Colored Dragon Clan is not united, the breath of killing the 5-Colored Dragon on you will be detected by them, and you face the 5-Colored Dragon Clan attack probability +20%. Hey, as expected. Li Si looked at the dense information on the panel and nodded. This is the reward for the first successful hunting of the real dragon. There will not be so many rewards for hunting again. Many players in the previous life have also completed this task, and Li Si is one of them. However, the effect of the specialty, Dragon Slayer, is not as strong as it is now. Players only get the effects of ignoring dragon power and strengthening deterrence. There is no super powerful effect of increasing true damage by 30%. The other specials and milestones are the same. After all, the real dragon is a supernatural creature at the top of the Jadia world. Even if the white dragon killed by Li Si is only a young dragon, it is still a real dragon. Naturally, it can be regarded as one of the highest achievements of hunters. After the supernaturals in the Jadia world kill the real dragon, as long as they bring back the dragon head, especially the 5-Colored Dragon Clan, they will be praised and supported by the city's civilians, and become their heroes. Li Si didn't care about these false reputations. He valued the benefits he got more. Li Si put away his sword, rubbed his hands in front of him, and couldn't wait. As a top power leveling master in his previous life, Li Si naturally knew how valuable the complete white dragon corpse was. Dragon blood, dragon teeth, dragon skin, dragon horns, dragon scales. Even dragon meat is a great blessing. It is a rare delicacy. I'm so spicy. Chapter 295 Bathing in Dragon Blood. In the dragon's nest, Li Si was working happily. He used magic to collect all the dragon blood flowing on the ground. This is a very precious material. In addition to being used for bathing, it is also the basic material of many advanced potions. For example, dragon blood potion, dragon power potion, etc. Li Si carefully collected all the white dragon's blood into the reagent bottle. The dragon blood with a slightly white glow was a bit beautiful, and there was no strong bloody smell. After cutting the skin under the white dragon scales, Li Si reached into the white dragon's body and fumbled for a moment and took out the white dragon's heart. Carefully cut the outer layer of the white dragon's heart with a knife and carefully collected the blood inside. This is the essence of the white dragon, which is more useful and more precious. After collecting all the dragon blood, Li Si made drastic moves and prepared to start arranging the materials of other parts. Dragon teeth, dragon horns, dragon skin, dragon scales. Under Li Si's skillful technique, the young white dragon quickly disappeared in front of him and turned into a pile of sorted special materials. Li Si didn't waste even the dragon meat and dragon bones. and divided them all into the space ring. There's no way, the space ring is so willful. In his previous life, Lee Si, a power leveling god, hated the waste of material harvesting the most, and he would always prepare extra space rings to make up for the lack of space in the player's backpack. Before leaving Kangwang City this time, Lee Si naturally didn't forget that there were several space rings with large space in the warehouse of Judgment Flame, all of which were bought by Lee Si. However, this is only for temporary use. After Lee Si breaks through to the gold level, he will be able to master the advanced space spell, Dimension Pocket. At that time, the mage will have no storage limit. The only drawback is that the space generated by Dimension Pocket is bound to the user. After the user dies, it will directly collapse, and the items in it will be caught in the space storm and lost. So if a high level mage dies by accident, apart from the equipment and props they carry with them, there will basically not be enough harvest. Most of the wealth of the richest senior mages is gathered in their mage towers and dimension pockets, especially the mage tower. Even many thief masters are proud of successfully exploring a mage tower. You should know that the challenge level of the mage tower is not inferior, and even far exceeds that of the dragon of the same level. First, only gold level mages have enough wealth to build their own mage towers, in which most of their wealth and collections are stored. On the other hand, in order to protect their own wealth, mages will set up many trigger traps, counterattack magic arrays and other arrangements in the mage tower. Many more powerful mages will also arrange the existence of magical intelligent life and magic constructs in the mage tower. There is a saying that only mages with mage towers are complete. Similarly, mages in mage towers can exert the strongest strength. No professional is willing to provoke mages in mage towers, even thief masters. That is not exploration but seeking death. Therefore, this is also the origin of the strong temptation of a floating city for mages. Even legendary mages are the same. You know, after the loss of important manufacturing methods including the core of the floating city, Mizra's core, even his teacher, Judgment Flame, no longer has his own floating city. Lee Si was generally thinking about these things in his mind, and his hands did not slow down at all, sorting out all the materials of the white dragon. Although the materials on this white dragon are also quite precious and are a good choice for making magic weapons and equipment, Lee Si did not intend to use this to make equipment for himself. After all, this is just a young white dragon, and the equipment that can be made can only be used for a period of time by Lee Si, and it will soon be eliminated. Instead of looking for craftsmen to make equipment, it is better to keep it as a material for magic research. To be honest, all the equipment on Lee Si is now exquisite. Emerald Mage Set is already a good equipment in the gold level, and Shadow Dragon Leather Gloves has a special bonus effect. Stevens' Teleportation Ring and Shadow Amulet are small artifacts and life-saving trump cards for Lee Si now. Arcadia's Good Luck Brooch and Sphinx's Wisdom will be the best equipment that will be in great demand in the future, and they will play a huge role in the future. Lee Si used Mage's Hand to dig a hole in the ground of the dragon's nest that was big enough for a person to lie down. He took out the white dragon's blood that he had just collected and poured it into the hole on the ground. The only pity is that this white dragon has not fully grown up yet, and Lee Si did not get much dragon blood. The blood that Lee Si used alone consumed half of the dragon blood he got. He dripped about 10 drops of the more precious white dragon's blood into it. This is the essence of the white dragon's bloodline, and it can even create a dragonborn warlock. In addition, Lee Si also added a lot of materials to strengthen the body. These are all special methods that Lee Si learned in his previous life, and it happened that a lot of these materials were stored in the storage ring. Looking at the dragon blood bath that gradually began to emit a hazy color, Lee Si was eager to try it. Bathing in dragon blood is one of the few opportunities that can directly strengthen the body's attributes in all aspects. Lee Si did not delay. If it was not properly kept, the power contained in the dragon blood would soon dissipate in the air. He had to hurry. Taking off his clothes, Lee Si's figure was exposed to the cold air of the dragon's nest. White dragons like to live in cold environments, so their nests are built on cold mountains. At the same time, the breath emitted by the white dragon itself will naturally cover the nest with a layer of ice. Therefore, the temperature inside the dragon's nest is even a few degrees colder than outside, and ordinary people can't even last long here. But for Lee Si, who has obtained the intermediate cold resistance specialty, it's okay. Taking off his clothes, Lee Si lay down in the white dragon's blood. In legends, heroes who bathe in dragon blood often fail to strengthen a part of their body due to various reasons, which leads to future death. But this is just a myth. Lee Si knows that, as long as the body is bathed in dragon blood, the dragon power in it will naturally spread to the whole body. In other words, the body parts that are not bathed in dragon blood will not leave weaknesses like those legendary heroes. Lee Si immersed his entire body in dragon blood. The purpose was just to make the body absorb dragon blood faster. Scarlet blood covered Lee Si's whole body, and dots of white light gradually gathered on Lee Si's body. Feeling the slight burning pain of his skin being eroded by dragon blood, Lee Si did not care, but was quietly feeling the process of his body being strengthened by the power of dragon blood. The power of the dragon clan is overbearing, especially the power contained in the blood of real dragons. Even if the white dragon is looked down upon and considered the shame of the dragon clan, it is also a real dragon, and the power contained is not false. Some lucky people even have the opportunity to get a trace of dragon blood after receiving dragon blood strengthening. That means they have the possibility of becoming the strongest dragonborn warlock among warlocks. This is also one of the reasons why so many people are eager to slay dragons. Lee Si felt the numbness and burning pain from all over his body. The power of the white dragon slowly entered Lee Si's skin, muscles, and bones, and every part of his body became much tougher and stronger with the naked eye. About an hour later, the blood pool on the ground in the center of the dragon's nest had completely lost the white light it had previously emitted, leaving only useless impurities and waste. Lee Si sat up from the blood pool without wiping. Magic power emanated from his body, and he used a cleaning technique to clean his body from top to bottom. Ding, you bathed in the blood of the white dragon. Your body has been strengthened, and you have obtained the specialty, bathing in dragon blood white dragon. Bathing in dragon blood white dragon. You have undergone the baptism of the blood of the white dragon. Your body has been strengthened. All attributes plus 100 points. You are immune to damage from spells and spell-like skills of the second ring and below, and are also immune to 10% cold attribute damage. Oh, I actually got the ability to be immune to spell damage. Lee Si looked at the information that appeared on the panel and was in a good mood. After all, the dragon race is powerful in many ways, and bathing in dragon blood may gain many aspects of enhancement. In addition to the bonus that will definitely increase all attributes, it is also possible to gain many aspects of the dragon race, such as increased physical strength, enhanced and enhanced magic resistance. The acquisition of magic resistance is a rare opportunity, which has a significant impact on Lee Si's actual combat. After all, although it is only immune to the damage of second ring and lower spells, it does not mean that it has no effect on higher level spells. After all, the improvement of magic resistance is fixed, and it will also reduce the damage of some high level spells to Lee Si, so Lee Si has more room to maneuver in battle. As for the final immunity to 10% cold attribute damage, this should be the improvement of the white dragon bloodline. If it is the red dragon bloodline, then it should be immune to fire attribute damage. Good harvest. Lee Si, who was dressed, was ready to leave the dragon's nest. Suddenly, he remembered something and searched carefully in the dragon's nest. After searching for a while, Lee Si finally found several crystal white gems under the ice bed where the white dragon rested. After system identification, most of them were low-level frost gems, and only one was a mid-level gem. What a poor dragon. Lee Si curled his lips. This can be regarded as the poorest dragon's nest he has ever explored. But it is understandable. After all, this is a little white dragon that has just become independent. Seeing that he had already sacrificed his own body, Lee Si did not pursue it. May your soul find peace. Lee Si murmured in his heart. Then again, dragon soul is actually a rare material, especially for necromancers. It is a necessary material for making the strongest undead creature, Bone Dragon. If Lee Si had not yet had the means to collect dragon souls, he would have definitely missed this opportunity to skin it. Seeing that this dragon nest had been plundered by him, there was indeed nothing left. Lisi left the abandoned white dragon nest. That's great. I hope there will be more such things. It may be the curse of the white dragon, or it may be the balance of fate. In the following period of time, Lisi never encountered similar good things again. However, Lisi's ascetic training did have some results, and he obtained several basic expertise in physical strength. Feat. Well trained. Increase strength by 20 points. Increase endurance by 20 points. Increase agility by 10 points. Feat. Strong body. Increase extra health by 1000 points. Negative state resistance by plus 5%. Feat. Melee expert. Melee attack power by plus 5%. Weapon blocking success rate by plus 5%. These 3 feats are basic feats in melee combat, and can be regarded as essential feats that all melee professionals can obtain through training and growth. The ability of melee professionals is reflected in these numerous basic feats. Lisi still has a lot to learn in this regard, and now he is more focused on checking for deficiencies and making up for them. However, Lisi's ascetic journey will come to an end for the time being. After climbing the last mountain of the Kari Hills, what appeared in front of Lisi was a vast blue sea and the busy seaside town. Ward City. Here we are. After traveling in the wilderness for nearly 3 months, Lisi's speed was not slow. After all, he almost crossed the Kari Hills in a straight line, saving a lot of time. Lisi stood on a high place, overlooking the Ward City below. However, many traveling merchants have already arrived in Ward City. This small city relying on the port looks like it is bustling with traffic. Ward City was built not long ago. The city walls and houses look quite new. There are still many construction sites in the city and the port, which look quite lively. This is the credit of the new king of the Dylan Kingdom. He even sent troops to clear the trade road leading to Ward City, to ensure the safety of traveling merchants as much as possible. In addition, a lot of power and resources have been invested in this land of hope, which makes Ward City different from Bingfeng City, and has a sense of vitality. The same is true at the port, which is almost the busiest place in Ward City. Lisi has seen many large merchant ships waiting to set sail. Many figures are busy on these merchant ships, carrying goods for trading, and materials needed for long voyages. In the shipyard not far from the port, there are a lot of thick logs piled up, and many merchant ships are under construction. The workers are busy and bustling. This is because the Ward family has been operating here for a long time, and most of the shipping port processes have been mastered, and a group of relevant personnel have been trained. Otherwise, facing so many Chamber of Commerce personnel and traveling merchants suddenly settling in, they must have been in a mess. Lisi didn't care and walked towards Ward City. The city guards collected a silver coin from Lisi for the city entry tax, which was really expensive compared to other places. But it was understandable. After all, this was an opening made by King Dylan to various domestic forces, and it was also a certain price. Without paying too much attention to these, Lisi walked towards the Mercenary Guild of Ward City. Chapter 296. Invisible Pretense is the most deadly. Ward City by the sea. Some warm sea breeze brings a slightly damp feeling. During the time when Lisi crossed the Kari Hills, the winter of the Kingdom of Dylan was almost over. Ward City is located by the sea, so the temperature is naturally slightly higher than that of the Kari Hills. Most of the snow in the city has begun to melt under the warm sunshine, and it feels a bit wet. Except for the main road of Ward City, which is made of bluestone slabs, other roads are dirt roads. They have become muddy under the rolling of trucks, and pedestrians are too lazy to avoid them. Anyway, their shoes have been dirty. Ward City is located in the upper right corner of the Fennel continent, adjacent to the Roya Sea. To the east is the Endless Ocean, and to the south is the Pearl Sea. The reason why Duke Ward built Ward City and the port in this place is because it is a rare non-freezing port, which is very important for the Kingdom of Dylan, which has a cold climate for half a year. Lisi walked on the main road of Ward City and headed towards the direction of the Mercenary Guild. There are quite a lot of pedestrians on the street. In addition to the clerks and traveling merchants of the big merchant caravan, there are also many people dressed as mercenaries. This is because many caravans hired mercenaries to cross half of the Dylan Kingdom to come here, and those mercenaries did not leave after arriving here. After all, it is not easy to come here. As a new place in the Dylan Kingdom, Ward City also has many opportunities waiting for these mercenaries. The most commissioned task for mercenaries is escorting merchant ships. Merchant ships departing from Ward City generally go to the ports of the British Kingdom to trade materials. The more distant routes to other countries have not yet been developed, and only this route is relatively safe. But even so, this route does not mean that there is no danger. The extraordinary monsters in the sea are no less than those on land, and the threat is even higher. Once the merchant ship is destroyed by those extraordinary monsters, even extraordinary professionals will find it difficult to survive in the ocean far away from the land, not to mention those ordinary people. Therefore, the most important thing for the major forces in Ward City is to explore the technology and skills of long-distance voyages. In order to ensure that valuable sea route information can be brought back, they are willing to spend a lot of money to hire mercenaries to participate in the voyage. In addition to the generous commissions, being able to go to other countries is more attractive to the mercenaries of the Dylan Kingdom. After all, it is quite difficult to pass through the Luoxu Mountains in the south of the kingdom. It is better to take a chance to reach the British Kingdom by sea. The emergence of Ward City has brought a different vitality to the Dylan Kingdom. It is also a new hope. Lisi walked on the streets of Ward City, and there was a vibrant look everywhere. Ward City is not very big, and half of the area is docks and supporting facilities. The Mercenary Guild is also on the street in the west of the city. It can be seen that this Mercenary Guild in Ward City should be transformed from a warehouse, and the appearance looks a bit ordinary. However, when Lisi pushed the door and walked in, unlike the slight cold outside, it was a hot look inside. Countless mercenaries from the Dylan Kingdom gathered here, and mercenaries sat at almost all the tables, drinking wine. Unlike what Lisi had seen in the Mercenary Union in Bingfeng City, the food on the table was no longer all kinds of pickled meat, but fresh sea fish sashimi. Many mercenaries looked hesitant and tasted the novel food carefully. More mercenaries no longer cared about it and laughed loudly at the timidity of these newcomers, chewing the fresh sashimi with big mouthfuls, as if they had forgotten their timidity when they first tasted it. I heard that several merchant ships from the Chamber of Commerce have returned, and they brought back a lot of goods from the Kingdom of Burditch. Wow, those are all good stuff, and you can believe it, they are more than half the price of the goods imported from the Kingdom of Fez. Fuck the Kingdom of Fez. Those profiteers deserve to have their brains gnawed by the little inferior demons. If we sell it to Bingfeng City at this price, we will make a fortune. It's profitable, but also dangerous. I heard that many merchant ships are not familiar with the sea routes. Few survived the capsizing, running aground, or being attacked by monsters. Hey, Charles, didn't you go to the Kingdom of Burditch with the Ward Chamber of Commerce? Tell everyone about it. That's right, I'm going to set off with the Blue Frost Chamber of Commerce in a few days. Charles, please share some of your experience, so that everyone can learn from you. As they were talking, many people turned their attention to a middle-aged man on one side of the tavern. The bulging muscles under the leather armor and the calluses on his hands showed that he was an experienced and powerful mercenary. Charles looked around, looking at the expectation in the eyes of the mercenaries who had gathered around him, and there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He did not speak, but poured the last bit of beer in the cup into his mouth and gently placed the cup on the table. The mercenaries immediately understood and shouted to the waiter, "Give our respect to Charles, a glass of cold beer and a seafood platter, hurry up." Charles nodded, with an expression that this was not bad. In fact, for him, a very outstanding mercenary, it was not bad to have a glass of wine, but he wanted this kind of respect. Otherwise, what's the point of licking blood on the edge of a knife every day and not being able to pretend? In the eyes of everyone's expectation, Charles slowly said, "In fact, you will know a lot of things after experiencing them once, so I will just talk about the most important ones. First of all, it takes almost 2 months to set off from Marward City to the Dana port of the Burditch Kingdom even with a favorable wind. That's actually living on the ship for 2 months, and rarely docking. If you are still seasick, it will be really miserable." At this point, Charles shuddered slightly, as if he remembered the unbearable memories. Seasickness, what does it feel like? The people around asked, somewhat curiously. In the Kingdom of Dylan, because most of the rivers flow to the northern ice sheet, there are almost no rivers suitable for navigation. So few mercenaries present have even taken a boat. You turn around 100 times in the same place, and that's about the feeling. Charles continued and gave his own advice. If you really want to take a boat to the kingdom of Birditch, you might as well get a boat first and experience the feeling near the sea. Take more boats, vomit more times, and you will get used to it slowly. Naturally, everyone dared not despise the advice from Charles, and many people began to whisper and plan. But more people wanted to hear Charles continue. And what else, Charles? What is the kingdom of Birditch like? I heard that the women there are very plump. Will we encounter sea monsters on the way? Haha, no hurry, listen to me slowly. Charles, who was respected and complimented by everyone, took a sip of the mellow cold ale and said carelessly. Lisi stood by for a while, listening to the mercenary named Charles happily sharing information. He didn't care about the situation of sailing on the sea, because he was originally an excellent sailor. In his previous life, he had been drifting on the Pearl Sea for a period of time, and he even worked as a pirate. He was very clear about these entry-level common sense. Lisi now wanted to find out the dynamics of many chambers of commerce and noble forces in Ward City. After all, Ward City will develop quite well in the future, and in a sense, it has also broken through the trade blockade of the Kingdom of Fez on the Kingdom of Dylan. After mastering the port of Danilo, the exchanges with Ward City will also be a very important route. However, the shipping in Ward City is still in the process of exploration. After all, the Kingdom of Dylan did not have any relevant foundation before. At this time, what the mercenary Charles said caught Lisi's attention. I don't know about other places, but the people in the Dana port of the Kingdom of Birditch, especially the crew and the Chamber of Commerce, all believe in the gods such as the Lord of Storms, the Goddess of the Sea, and the Drowned Queen. It is said that believing in them can bless the safety of sailing on the sea, and the priests of the Church of the Goddess of the Sea have communicated with our ship and may send people toward city to establish a new church. Is that so? Most of the mercenaries had flashing eyes. The faith of the Dylan Kingdom is dominated by the Ice and Snow Goddess and her subordinate gods. Only a few churches such as the Earth Goddess are distributed in the Dylan Kingdom. For mercenaries who are shallow believers, whoever gives milk is a mother. If those gods can really bless the safety of sailing on the sea, what does it matter if they change their faith? The actions of the Ocean Goddess Church are really fast. No, maybe other churches have noticed this place, but I just don't know. Lisi pondered in his heart, but he didn't have any special ideas. The arrival of those new churches of gods is naturally good news for Ward City. Apart from anything else, the most advanced and excellent navigation and shipbuilding techniques are in their hands. In order to spread faith, they must take them out. In this way, the development of Ward City will undoubtedly be greatly accelerated, which is also a good thing for EC. He doesn't have so much time to wait for Ward City to develop slowly. The development of a higher Ward City will be more beneficial to the future of Danilo Port. He doesn't need it now, and there is no conflict with the Church of the Gods. What's more, he is still a collaborator of King Dylan, and is not worried at all. Pushing aside the dwarves and orcs who were crowded together and celebrating loudly, Lisi walked through the crowd, and walked to the bar of the Mercenary Tavern. This guest, I wonder what you need? A burly male waiter behind the solid wood bar said in a rough voice. The Mercenary Guild was built not long ago. After all, Ward City was the private property of the Ward family before, and no one else was allowed to enter. That is, after the opening, as the number of mercenaries continued to increase, this Mercenary Guild and tavern were also rushed out in a short time. It seems that the waiter in front of him should be a temporary replacement, and he should not have done this before. Oh, I'm here to deal with Warcraft materials. Lisi pulled her chair, sat in front of the bar, and said to the waiter. The waiter's eyes lit up, and his attitude quickly became more sincere and enthusiastic. Generally speaking, mercenaries have harvested a lot of Warcraft materials when they are adventuring outside. In addition to some materials that may be used by the mercenaries themselves, most of them will choose to sell them in exchange for money. As the official organization of mercenaries, the Mercenary Guild will naturally purchase materials from the mercenaries. However, few people choose to sell Warcraft materials to the Mercenary Guild, because the Mercenary Guild also acts as a middleman to purchase materials and sells the purchased materials to the cooperating Chamber of Commerce, so the price is naturally very low. The only advantage is convenience. After all, those Warcraft materials are obtained by mercenaries at the risk of their lives, so of course they will be very fussy and pay attention to the price. In order to sell at a higher price, they will even spend more time selling them in person at the market or trading with other mercenaries. Generally, only when mercenaries need to improve their mercenary level will they choose to sell Warcraft materials of corresponding strength to the mercenary guild in order to obtain the recognition of the mercenary guild and improve their mercenary level. However, the level of mercenaries in different countries is not uniform, and the way to improve the level of mercenaries is not very rigorous. Therefore, there is a lot of water in it, which cannot truly reflect the strength of the mercenaries. The best way to prove the strength of mercenaries is the achievements and great deeds they have accomplished. For example, single person repelling the beast tide, such as slaying the dragon. The male waiter knew that if the handsome young mercenary in front of him really sold the magic beast materials to the guild, he would also get a certain share of the reward. Who can refuse the lovely gold coins? Hello, sir. I'm the waiter Theodore. It is an honor to serve you. I wonder what materials you are going to sell. Theodore trotted out from behind the bar and appeared in front of Lisi and bowed slightly. If it was an ordinary mercenary who chose to sell materials, Theodore might have a better attitude, but not to this extent. Although he has been a waiter of the mercenary guild for a short time, he has seen many mercenaries and has some vision. When he first met Lisi, although he couldn't say why, he just felt that the young mercenary in front of him was not simple. Maybe it was because of his temperament. He was much better than those noisy mercenaries in the tavern. I think he should also be a powerful professional. Lisi didn't care about Theodore's attitude and waved his left hand lightly. Hualala, a large pile of magic beast materials suddenly appeared out of thin air and scattered on the ground in front of the tavern bar. Bearskin, wolf bones, deer antlers, minkskin, magic beast crystal cores, etc. piled up into a 3-meter high hill. The chaotic and powerful magic fluctuations emanating from it proved that these were all genuine magic beast materials. With the appearance of this hill, the entire mercenary tavern seemed to be suddenly quiet for a moment. Not far away, there were mercenaries who suddenly found that the tavern had become quiet, and they were whispering to the people around them about what happened. Good guy. Many experienced mercenaries looked at Lisi sitting at the bar with a solemn look. He had advanced space storage equipment on him, and such a large space was extremely valuable. Charles, who was talking loudly not far away, stopped and looked at the bar. Lone mercenary? Where did this tough guy come from? Looking at Lisi's indifferent expression and his neat and clean clothes, Charles felt a little blocked in his heart. The feeling of being blocked halfway through pretending to be cool is like constipation. But Charles did not get angry, but sat back honestly. Follow your heart. It looks like he crossed the extremely dangerous Kari Hills alone without any injuries, and even had the mood to take care of his clothes. From the look in his eyes, he is a tough guy who cannot be defeated. Chapter 297, The Strange Little Beggar. In the mercenary tavern in Ward City. After a moment of silence, the voices of the mercenaries gradually began to grow louder. In the eyes of some mercenaries, this somewhat handsome young mercenary might just be selling the harvest for his team, and perhaps his strength is not too strong. But many experienced old mercenaries don't think so. You know, selling these Warcraft materials to the guild in the mercenary tavern will be suppressed. If it is really a mercenary group, it is impossible to arrange someone to sell materials in the mercenary tavern. There is almost only one possibility for such a large amount of materials. That is, the person in front of him does not care about the profits, but just wants to deal with these materials faster and save trouble. This is also the convenience of selling Warcraft materials to the mercenary guild. After all, for the sake of prestige, the price given by the mercenary guild is not high, but there is basically no deliberate false price. This strange mercenary can't be a young man from a big family who came out to experience. Gradually, many mercenaries retracted their eyes and continued to brag with their friends, but they paid a little attention to the direction of the bar. Lisi didn't care about other people's eyes. It was not the time when he just arrived in Bingfeng City, and he still needed to hide his identity. This was also a way for Lisi to show his strength, which was useful for the next plan. What's more, Lisi really didn't care much about these magic beast materials. Lee Si didn't take out the most precious gains of this long journey, such as the materials on the White Dragon, such as the precious gems that Lee Si found in a cave. Those are all good things, and Lee Si plans to keep them for himself. As for other materials, Lee Si only kept a small part and planned to bring them to his friends in Kangwang City as gifts in the future. What's wrong? Looking at the waiter Theodore in front of him, Lee Si knocked on the table and reminded him. Point sir, you have too many magic beast materials, and I don't have enough authority. Theodore was stunned for a moment and said immediately. After all, he was just a waiter. Although he had the job of purchasing magic beast materials from mercenaries, the prices of the magic beast materials he had handled before were not high, and each transaction did not exceed 100 gold coins. And the one in front of him took out not only a considerable amount, but also a very good quality, and there were many expensive ones. Theodore just glanced at it and saw 2 complete Snow White ice bear skins. This is a good thing, and it is also one of the best selling products in the Birdage Kingdom. One such snow bear skin is worth thousands of gold coins. As if he was afraid that Lee Si would change his mind, Theodore hurriedly said, I will go to the manager now, please wait. Although his heart was bleeding, Theodore did not intend to hide it. Although the commission would be less if he reported it to the supervisor. Looking at the exaggerated amount in front of him, even if it was only a part of the commission, it would be enough for him to get rich. It would be bad if the mercenary changed his mind for his own reasons. Thinking of the reminder of his predecessor, Theodore did not dare to delay and ran up to the second floor of the tavern in a hurry. Lee Si did not care and asked another waiter to bring him a glass of cold ale. He sat in front of the bar and drank it slowly. Not long after, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. A thin man in a black suit walked down the stairs, and Theodore followed behind him. As soon as he came downstairs, he noticed the pile of Warcraft materials in front of the bar, and his eyes were stunned for a moment. But this person was obviously different and reacted quickly. With just a glance, he walked towards Lee Si, who was sitting in front of the bar. Hello, I'm Rude, the manager of the Mercenary Tavern. I'm glad that you can choose to sell Warcraft materials here. I will arrange for someone to help you count the materials you want to sell. Why don't you go to the VIP room on the second floor with me to rest for a while? Manager Rude said respectfully. No matter who the target is, as long as they can bring such a big business, they are his guests. Lee Si nodded and followed Rude to the VIP room on the second floor. Unlike the tavern hall on the first floor, which can still see the traces of being converted from a warehouse, the VIP room on the second floor is decorated quite luxuriously. The dark red satin sofa is engraved with golden patterns, and the brown cold pine floor has been carefully polished, exuding a faint and pleasant pine resin fragrance. Behind Rude, there is a maid serving high quality cold ale and several snacks. A light mist condensed on the edge of the transparent glass, and the dark yellow wine in it looked particularly tempting. Most of the snacks were sashimi of various fish. The excellent knife skills were based on the taste of different fish meats, and they were sliced into slices of varying thicknesses, just convenient for drinking. This Lee Si was cooked. These were all cod, marlin, sori and other fish meats. The colors of the fish meat were different, and a few green leaves were placed below. Through such a delicate arrangement, it looked quite good. There was also a black sauce in the small bowl on the side. Seeing Lee Si's somewhat concerned look, Rude also smiled and said, these are all caught by fishing boats in the port. Although many people are not used to eating fish meat, this way of eating is novel and has a different flavor. This sauce is a special seasoning brought by the guild from the kingdom of Birdage. You can taste it. Rude's words were also a little proud, implicitly showing the strength of the mercenary guild. After all, as a newly established mercenary guild in Ward City, it almost represents the official management of mercenaries from all over the kingdom of Dylan, and the meaning is different after all. Yeah. Lee Si just responded lightly, picked up a piece of golden sori, dipped it lightly in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. The taste of golden sori is not quite the same as other sea fish. It is more firm and fragrant, and it tastes good under the seasoning similar to the soy sauce in the previous life. This is also the kind of sea fish that Lee Si liked to eat when he was adventuring at sea in his previous life. Rude, who hit a soft nail, didn't care at all, and still smiled, and found topics to chat. Lee Si also talked in a casual way, so the scene was not too boring. After a while, after Lee Si finished the plate of golden suri, he drank a sip of cold winter ale. Wiping his mouth, Lee Si looked at Rude sitting opposite and said, "I have something. I want to trouble you, the manager. This is also the purpose of selling materials in the mercenary guild." Oh. Rude was also a little interested and sat up a little straight. "I was traveling in the kingdom of Dylan before and just crossed the Kari Hills. I heard that Ward City can take a ship to the Birdage Kingdom in the south, so I was quite interested, so I rushed here. However, I have no experience sailing on the sea, so I would like to trouble Rude to help me keep an eye out for any reliable ships that are about to depart for the south in the near future." Lee Si nodded and stated the purpose of his visit. "Is that so? Excuse me, Mr. Lee Si, are you going to take a ship to the Birdage Kingdom alone?" "Yes." Rude nodded after receiving the affirmation, and his evaluation of Lee Si's strength in his heart improved a little. Rude was not surprised by Lee Si's request. To be honest, most of the mercenaries who came toward City recently came for the reason of being able to go to the Birdage Kingdom. Although Rude was quite curious, the mercenary in front of him was able to cross the Kari Hills alone, so it should not be difficult for him to cross the Losh Mountains. However, Rude was very professional and did not ask in depth. There are many merchant ships heading to the Birdage Kingdom recently, but most of them are going to Birdage for the first time. Although the crew members are trained, they are still not so reassuring. Since Lee Si said so, I won't hide it from you. It is better to take those merchant ships that have successfully returned from the Birdage Kingdom. They are all experienced veterans. But those merchant ships belong to large guilds and do not employ too many mercenaries. Because it is safer. The quota on the ship is also very popular among mercenaries. Rude pondered for a moment and said seriously. He couldn't help but be serious. The meaning of the mercenary in front of him was very clear. He sold those magic beast materials at a low price in order to obtain a reliable merchant ship quota. If it can't be done, the deal will naturally be blown. After all, he just came towards City. If he wants to save time and find a suitable merchant ship quickly, it is definitely not as convenient as asking the mercenary guild for help. I know, that's why I came here, right? Lee Si showed a smile on his face and looked at the steward Rude. Then please help me find the merchant ships returning from the Birdage Kingdom. You know, I'm not short of money, so it's okay to buy a place with gold coins. I understand. Rude breathed a sigh of relief. If he really wanted to find a merchant ship that departed recently, it would be troublesome. But it was just a trouble. Aren't the favors he usually accumulated useful at this time? In comparison, the transaction commission of the old man in front of him was even more real gold coins. After a while, the waiter Theodore came up and handed the counted documents to Lee Si. Lee Si just glanced at it and saw that the final converted price was 13,000 gold coins. He nodded without objection. Lee Si did not collect the gold coins directly, but asked Rude to convert them into low-level magic gems and elemental crystals. Few people would carry a large amount of gold coins with them, even if they had space storage equipment. Because the actual conditions of each country are different, it is almost impossible to replace precious metals with paper money like Lee Si did in his previous life. Even the goddess of wealth can't do it. However, I heard that there are similar places in some areas of other continents, but Lee Si has never been there, and it is just hearsay. After Lee Si left, Rude was not immersed in the joy of getting the commission like Theodore. The things that should be done have not been done, and the money is a bit hot. Rude did not doubt Lee Si's own strength and the possible forces behind him, which were only part of the reasons. Take money to do things, take the money you deserve, and don't do unnecessary things. This is his experience of becoming the head of the mercenary guild. Lee Si came out of the mercenary guild and didn't know where to go for a while. The rest of the time is to wait for Rude to help him find a merchant ship and arrive at the kingdom of Birdage as smoothly as possible. The kingdom of Birdage is at a time when the war is extremely tense. Facing the invasion of the kingdom of Fez, it was caught off guard at the beginning and barely organized a defense in the second year. This is also inseparable from the corruption of the upper class of the kingdom of Birdage. The kingdom of Fez directly occupied most of the western territory of the kingdom of Birdage like a broken bamboo, but the speed was inevitably slowed down. After all, it was a newly occupied enemy territory. The kingdom of Fez planned to occupy it for a long time, and it would not retreat after looting. Naturally, it had to allocate personnel to appease the people in the territory and stabilize the territory. This was because the royal family of the Kingdom of Bertich had lost the support of the people, and not many people were willing to fight for those nobles who only knew how to exploit them. Calculating the time, the army of the Kingdom of Fez was about to advance to the Jido Valley, which was the richest place in the Kingdom of Bertich and the location of Huangshi City, the capital of the Kingdom of Bertich. However, that was also the place where the Kingdom of Bertich was the strongest. The army of the Kingdom of Fez had been deadlocked there for a long time, and Li Si did not have to worry about not catching up. Just as Li Si was wandering around the streets of Ward City and preparing to find a hotel to rest, he noticed a somewhat special existence. When Li Si was about to walk into a decent hotel on the side of the road, he noticed a small figure squatting in the darkness in the corner of the wall. It seems to be a 10-year-old child, wearing only a single piece of clothing that can cover the body in front of him. The original color of the clothes can no longer be seen. It is covered with mud on the street, and dots of black mud are still dripping from his body. The weather has not yet completely warmed up. When the sea breeze blows, the small figure hides there and shivers. Beggar? No. Li Si was a little curious. Ward City is a port city that has not been established for a long time. There are not many indigenous people. What's more, it is far away from other cities in the Kingdom of Dylan. It should be impossible for beggars to have the ability to cross the Kari Hills towards city, not to mention a child. Li Si thought about it and prepared to ask. This is also a habit in his previous life's game. Encountering such abnormal things often means hidden tasks. This is the fun of the game. Li Si simply did not enter the traveler, but walked towards the corner where the child was. It seems that he noticed someone approaching. The little beggar raised his head, and his dark face was full of vigilance, but his eyes were full of fear and fatigue. Seeing Li Si approaching, he stood up and tried to run away. But soon he found that his body was out of control, and his toes were even more than 10 centimeters off the ground, and his body was floating in the air. You reacted quite quickly. Li Si became even more curious and used the mage's hand to lift the little beggar in the air. What are you doing? The child's unique sharp voice sounded, struggling hard but unable to do anything. Li Si stood in front of him and suddenly felt that the little beggar in front of him looked familiar. Which big man in the future is this again? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 The Future Pirate King. Li Si looked at the little brat in front of him, with a trace of inquiry on his face. According to common sense, if he felt familiar with the little brat, it was very likely that he was an important NPC in his previous life. If it was a child, it might be like Ashley, Joyce's disciple, who had not grown up yet. But unlike Ashley, no matter how Li Si recalled, he could not remember who the little beggar in front of him was. The little beggar's face was dark, but it was still vaguely seen that he was still pretty. Li Si thought about it and controlled the mage's hand to put the little beggar on the ground. The little beggar seemed to know that he could not escape the palm of the professional in front of him and did not struggle, but just looked at Li Si vigilantly. What's your name? Why are you here? Li Si squatted down, looked at the little brat in front of him and said, what's your name? The little brat did not speak, and the meaning of deference was very strong. TSK, it turns out to be a little brat. Li Si was a little helpless and took out a piece of fruitcake from the storage ring. The strawberries on the snow white cream were delicate and tempting. The sweet smell spread, and the little beggar swallowed his saliva. Do you want to eat? Li Si waved the cake in front of the little beggar and said with a smile. This is the dessert he prepared in the space ring in Kangwang City. Unlike hot dishes, these desserts can be stored in the storage ring for a long time. Smelling the sweet smell, the little beggar's stomach growled. He hasn't eaten good food for a long time. These days, he has been wandering in Ward City and can only pick up some leftovers to fill his stomach. The reason why he stayed by the hotel was that he hoped to get some food from the garbage in the hotel. It's not that he doesn't have common sense to beg, but most people in this city don't have the patience and look in a hurry. Although there are kind people among the mercenaries, most of them are irritable people. He is often taught a lesson by those drunken mercenaries. There are still bruises on his body. This is also the reason why he subconsciously wanted to run away when he first saw Lisi dressed as a mercenary. In this new city, few people will stop and care about him. But the good-looking mercenary in front of him seemed different from the others. Even those mercenaries who felt sorry for him would only give him a piece of food and leave directly, and would never stand so close and talk to him in a nice voice. After all, he smelled bad. Looking at the cake in Lisi's hand, the little beggar looked up at Lisi, wiped his hands on the barely clean part of his clothes, and then mustered up the courage to take the cake from Lisi. He said thank you in a very low voice, and then took a bite of the cake carefully. The fragrance of the bread, the sweetness of the cream, and the refreshing taste of the fruit made the little beggar sure that Lisi was not teasing him, and then he ate it in big mouthfuls. It has been a long time since I had such a delicious cake, since my parents passed away. Lisi didn't care and didn't continue to ask, just squatted beside him, watching him eat the small cake in a whirlwind. Seeing that he seemed to be a little reluctant, Lisi handed him another piece of cake and a small bottle of milk. The little beggar took it without hesitation and finished it quickly. There was still desire in his eyes when he looked at Lisi, but Lisi shook his head and did not take out any more food. You have been hungry for too long. You can't eat too much. The little beggar nodded. After eating the cake, he seemed to be in a much better mood. He stood up and looked at Lisi. What's your name? Lisi looked at him and repeated the previous question again. My name is Evans. The little beggar said in a somewhat crisp voice, not as resistant as before. It seems that he began to trust Lisi. Evans. Lisi frowned and recalled. In his memory of the previous life, there was no important character named Evans. Could it be that he changed his name later like Lisa? Lisi suddenly felt something was wrong, and he didn't know where it was. But no matter how he recalled, he couldn't remember it. There was no way. He was still a child now, and his appearance was very different from the future. He might not be able to confirm his identity in a short time. Trouble. There is still a long time before the plots belonging to those NPCs, which brings some trouble to Lisi. It's a headache. Should I take this child with me first? After thinking about it, Lisi decided to take him to the Birdage Kingdom first. After a long time, he will be able to determine his identity after getting familiar with him. Lisi has a hunch that this may be an important plot NPC. Are you kidding? With such a beggar starting, what else can he be if not the child of destiny? Don't bully the poor young man. The little beggar Evans looked at Lisi and fell into deep thought. Is there anything special about his name? However, he did not disturb Lisi's thoughts, but honestly stood aside. Lisi, who had determined his idea, looked at the thin body of the little beggar and asked with a smile, are you willing to go to the Birdage Kingdom with me? Hearing the name of the Birdage Kingdom, Evan's eyes showed a look of nostalgia and pain, but he said in the same tone, okay, I know. Huh. Why are you willing to go with me now? Don't doubt me. What if I sell you out? Lisi asked with a smile, a little curious. If you want. Evans nodded without any objection. No one would understand what a piece of cake meant to Evans, who was in extreme distress. When he felt the sweetness on the tip of his tongue and the satisfaction in his abdomen, Evans' eyes were red. Okay. Lisi seemed to realize something and shrugged. He really just did it casually, but he didn't want to use this to ask the little beggar in front of him to do anything for him. Lisi touched Evans' head, not caring about getting a little muddy, and smiled and said, then come with me. If nothing else, at least you won't be hungry in the future. Yeah. Evans responded softly, standing behind Lisi like a noble servant. He is quite sensible, isn't he? Was he a nobleman before? Or has he seen similar situations? But now he is still too dirty. Maybe I can recognize him after washing him. Lisi nodded and led Evans to the hotel on the side. This hotel looks more exquisitely decorated. Unlike other ordinary hotels, the first floor is not a noisy lobby restaurant. This is also the characteristic of high-end hotels. Their services are more comprehensive. The restaurant, rest, and entertainment are in different places in the hotel, which are more secretive and more thoughtful. Of course, the price is much more expensive. But Lisi never cares about these small amounts of money. The proceeds from the sale of Warcraft materials just now can buy this hotel. After all, the land in Ward City is still very cheap. The waiter waiting at the door of the inn saw Lisi coming in, and his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to step forward to serve this person, he noticed a dirty little figure following behind Lisi. His face was full of mud, and he left clear footprints on the wool carpet at the door of the inn. The waiter was a little angry, worried that this business that had finally come to the door would go bankrupt. You know, their hotel's business is not very good. After all, the price of accommodation is nothing in Bing Feng City, but it is the most expensive in Ward City. Although the service is also the best, except for the big shots of the caravan, others would rather throw gold coins on a woman's belly than look at their hotel. How dare this little beggar come in? It turned out that he was too gentle just now and didn't teach him a lesson. Please wait. The tall waiter bowed to Lisi and walked towards Evans angrily, as if he wanted to eat him alive. You damn beggar, you are looking for death, right? The waiter stretched out his hand to grab Evans. He just wanted to quickly get rid of this little beggar and then greet the guests. The waiter's hand was only a dozen centimeters away from Evans, and Evans closed his eyes in fear. After a while, Evans, who did not feel the attack, quietly opened his eyes and saw Lisi reaching out to grab the waiter's arm. I didn't see how hard Lisi was, but the waiter's face flushed a little, and his knees were slightly bent, and he was about to kneel down. Lisi let go of his hand, glanced at the waiter, and said lightly, I brought him, do you know? Yes, yes. The waiter took 2 steps back, touched his arm, and said with tears in his eyes, who would have thought that the big boss with a precious gem ring would actually bring a dirty little beggar to stay in the hotel? My eyesight is still a little poor. If it was Senior Thomas, I wouldn't have made such a mistake. The waiter, who had just worked for a few days, was a little scared. The irresistible force just now made him feel weak. Lisi didn't care and said to the waiter, give me the best big room and prepare enough hot water. I want to give him a bath. He took out 2 gold coins from the Kingdom of Dylan from the storage ring and put them on the table. Prepare a few sets of ordinary clothes for me according to his figure. If I'm satisfied, the rest are all yours. The waiter, who was hiding some resentment in his heart, was immediately excited when he heard it. Although it is difficult to find clothes for children, it will not cost more than 1 gold coin at most, and the rest will be his. You know, the best room in his hotel is only 1 gold coin a day. Okay, please rest assured. The waiter immediately nodded and bowed, clasped the 2 gold coins in his hand, and immediately led Lisi and Evans upstairs of the hotel. He took the 2 to a spacious room on the 2nd floor. This is the best room in our hotel. It has the master bedroom inside. There is a suite over here. The young gentleman can rest here. The waiter's attitude was much more enthusiastic. It was a world of difference to Evans. For bathing, our hotel has a special place. If you want to bathe in the room, I will prepare the things and hot water for you. Just in the room. Lisi glanced at the room and nodded. Okay. The waiter nodded and left immediately to prepare. The enthusiasm for extra money was different. Evans looked at the warm and comfortable room. It was 2 different worlds from the muddy corner outside where the cold wind was howling. Evans, who had not lived in such a good place for a long time, was a little at a loss and didn't know where to put it. He was worried that the mud on his body would make the room dirty. Lisi didn't care and sat on the sofa first. I'll stay in the inner room, you can stay in the suite. I'll do some dangerous magic research in the room. Don't disturb me. If you're hungry, just ask the waiter to prepare food for you, but don't leave the hotel. Did you hear that? Lisi gave a simple instruction, and Evans obeyed obediently. After a while, the waiter brought the bathtub and hot water, and left in a hurry after the greeting. I think he went to complete Lisi's request. Lisi used the mage's hand to control the hot water to pour into the basin. Although he could also use magic to get hot water, the hotel would add cleansing materials to the hot water for bathing, which was also a good thing. Come on, take off all your clothes. Don't want them anymore. Lisi said to Evans, preparing to use cleaning spell. to wash them first and then wash them again, the effect would be better. Evans's dark little face turned slightly red, and he hesitated a little, but still obediently took off his tattered clothes. Lisi directly generated flames through magic power and burned the clothes that Evans took off. After Lisi used the cleansing technique, all the dirt on Evans' body disappeared under the effect of magic. Although the cleansing technique is very useful, Lisi still thinks it is necessary to take a bath. Hot water bathing can relax the soul, and it can also be regarded as a process of cleansing the soul. During the journey through the Kari Hills, if Lisi found a hot spring, he would choose to stop and relax himself. Evan's skin, which was washed away from the dirt, was not as dark as it looked, but looked quite white. The delicate little face under the blonde hair looked quite delicate. When he grows up, he will probably be a pretty boy who is loved by everyone. But this little body is too weak, without any muscles, and looks so thin that it can be blown down by a gust of wind. Lisi looked down while looking at it and checking if there were any scars that needed treatment. Except for some bruises in some places on the upper body, there was nothing else. Evans was a little embarrassed under Lisi's gaze, but he still stood there honestly. HMM. 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 Lisi suddenly raised his head and confirmed Evans's little face again. His face was serious. He grabbed Evans with the mage's hand and threw him into the bathtub, splashing a lot of water. Evans, Lisi said calmly, but if you look closely, you can see that the corners of his mouth are twitching constantly. Evans tried to stand up in the bathtub. The warm hot water just covered her chest, and her body began to turn slightly red. Are you not telling me the truth? Your full name is Helen Evans? Evans was stunned for a moment, and was silent for a moment, before saying with some fear, yes, sir. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just... Lisi, who got a definite answer, couldn't help but hold his forehead with his right hand, his mouth twitching and muttering in his heart. It turned out to be the Pirate Queen, Crazy Helen. This is outrageous. Chapter 299, King of the Sea. Pirate Queen, Crazy Helen. Lisi looked at the little head sticking out of the bathtub in front of him with mixed feelings. After seeing Evan's appearance clearly, especially the blonde hair and vaguely familiar face, Lisi recognized him. He thought the little beggar Evans was a little boy, but who knew he was taking it for granted. Hidden. If he hadn't been stripped naked, he wouldn't have known that this was a little girl. Before, I thought of male NPCs, and I really overlooked this point. However, Lisi recalled the sturdy and crazy pirate, standing on the bow of the Blood Whale pirate ship, with a heroic figure holding a sword in one arm. Among the players, Crazy Helen is also a very famous plot NPC. Of course, it's not just her strong strength, but also her beautiful face and a heart as broad as the sea. Thinking of Helen's thin body and flat chest just now, Lisi couldn't imagine what she ate to develop so outstanding in the future. The strength of the future, Crazy Helen, should not be underestimated. Although she has not broken through to the legendary realm, she is also a first-tier existence under the legendary realm. Her strength is similar to that of Beavis, the leader of the Golden Lion Knights. But if Beavis fights Helen at sea, Helen will definitely win. Because she is a special transfer of a warrior, sea lover. With the blessing of the power of the sea, she can control terrifying storms, huge waves and lightning. On the ocean, her strength can be greatly improved, and she can almost completely suppress the strong men of the same level, and she is almost invincible. But at the same time, Helen's strength on land will be much weaker in comparison, which has both advantages and disadvantages. However, Lisi remembered one thing. That is, after Azura Floating City appeared and became the actual controller of the Pearl Sea, the Pirate Queen joined Azura Floating City. Her pirate group also became a subordinate force of Azura Floating City, and Lisi knew that the legendary wizard Azura of Azura Floating City was actually Lisa, a girl living in her own library. In this way, Helen is actually considered a family member. Lisi, who realized this, had a slight change in his mentality. Since we are family members, let's not talk about the two sides. I'll protect you, and I declare you the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Floating City Navy. Lisi, who was awarded by the Void, nodded and put Helen in the bathtub in her room. Since she is a girl, Lisi is not shameless to help a little girl take a bath. After doing all this, Lisi sat on the sofa in the room and began to think. To be honest, it really surprised Lisi to meet the future pirate queen here. In the previous life, Helen's rise was also quite abrupt. No one knew where she grew up. But when she appeared in the eastern waters of Fanal Continent and became a pirate, she already had quite powerful strength. I didn't expect Helen to be in Ward City when she was weak. Looking at her pitiful appearance, I don't know how she survived here. Moreover, from Helen's behavior of concealing her name just now, it seems that her identity is not simple, and she is not an ordinary person. Interesting. Lisi was just about to go to the Birdage Kingdom and the Pearl Sea when he met this little guy. Who knows what surprises are waiting for him in the future journey. Just when Lisi was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Lisi opened the door and saw that it was the waiter from before, holding a few clothes with good workmanship in his arms. Lisi took it and looked at it. Sure enough, all the clothes prepared were for little boys. This shows that it is not his fault that he misjudged Helen's gender before. After thinking about it, Lisi handed the waiter 5 gold coins and said, "Go and buy me some more clothes for little girls, some more beautiful ones, the same size as before, do you understand?" Okay. The waiter was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly agreed. There is such a good thing for running errands, and the waiter is willing to be Lisi's personal waiter. As for why buy clothes for little girls? Hey, it's not like he hasn't seen the tricks played by these big shots. Not strange, not strange. Not noticing the waiter's strange look, Lisi threw the clothes and his hand into Helen's room. Anyway, my figure is still about the same now, so there is no problem wearing it temporarily. Lisi took out some cakes and put them on the table and walked into his bedroom. He had to think about his future ideas. Lisi sat cross-legged on the boat, recalling the pirates who were active in the eastern part of Fanal Continent in his previous life. Most of the area of Jair world is water, and much of the trade within the continent and between continents is carried out by sea. Because of this, pirates also appeared. Although the coastal kingdoms have been vigorously cracking down on pirates, the area of the ocean is too vast. Once the pirates hide in the depths of the ocean, it is difficult for ordinary people to find them except for the legendary strongmen. The pirates active in each sea area are different, and the strength of the pirates active in the Pearl Sea is relatively average compared to the pirates in other sea areas. This is because of the full-scale crackdown by the Birdage Kingdom. The existence of pirates threatens shipping. Although the upper-level powerful figures in the Birdage Kingdom are corrupt and decadent, they are still relatively strong when the interests of their own chamber of commerce are damaged. The Birdage Kingdom invests a lot of manpower and material resources in combating pirates every year, and its navy is also relatively strong. So although the pirates near the coast of the Birdage Kingdom did not disappear, they were much better than in other sea areas. But changes always come. The invasion of the Kingdom of Fez made the nobles of the Birdage Kingdom feel threatened, and they desperately put all their strength into resisting the army of the Kingdom of Fez. As a result, the Birdage Kingdom no longer had the spare capacity to continue to maintain the navy to fight pirates. Later, the Birdage Kingdom, which was forced into a desperate situation, even mobilized its own navy to the central part of the kingdom to fight the Kingdom of Fez. This kind of brain circuit is really not something that ordinary people can think of. There were many discussions among the players in the previous life. If the Birdage Kingdom could retain this powerful navy, even if the country was destroyed in the end, it could escape to other places through the navy and re-establish national rule. How could it be captured alive by the Kingdom of Fez and killed as pigs like in the previous life? The defeat and disappearance of the Birdage Kingdom in the previous life was the combined influence of many reasons, but it must be admitted that the coquettish operation of the ruling class of the Birdage Kingdom itself was also an important reason. That is, after the Birdage Kingdom completely gave up fighting pirates, the number of pirates appearing in the Pearl Sea and surrounding waters showed an explosive growth. After all, under the operation of the Birdage Kingdom for many years, many ports including Danilo Port have become one of the most prosperous routes in the eastern part of Fanal Continent. Merchant ships departing from here not only go to the Elf Forest in the south of Fanal Continent and the Endless Desert in the west, but also have routes across the Endless Ocean to other continents. Therefore, the huge benefits here have also attracted many pirates to join this chaos. The chapter of the branch plot, King of the Sea, is the period of pirate chaos centered on the Pearl Sea in version 2.0. Before the Kingdom of Fez completely annexed the Birdage Kingdom and re-established the Kingdom Navy to fight pirates, 3 pirate kings appeared on the Pearl Sea at the same time. Blood Whale Pirates, Crazy Helen. Undead Pirates, Necromancer Calvo. Poet Pirates, Chatty Ariel. These 3 are active in the Pearl Sea, and their strength is undoubtedly strong. How can there be weak ones among the many pirates? The reason why there are 3 pirate kings is that these 3 people have never fought head on, and no one knows who is stronger. After all, other pirates have no power to resist in front of the 3 of them. Some people say that these 3 people have had a private contest, but no one can do anything to others. But this is just a rumor, and it has never been recognized by the 3 pirate kings. Lee Sea is familiar with the information of these 3 people because he was also active in the Pearl Sea for a period of time at that time. These 3 people are the names that appear most frequently from the mercenaries in the mercenary tavern every day. There are too many rumors, but the only thing that can be confirmed is that these 3 people are not normal people, referred to as mental illness. But now that I have met Helen, I think I should become a normal person under his care. Thinking of the crazy appearance of standing alone at the top of the mast in the previous life, laughing wildly and commanding the huge waves to attack the enemy, Lee Sea touched his chin. It should be possible. When the Kingdom of Fez built the Kingdom Navy from scratch to fight pirates, these 3 pirate kings were hostile to the kingdom. However, the Kingdom Navy has the powerful Kingdom of Fez as its backing, and it has become stronger in the constant bloody battles. In the later stage of the plot of The King of the Sea, the Kingdom Navy has already had the strength to defeat any pirate king. If Helen had not decisively chosen to join Azura Floating City later, it is estimated that the final outcome would not be so good. This is a reminder to Lee Sea. In the previous life, Azura Floating City stayed in the east of the kingdom, above the Pearl Sea. Later, the Kingdom of Fez actually acquiesced that the Pearl Sea belonged to Azura Floating City, and Lee Sea did not intend to change the location of the floating city in the future. In this case, the Pearl Sea is also his territory. It is not impossible to plan ahead. Now, the Kingdom of Fez has invaded the Kingdom of Birdage for half a year, and the pressure faced by the Kingdom of Birdage is increasing. The expected support from other countries and the mediation of the Church of the Gods did not appear, and the Kingdom of Birdage can only rely on their own strength. According to the memory of the previous life, the Birdage Kingdom has also recently begun to gather the power of the country. It seems that there will be chaos on the sea. There are so many merchant ships in Ward City that have no news. They may not be attacked by sea monsters. There may also be pirates. I wonder if he will encounter an accident on his sea journey to Danaport this time. Even if the 3 pirate kings appear in the future, Lee Sea has the ability to save his life, let alone now. Then, Lee Sea stopped thinking about these things and closed his eyes to meditate. In Helen's room, Helen, with wet hair and warm clothes, quietly poked her head out of the room. Helen breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see Lee Sea's figure, but only saw the closed door and the snacks on the table. Standing in front of the table, Helen wanted to take a snack that looked delicious, but her outstretched hand stopped in midair and finally hesitated to take it back. The adults told me to eat less, so I should not be greedy. Helen reluctantly took her eyes away from the snacks. She could eat delicious food, live in a warm house, and wear clean clothes, which made Helen a little unimaginable. This couldn't be a dream. She pinched her face until her cheeks were a little red, and then she put her hands down and believed it all. Lying on her bed, Helen rolled into the quilt and recovered from the excitement. Her head was placed on the pillow, and the moisture on her short golden hair made the soft pillow a little damp, but Helen didn't care. Wrapped tightly in the warm quilt, Helen stared blankly at the brown ceiling above her head and murmured softly, "Speaking of which, I don't know the adult's name yet." The next day, after feeding Helen, Lee Sea left the hotel and went to the Mercenary Guild. Unfortunately, Rude said that he was still trying to contact various chambers of commerce to determine the merchant ships that would sail in the near future, but there was no result yet. Lee Sea didn't care. He told Rude that he would bring a child on board, asked Rude to make it clear with the other party, and left the location of the hotel, asking Rude to go directly to the hotel to inform him if he had any news. After leaving the mercenary guild, Lee Si went directly towards city to buy supplies to replenish the consumption of crossing the Kari Hills. In the next 2 days, Lee Si would leave Ward City during the day and go to the distant mountains to continue to train his body and return to the hotel to rest at night. Helen was left in the hotel by Lee Si, eating a full stomach and resting well to make up for the physical deficit of the previous wandering life. Helen was also very well behaved and obedient. She was not allowed to leave the hotel, and she didn't even leave the door. It was not until the third night that Rude arranged for someone to come and inform Lee Si. The next day, the merchant ship, Mermaid, of the Milne Chamber of Commerce was about to set off for the Dana port of the Kingdom of Bertich, and it had agreed to let Lee Si take Helen with him. The Milne Chamber of Commerce belongs to Marquis Bella Milne, the female noble who has always firmly supported Duke Ward in Bingfeng City. Therefore, she also gained a lot of benefits after Duke Ward became King of Dillon. Milne Chamber of Commerce was also the first Chamber of Commerce to settle in Ward City. The Mermaid was the first merchant ship of the Chamber of Commerce to successfully return from the Kingdom of Bertich. The captain and most of the sailors came from Ward City for support. Lee Si even knew that the Marquis Milne was the secret lover of King Dillon. After receiving the news, Lee Si did not hesitate and immediately agreed to go to the port to board the ship the next morning. Next stop, Pearl Sea. Chapter 300. Board the ship and set sail. Ward City, a seaport. Although the temperature has begun to warm up, the sea breeze is still quite chilly. On the sea not far away, you can vaguely see the white ice floating from afar. Many ships have stopped at the port of Ward City. In the past 2 days, 2 merchant ships have successfully returned from the Kingdom of Bertich, bringing goods that are hard to see in the Kingdom of Dillon, or can only be purchased from the Kingdom of Fez at a high price. Since the trade route that can safely pass through the Kari Hills was opened, major forces have transported supplies from all over the Kingdom of Dillon towards city through the trade route, and also sent precious goods from the Kingdom of Bertich to Bingfeng City and other places. Nowadays, after many days of running in, the operation of Ward City has gradually entered the right track. In addition to the former Ward family, more and more noble families in the Kingdom of Dillon have truly seen the huge benefits hidden in this sea trade route. Instead of going through all the hardships of crossing the Luoxu Mountains and accepting the exploitation of those black-hearted merchants in the Kingdom of Fez, it is better to invest more resources in Ward City. Before they truly realize the dangers of the pirates swarming in the future, the nobles of the Kingdom of Dillon will not hesitate. On the port pier made of grey-white stone bricks, the sailors and merchants coming and going make the pier originally built by the Ward family seem a little narrow and inadequate. However, the new pier being built not far away will also add bricks and tiles to the skyrocketing business of the Ward City port. The waiter Theodore of the Mercenary Tavern was walking in front, leading Lee Si and Helen towards the agreed merchant ship. After a few days of rest and nutrition, little Helen's complexion has improved a lot, and her face has a bit of blood. Although her body is still so thin, she is no longer like when Lee Si first met her, and couldn't even stand steadily. Wearing a thick beige cotton coat and a cute rabbit hat on her head, Helen's delicate white face looks particularly cute. Helen followed Lee Si timidly, looking at the strong sailors passing by and the merchant ships that were pulling up the sails in the distance. There was a little fear hidden in the depths of her eyes, but she still followed Lee Si step by step. Here it is, Lord Lee Si. Theodore saluted respectfully and said to Lee Si, Mr. Lorendil, the captain of the merchant ship Mermaid, has already arranged it. You can just board the ship directly. Okay. Lee Si nodded and looked at the merchant ship Mermaid parked at the dock in front of him. This is a pointed 2-masted sailing ship. The hull made of dark brown teak is about 40 meters long. There is a silver mermaid statue on the bow, which looks a bit mysterious. Lee Si is very familiar with a 2-masted sailing ship. This kind of sailing ship is also a relatively common type of merchant ship in the Kingdom of Bertich. Because of its fast speed and strong maneuverability, it is widely used in offshore merchant ships, but it cannot withstand the instability brought by the huge wind and waves of ocean voyages. Apart from other things, the Kingdom of Bertich has a lot of technology trees in the field of marine trade. Even giant merchant ships that can cross the endless ocean to reach other continents can be built. But the construction method and technology of that kind of merchant ship cannot be sold to the Kingdom of Dylan. However, for the Kingdom of Dylan, which chose to sail near the coast, the two-masted sailboat in front of them was enough. Stepping on the wooden planks from the ship, Lisi carried Helen and walked steadily onto the Mermaid. Seeing a stranger walking onto the merchant ship, the sailor who was tidying up the sails on the side immediately came over, looked at Lisi and the others with some vigilance, and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a mercenary, ready to take the ship, and I've confirmed it with Captain Lauren." Lisi put Helen on the bedboard and nodded. "Is that so? Wait a moment, I'll go ask the captain." The short and strong sailor was not so vigilant. When he saw Lisi said the captain's name. He gave an instruction and walked into the cabin. Lisi didn't care and looked at the mermaid merchant ship. Looking at the many sailors busy on the merchant ship, there were also many people dressed as mercenaries helping out on the side, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite good. It seems that the merchant ship is making preparations for sailing. Boxes of heavy cargo are being moved to the bottom of the cabin by the sailors. In addition, there are a lot of easy to store food, clean water and fine wine. For the fleet on a long voyage, wine brewed from grains and fruits is also an indispensable material. Alcohol can effectively relieve the boring and tense spirits of the crew. At the same time, the various nutrients in the wine can effectively supplement the nutritional deficiencies that may be caused by the single diet of the merchant ship. This is the basic knowledge of those ocean voyages. Wood City has put a lot of thought into this aspect. After sending people to the Kingdom of Bertich to study and master it in depth, they brought it to the Kingdom of Dylan. This is the main reason for the rapid improvement of the Kingdom of Dylan's shipping technology and capabilities. "Hello, Mr. Lisi." The sailor who had just gone to ask the captain returned. He no longer had the hostility just now, but smiled and said, "Mr. Lisi, I have confirmed with Captain Lauren. The captain asked me to take you to the accommodation. I'm Mans, the third mate of the Mermaid. You can find me if you have any questions. I heard that you are very capable. We can communicate if there is a chance, haha." Mans said somewhat heroically, and after showing goodwill, he took Lisi to the cabin. The Mermaid looks very large, but in order to make the most of the internal space, the aisles in the cabin are a bit narrow and dark. Don't look at it like this. In fact, the resting place is quite spacious. As long as the senior crew can have an independent cabin. I have seen other merchant ships, and the living environment there is really amazing. Mans shook his head and sighed, but then he looked proud of the Mermaid. Lisi nodded and followed behind Mans. The captain said that, since you have a child, the last cabin will be assigned to you. Walking to the end of the aisle, Mans pushed open the wooden door on one side, pointed inside and said with a smile, "But with your strength, there is no problem." It seems that, in order to help him contact the merchant ship, Rude has also publicized his strength to the outside world. No wonder he didn't mention the additional payment of the ship fee in the end. "Lisi, you should pack up first. If you have anything, come to the deck to find me. Now is the busiest time on the ship. It will be much easier after the voyage." Mans said hello and turned away, leaving Lisi and the others here. Walking into the cabin, Lisi looked around. It was more like a small compartment than a cabin. In addition to a bed, a table and a stool, there was no other furniture. Of course, there was no place left, and the remaining space could only barely turn around. The only advantage may be that this cabin is located at the top of the Mermaid, with a round window that can be opened, and the cool sea breeze poured in, which was a little refreshing. Lisi didn't care about the smallness of the cabin. As a merchant ship that transports goods for profit, it was already very good to have this condition. Lisi really didn't want to squeeze with those people on the big bunk bed under the merchant ship. The smell of sweat, mold, and sour smell from unknown sources mixed together. It was simply torture. The bed and table in the room were fixed on the cabin. Lisi put away the slightly damp bedding on the bed and put on a new white quilt. "You will rest on the bed in the future," Lisi said to Helen, who was following behind. For Lisi now, sitting and meditating is enough to restore his energy. "Yeah." Helen nodded obediently and climbed onto the bed and sat there. After taking out Helen's things and putting them next to her, Lisi walked out. It is estimated that he will stay on this merchant ship for more than a month. Although it is much easier than crossing the Luoxu Mountains, it is not a very safe journey. After meeting Helen, Lisi also had a premonition that this journey would be unsafe. Helen should also have some secrets, but she probably won't tell him now. But Lisi was not in a hurry, just take it slow. Lisi was quite experienced in dealing with these important NPC characters. Through the dark passage, the doors on both sides were basically closed, and most of the mercenaries and crew members were busy on the deck. When he walked onto the deck, Lisi had no intention of helping. Those were things that low-level crew members would do, and most of them were just ordinary people who specialized in doing these hard labors. The third mate, Mance, was directing the sailors on the ship, busy. Although the work was hard, everyone on the ship was very enthusiastic about their work. Since successfully returning towards city from the kingdom of Burditch, they brought back a shipload of precious goods and made huge profits. The people in charge of the Milne Chamber of Commerce were not stingy either. They knew that Ward City was different from the kingdom of Burditch, and skilled sailors were the most valuable. So the rewards for everyone were quite generous. Naturally, everyone was very motivated and looked forward to making more profits from the kingdom of Burditch. At this time, Lisi saw a man swaggering over from the dock, boarded the mermaid skillfully, and greeted the sailors on the ship in a familiar manner. It was Charles, who was surrounded by mercenaries in the mercenary tavern before. Looking at this, could it be that the merchant ship he took at the time was the mermaid? Charles was in high spirits, and it seemed that he had a lot of fun in Ward City these 2 days, with a smug look on his face. Seeing that the sailors and mercenaries on the ship also respected Charles, it seemed that his strength was not bad. Charles was of course very proud. It was indeed a wise choice to choose to come to Ward City. Although there were some twists and turns on the way during the last sea trip, there was no great danger. He liked the customs of Danaport in the Burditch Kingdom very much. Charles, who had lived in the ice and snow since childhood, was deeply attracted by the warm sunshine and charming beaches, especially the enchanting wastes of the beauties in the Burditch Kingdom. Charles originally planned to disembark at Danaport, but after asking privately, he found that the mermaid still offered the highest reward, even more than twice the reward of other tasks of the same level. For the cute little gold coins. Charles thought so, and finally boarded the mermaid to return to Ward City. After a few more trips, he could save up the gold coins to buy a property in Danaport. Charles thought happily in his heart. However, I heard that the Burditch Kingdom was fighting with the Fez Kingdom, and the situation on the battlefield was not very good. Should I go to the Acre Kingdom further south? Charles was thinking in his mind, and was about to walk towards his cabin. When he looked up, he saw a stranger standing on the high deck. Stunned for a moment, Charles squinted his eyes and took a look. Isn't this the ruthless man in the mercenary tavern that day? Since leaving Bingfeng City, Lisi has no longer disguised his face. His handsome face and special temperament do not look like an ordinary mercenary at all. But the impression Lisi left on Charles that day was indeed quite deep, especially now that Lisi was standing high up with his back to the light, staring at him calmly. Charles shuddered for no reason, feeling as if he was being stared at by the ruthless man in front of him. He greeted him stiffly and hurried into the cabin. Lisi also noticed Charles's appearance. This Charles was quite interesting. Although there was no mercenary named Charles in Lisi's memory, and there was no mention of him in the game plot, he was not a simple person. Lisi could feel a special extraordinary aura from him. After careful sensing, he should be an extraordinary person who had changed his job to hunter, but looking at Charles' physical condition, his main attribute seemed to be strength. It was interesting. It was exciting. Are you Lisi? A heavy voice came from behind Lisi. Lisi turned around and saw a strong man with bare arms standing behind him, wiping his hands and laughing. Yes, you are Captain Lauren, right? Haha, you guessed it. Lauren smiled and continued. After I came back from the Burditch Kingdom, I was going to find a few more capable helpers before I set off again. Finally, I got you, Lisi, here. The first time he saw Lisi, Lauren knew that what Root said was right. This mercenary named Lisi was either a top silver master or a gold level existence. As a mid-level silver, he did not feel a trace of extraordinary power fluctuations from Lisi. Being able to conceal his own aura to such an extent is not something that a simple high-level silver master can do. Since you are going to go to the kingdom of Bertich with the mermaid, I will tell you the truth. We got the news from Danaport that the number of pirates on the sea has increased a lot recently, and many merchant ships have been attacked. The navy of the kingdom of Bertich is not ready to go, and some people in Danaport are panicking. Although we didn't encounter pirates when we came back, we naturally have to make more preparations. So, looking at the captain's explicit expression, Lisi nodded and said, "Captain, don't worry, I will naturally not hold back when the time comes." Okay, haha, of course I still hope that the journey will be smooth and arrive at Danaport safely. Captain Lauren said with a smile, and was naturally very satisfied with Lisi's attitude. This is also the reason why, after getting the news from Rude, he would rather not pay any ship fare and strive for Lisi to accompany him. The next morning, the blue waves were rippling, and the sky was cloudless. It was indeed a good weather for sailing. The mermaid was also ready to sail, retracting the anchor and raising the sail. After bidding farewell to the people on the shore, Lisi and Helen followed the mermaid and headed south. Happy third day of the Chinese New Year. Let's continue drinking. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.